Kevin, how you doing?
Hi, I'm unbelievable. How are you, Taran?
Very excited to be talking with you. We've got a lot to talk about.
We do?
I think so.
Okay.
How have you been?
I've been good. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, but I'm back to almost back to regular life. A week tomorrow, I'm going back to work. Um, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. The first you hear about how things are when you leave the house, but the first couple days, Jillian had to like help me cross the street. Just getting used to the sounds and the noises and the people and the looks, and also what is this world that we're entering. So it's been interesting.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it definitely it's a lot. I assume you went to like some of the after party stuff. How was that?
You know what's great when you leave the house after 69 days, going to a club in Niagara Falls with a bunch of people that you've been watching for the last few years. Not overwhelming at all. Totally normal experience. No, it was a lot of fun. I did that. I did the one night, and I think people were out on the Friday, but I needed to relax at home and see my family. But it was cool. It was good to meet some of the alumni. A lot of interesting takes on things, a lot of interesting people, obviously, and then you put that group in a room. It's a lot of fun.
Have you been able to sort of like I don't know, like have it sink in? Like, are you feeling like you're starting to reacclimate, or are you still kind of in a weird, strange land?
I'm still in a weird, strange land. Like I think I don't know if people want it. Like, what kind of celebration do you want? Sorry, I thought I lost when I was sitting there with Josh, and I was very shocked to win. It was just a lot to take in, and as we know, I'm a processor, so it's processing. It's more processed than it was, but it's starting to become a little bit more real.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very understandable. Like, and like even if you aren't in the situation where there's a result that you didn't anticipate, like, just you're still pretty fresh out of. I mean, I still haven't fully processed this season. I watched it, like because
I
I'm still.
watched you watch it.
Okay? So we should talk about this. You have gone
Yeah.
back. You've watched the season.
Yeah, I've watched the season. I've listened to quite a few podcasts. I haven't watched a ton of the feeds. I don't know if I will. It's kind of hard to catch up on them, but I've
Yeah.
seen little clips here and there.
What podcasts have you listened to and or watched?
You want me to kiss your ass, Taryn? I've watched. I watched of yours. I watched your deep dives on. I didn't get to the Betty one because I listened to your deep. Sorry, I listened to your deep dive with Betty this morning with her and her mom as well.
Oh, there you go.
I listened to the summer one yesterday, which I loved. I loved all three, but the summer one I thought was really cool because like like when I tell somebody Summer's an introvert, they're like, no, she's
Mm.
not. She's you can have a massive personality and also recover alone, which is to me what an introvert is. And I feel like you got the real Summer on the podcast. That was cool to listen to.
Yeah.
And then I heard the game recaps for Helena. I listened to mine and I listened to Josh's as well. But I figured, like, I've been on a time crunch. I figured if I'm going to listen to the Betty deep dive, I don't need the Betty game recap. So I have a good idea of like the discourse and what you've been saying. I've listened to like a few other podcasts. I just figured, like, I know people say don't go out and take in the info. I went out, I took in the info. It was good to just see things and get it all because I'm a week tomorrow. I'm back to work. I want to
Mhm.
know. I want to know what's out there. I want to know what people are talking about, and then regular life starts in 8 days.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting because like typically when players get out of the house, it like they're not watching the season immediately. And in this season, like Betty's watched the whole thing, Herman's in the middle of watching the whole thing. You've now watched the whole thing, and you've gone back and listened to the podcast. Which it's like for you, it's a little less surprising, but it's this cast is very very up on it. They want to. I mean, and I mean, it's a great season, so maybe that helps.
And I was also genuine when I was saying I just assumed that everyone hated me. So to come out and it's not 100% hate, that's incredible. That's unbelievable. Like you watch my bio, and yes, that is me in the bio, but it's also like I'm picking that guy to get evicted first, obviously.
Yeah. That's very much how I felt when I started doing the podcast. So I very much know what you're talking about. Although I didn't have a period of like 70 days where I didn't know. I immediately got the feedback.
That's the weirdest thing, going into press the day after, and you don't know anything. Like there's no. So I was also, throughout the exit press, I was also just very confused with people saying things. It was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, for all you know, like we're just waiting to like drop the hammer on you. Like Kevin, you were a really, really bad boy.
I'm a bad boy.
I am a bad boy. I knew I was a bad boy, but I just assumed I was a hated bad boy, and it's not 100% hate. Some people like me. How about that, Taran?
Look at that. I would say I would go as far as to say most people. That's what I would say, and I would say
it's surreal.
I would say
surreal.
Even further, there's an even greater group of people that, at the very least, respect you.
It's weird. I'm pleasantly surprised. It's really nice.
But I mean, yeah, you were expecting.
I do hate you.
You're expecting that. From...
I'm a little upset after going through everything, knowing that I would have taken Betty at the end. Just like what a nice finish to our arc. If the two of us are sitting there in the final two, a part of me hurts that it didn't happen.
That's what I wanted too, especially because she was on my draft team, and I was hoping for the Betty Kevin finish. So I did recommend. Oh, go ahead.
She was saying that I don't know if she would have actually said it, but there's the whole thing with Moose where he may or may not have said, they don't deserve to be here. I didn't really care either way. But Betty was saying, if it's me and her saying the final two, she's just going to stand up and be like, Moose, look at us now.
Yeah. Right. So you said you asked if there were any podcasts you should listen to. I recommended The Draft because I feel like that's the funniest podcast to listen to now. Did you listen to it?
I didn't listen to the whole thing. I listened to a bit. I appreciate Rob coming out and grabbing me. I want to know who his sources are that said that I'm such a nice guy. Who are these people? Who are these liars?
See, I actually also got a message about from Hannah, who is our social media person. And she was like, he's the best. He's charismatic and fun. He'll be great. But I was like, I'm not using inside knowledge. That's what I said.
You have to assume, based on the preseason press and my bio, that I'm out in the first week, and if not, week 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think because I went back and listened to it because people were like, "Oh, how funny is it that you guys were so low on Kevin?" I'm actually not too down on what I said because I feel like what I said was that it would be very hard for, like, if this guy were to do well, it would be very difficult. He'd need to get to the end and he'd need to basically run the show. And I just don't see it happening because it's so unlikely. But it happened. And it was unlikely.
Yeah, I felt like I was either out the first 3 weeks or I could make a deep run. If I was able to survive there. And I think something that helped me also was just knowing the archetype and what the perception of me would be coming in. I knew I was going on the block in the first couple of weeks. Like, there's a very, very high percentage chance that was happening, and it would be really, really hard to stop it from happening. So knowing it was happening, I was able to plan for it and then figure, like, if I'm able to survive that first little bit, I feel like the middle game, when people are sort of going after bigger comp threats or whatever, I thought that would be easier for me to survive.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the.
I'm actually just going to slither through.
You gave me a lot of sound clips to work with.
You're welcome.
Okay, so obviously you're a huge fan. You've listened to the podcast, but what was your like level of prep coming into the game? What were you like? I don't know. It's how many like have you watched all the seasons?
Yeah.
How much did you listen to the podcasts? Like what
Okay.
kind of strategies did you have going in?
So I'd seen, okay, so the way I actually got into Big Brother Canada and Big Brother in general was it was around the end of season 5. I heard that there was a guy with the same name as me who was like rigging the game or something to win. And I thought that was so fascinating. And like I grew up on Survivor. Like I can remember 2001. I'm sitting on my couch. I watch Hatch win. Like I remember that. Okay. And through that, I got into Rob as a podcast and the sort of community. And I remember a lot of the time, you know, people are like, oh, go watch Big Brother. And I was a little bit hesitant, as people are when they don't really know the show. And then when I heard that this guy named Kevin was gaming the system, I was like, how can you do that on a show? I watched the end of season 5. And then after that, I caught up on everything and became a big fan. I might be missing a couple episodes in season 5, but other than that, I've seen everything. As for like watching the feeds, I've got a couple years of it. Listened to the podcast pretty much since I started watching. Game prep. So my job as like a solutions consultant, which is really a sales engineer, but basically let's call it tech sales. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of being on phone calls, basically like this, where people are saying tough things and I have to do like objection handling or navigate the conversation a certain way. And you actually can't lie. Like lying is unethical and wrong in my job. I don't lie. You just have to be able to have tough conversations. So for that, what I'm constantly doing is studying things like negotiation techniques, which is why like the hostage negotiation stuff comes up. Like the history of negotiation basically used to be, I want to pay $50. You want me to pay 100. We settle on 75. We meet in the middle. That's the way that it used to be. That's the way most people will have conversations. Now it's like, it's more so targeting the emotional parts of the brain, finding ways so you're not splitting the difference. You're actually just getting what you want through tough conversation, not through lying and manipulating. So that part of my game, the like, okay, how can I help you? That's a very deliberate, open-ended question, right? That's designed so people can start talking and get to a certain place. But maybe we'll talk about more of that later. So for the show, I was going over some of my favorite books or people who have ideas on negotiations that when those tough conversations came up, I could have them. As for game prep, I reviewed seasons 1 to 4 and I did like a mini Kevin Martin Bible. Like I went through the comps and I studied comp strategy. Obviously that didn't pan out at all. I mean, listen, my strategy in a couple of the comps was really good. 100 more minutes of hell.
And you shared some, I remember you telling Josh like, okay, here's the strategy for this competition.
Right.
You know, you had good strategies. Yeah.
Eventually I realized even if you have the strategy, it doesn't mean you're going to win. Like the Expedia comp, you're blindfolded, right? So I put in the first 3 rooms. I put the names on the first 3 rooms, and then I didn't even look at the last 2. I just put them down, and I was going to switch them. If I had the first 3 rooms right, I dominate that section, but I didn't because I felt a rat, and I thought that it was in a jungle. Anyway, so I studied the comps pretty hard. And then I'd say I spent more time on like the human interaction, social side of things, and that was less Big Brother study, and that was more just my own sort of domain of when I say like tech sales, it's not like you walk into a store and you buy something. These are long, really long sales cycles, like 6-month minimum. You're not like selling, you're more so just project managing, having conversations with a bunch of different stakeholders, trying to get everybody on the same page. that's more so the communication style that I was studying in advance of the show. Because that felt like it would be more my game, and knowing that I would be terrible at comps. Like again, this is just knowing myself. I'm not the most athletic person. Even I know the way I study for things is writing, knowing that I have to remember things like orally, by talking to myself, or by writing in flower or whatever. I know I'm not going to do well at comps, so I need to make sure that socially and from a communication standpoint, I had that background. So that was the prep there. As for like the sort of, I don't love the term super fan, because like I can't rattle off the eviction order of every season, and I know sometimes it can be guarded, but as like the huge fan point of view, there were a few things that I looked at. I think I mentioned I told this to Tiff in her deep dive with you, like Tiff from US. I met her over the weekend. In her deep dive with you, she's talking about how with Chata, she figured that Chata was the only person that she could talk to about the game at a certain level. And she really loved that. And when I noticed that I was that person to Josh, I started using that. So that was always in my mind of like having someone in the game that you feel like is your sort of, I think Josh thought of me as like his equal or something, where we could strategize that way. That was really important to him. So I would lean into that. That came from that podcast. I looked at a lot of like old threads online about what people would do if they were in the house, but I'm not really in a position to sleep through the first half of the game. It just doesn't work with it doesn't work with the archetype. Late in the prep, I wanted to find a ride or die. That was something that I came to like a couple weeks before. I mean, my Josh Martinez goodbye messages. Don't discount Josh, Taran. Don't discount Josh. But yeah, I'd say it was more so listening to the way people think. Obviously, Poutine Poppy was an interesting one. He is the king of Mist. Like, he is the mister. Just listening to the way that he talks about things, that he views the game, was really helpful. I did want to try and win the first HOH, but that's not possible. 16 people, let's say 11 are trying. Just it is a good thing if you can do it. I think you can build like a great power structure around yourself. I actually think Herman had a sick first HOH. And you know, when we get to week one, we can talk about that. But that's sort of the overall prep. It was comp prep, which didn't pay off at all. More so the communication style things, negotiation, like how do you have tough conversations, and then just going through like old podcasts or people I'm interested in and trying to find something there.
What about like in terms of the game plan, like strategically, did you have any sort of idea or like options in front of you in terms of like the kind of structure that you would have wanted to build or anything like that?
If I didn't win the first HOH, I didn't want to be in a big alliance. I know that's not necessarily, I know that's sort of very counterintuitive, but I thought I'd almost rather be playing from the bottom, because again, like I am comfortable there. As long as I wasn't right at the bottom, if I was second or third, fourth from the bottom, I felt better about that. Just making people feel like they can control me, helping, because part of the communication skills that I do have, it makes people feel like they're in control. And I actually, that sounds manipulative. I don't think it is. I think it's more of an empathetic thing where you're asking people how they feel about things. You're getting their opinions. You're actually listening. That's why Kyle had a DR in week 3 that I was looking at where he says, Kevin's a great listener. And that was like the best thing to hear, because that's so important. You're in this house with these massive personalities, and if you can just shut your mouth and listen for a bit, that's so valuable. So for me to not, because you also know there's a majority alliance, right? Like if you're not in it in week 1 or 2, you know there's something there that you're not in. So I'm like, cool, I need to be just above the bottom so I can navigate my way around there. And then, you know, when we talk about Jess's HOH, that's where I could actually build something that was more interesting and also just more fun to me.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, at times, your game is reminded me of various games, but in terms of that sort of like position just outside of the majority, but still kind of working individuals in the majority to sort of like destabilize things. You know, I think, you know, it was very Cliff like in that way. A little bit Dan like as well in season 10. And I wondered if you took inspiration from them at all.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, you know, like I know Dan had also had just a terrible like start to his game. So that gave me a little bit of hope that there was something to be done. But also once you hit the block in week 1, it's like, cool, let's just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. I have nothing to lose at this point. Even if I do survive, like I'm clearly going to be an option every single week. So that almost gave me freedom to just say, screw it. Like, let's dance. Let's see what happens, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So you get in week 1, and
You want to hear what happened week 1, Taran?
we want to hear what happened week 1.
I got week 1 notes. Okay. So I walk in, immediately. So first of all, as we're walking in, like as we're on stage, I see Helena trip. I'm like, okay, I like this person. Like I just found that endearing. And then she breaks the champagne glass, and I'm like, okay, there's something here. Betty shakes my hand at the top of the stairs. That's in the show. I just found that fascinating. Like we're living together, and you're shaking my hand. So that's her first impression on me. And then Moose was also in the group. I saw Moose's jacket and thought, I like this dude. We get to the bottom of the stairs. I have a chat with Steph and JC Lynn. Everybody's afraid to eat also. Moose and I are having a good time. We go straight for the platter. It's a nice platter. There's all sorts of cheeses and meats and caviar. So I get this nickname, Caviar Kev, with JC Lynn and Steph, which you probably heard a little bit. Josh tells me he's a marine biologist, which I get it. Like going into the house, you might think that's something that nobody's gonna dig on. This guy says he's studying marine biology, and I immediately think, okay, I love that. I'm obsessed with you. Like that's the most interesting thing I've heard. I would have spent a lot of time talking to you, which would lead to all the other things. And then I recognized Kyle. I couldn't put my finger on it right away, but after he said his name was Kyle, I was like, okay, I got it. I wanted to tell him before the intros, but he owned it at the intros. He said, hey, I'm Kyle Moore. He told the story. So I told him after that I recognized him. And sort of my bad lie is that, which people bought, was that I was a huge fan last year. Just season 9, I listened to podcasts, I watched the feeds. I felt like that was a good middle ground between saying I was a fan of everything. Like Jess scared a lot of people by saying that they were such a big fan. Obviously, you can't say you're a super fan, but I also wanted to find an area with the lies that was just believable enough. So it's like, oh, okay, like he was a big fan last year. Herman, tell me if I'm talking too much, by the way.
No, this is the point.
Okay. I go into the pantry. Herman's in there. He points out the shopper showcase. He says, oh, like maybe the HOH will have something to do with these. He gives me props. And in my head, I'm like, that's my guy. That is my dude. So in the first HOH, I'm like, either I need to win or Herman needs to win. Like I thought we were boys after that. Obviously wrong. And like until the comedians didn't work, I always wanted to work with Herman. And then it was comedians didn't happen. Now this guy is like my target. And we'll talk about that a little bit. I clicked with Moose. Me and Moose got along really well. So the trivia happens. He tells me to sit down. Tough position to be in night 1 where not only for me being told, hey, you know, you're out of the trivia, but also for Moose to call somebody out. So the reason that Moose told me to sit down was actually because we were getting along, and he was like, this guy's going to be the least mad at me. Now, I think what happened with that is that after he did it, even though I said, hey, it's cool, not a big deal, after he did it, he's like, there's no chance Kevin's ever going to work with me. And then that's where Moose saying my name for the next like 3, 4, 5 weeks came out of, because he took that first shot and he wasn't going back on it. Me and Summer, I'm not like a spirits guy. We know I'm not huge into astrology, although I'm open to learning. Like I've been won over a little bit. Me and Summer, just off the bat, something happened where instantly we both just vibed. Like the moment we met, she was the first name I remembered. We were sitting together in the intros and I was asking her like people's names because it's so hard to remember with 16 people off the bat. So we just clicked right away. And then that night in the pantry, I think she mentioned to you, night one, Josh and I are in there and Summer's like, I'm building an army and I want you two to be a part of it. And then that was the start for us. And then Summer and I were always, although we didn't like exchange information that much, I think we always were connected after that. And we're still we're buddies, me and Summer. Like there's something there. There's something, I don't know if it's that we have everything in common or nothing in common, but that's kind of the beauty of the game. Like there's something there. Me and Summer like get along like so famously.
I think one of my favorite moments in the season is when you have the task to convince people you're self-evicting, and you go to Summer and you say, when I entered the game and I saw you, I just knew there was something there, and you're like, I'm not about to say I'm in love with you or anything, because that's the face you're making. She's like, oh, okay.
That's so funny. I don't remember that.
But yeah, I love that. Continue.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much night one for me. I'm happy Herman wins. Oh yeah, so Jess starts asking me questions about my marriage on night one. They're like asking details about the wedding and stuff, and they're saying, oh, usually people don't talk so much about their wedding, and I'm like, I am screwed. So and I got a good vibe from Jess. I pulled Jess into Expedia, and I'm like, hey, like I want to work together, which was largely just fear over Jess clocking the marriage lie. I was like, I need to keep this person close because I felt like I fooled everyone except for them. Eventually Jess would come around, but I felt like they saw it. That's day one.
Can we
day two?
Can we elaborate on the marriage lie? So you came up with this idea that you were going to lie about being married. You kind of explain it in the pregame interviews, but like what was the impetus behind the idea? Like what sparked the idea in your head, and why did you go through that?
Okay, there's a lot to it. There are a few layers. One is I'm not going to go on the show and not lie when I introduce myself. Like I'm playing Big Brother. That's a combination of it. If I'm doing it, I'm going to lie about something. Age, maybe I should have lied about because Summer still thinks I'm 40. My job, I know I can't lie about. I thought about it, but I know people are going to think I'm lying about my job anyway.
Yeah, you're a teacher.
Right. That's like what? Day 60 something, Betty's saying I'm a teacher. So I need if you're lying, it needs to be something you can keep up for the entire game. And that is difficult. Like, I mean, I had a couple close calls as well. So I know I can't lie about my job because I need to own it. Also, my job is in a way, like I underplayed the sort of sales side of it, but it makes sense for me. This guy works in tech. Like, why would he be lying about that? There was a neurosurgeon rumor going around. I wish I was a neurosurgeon. Like, come on. I wouldn't be on the show. A neurosurgeon? So, whatever. And then this marriage thing, I thought worked well for a couple of reasons. One is, like, I live with my girlfriend. We've been together for 6.5 years. Like, it's very easy to say that. Two is, I felt like if there were people in the cast who were married, it would be a good way to bond with them. Fortunately, there was a married man named Martin Frenette. I was a little bit nervous about, like, you know, the house can get like flirty, people make out, people do their thing. That's just not my thing at all. I also wanted a way to get away from that. And then also I knew it would be hard being away from Jillian, and I wanted to use that as game as well. So if I ever felt those emotions, if I ever was missing her, great. Let me feel it. Let me cry about it. Let me be sad that I'm away. Because again, it's just sort of diminishing the threat level, making me seem like I'm way more, I might play the game more emotionally than I did. And then also this idea of, true or not, married people are trustworthy. I felt like some people would make that connection. You're making an agreement to be together for your entire life, so this person might be more trustworthy. So all those things together felt like it was a good lie to tell, and one that I could keep for the entire time.
Yeah. And then we got this moment in the show.
We could maybe do this thing for real.
Yeah, don't propose right now.
No, I'm not.
I don't know. You're just in there. There's a lot of emotion.
Was there an idea in your head that maybe you would do that?
I brought up before the show, I was like, if I'm in the finale and there's a live audience, like maybe, and Jillian's like, don't you dare, I'll say no. Because she
sounds perfect for you.
She's not a very like public person, right? So even for her to leave a voicemail in 100 more minutes, or to actually show up, like that's a big deal for her. Like she's shy. So me proposing on national television is a nightmare for her.
But maybe soon.
Maybe soon.
All right. Okay. Continue. Day 2.
Okay, so day 2, Helena and I have good vibes. I think it's day 2 when we first talk about working closely together. And then we really lock it in day 3. Couple reasons. So for one, we had similar like cultural backgrounds in that they're totally different, but also like when I think about what's a good relationship from a life standpoint, it's that you have similar values. You care about things on a higher level. So all the little things, you argue, you fight about small things. It doesn't really matter because you have that groundwork. So for Helena, her Punjabi Sikh background, my Jewish background, like they're both kind of traditional in a way, but we also both kind of do our own thing. So that was sort of good groundwork. I know she also has a long-term partner. That was good as well. You got to be weary about somebody falling in love with you if you're in there for 70 days. Like, I didn't want to deal with any of that shit. And seriously, like I see how these things go. And so that was very important. Then also her being just a total klutz and like tripping and breaking the champagne glass. That was very endearing. And I knew I wanted to find a ride or die in week 1, especially if I didn't win the first HOH. And I said, cool. Plus, knowing how stressful the house can be and how intense it is, I knew for my own sanity, I needed someone that I could tell not everything, but almost everything to. I needed someone who I trusted 100%, who also I would put my game in their hands. Like if I lost because of Helena, I was okay with that. That was in my head. I'm riding with this. I'm loyal to you all the way. So that conversation, we basically broke down everything. I told her I'm a big fan. I talked her through all the comps that I studied. She was in Power Poppers in week 1. Right before that, we met in the bathroom. I said, hey, like, if there's like an egg involved, shake the egg so the yolk breaks and it changes, like that kind of stuff. And then she also told me about her master's, and I told her about my master's. Like we're the only 2 people that we told about that. And then it was just locked in. From then on, we shared all information. I think she had more doubts than me to start the game. And then we eventually got to the point around day 20 something or 30 something where we were so loyal to each other that we're basically saying, yeah, like go, like she's like, yeah, go make a final 2 with Jess. I'm like, cool. you go make a final two with Marty.
Mm-hmm.
We got to that point of trust where it was just go do your thing, which was cool.
So when you obviously want like a ride or die, I think that the tricky part is like you feel like you vibe with her, but like what is it that makes you feel like okay, or when is the tipping point for you to be like okay, I'm gonna divulge everything here. I'm gonna put all my eggs in this basket. Did you do that right away, and if so, like what led you to that, or did you sort of kind of trickle it out a little bit?
No, I went for it. So day 2 we met. Day 3 we locked it in and gave it a name. I was all in. Why? I don't know. I think it was just a gut feeling and something I knew I needed to do. And I was okay with making the wrong choice there. Like I was good with it, which is, it's weird to think about because I wasn't a very trusting person. Like she was really the only person that I trusted like that. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I think it was the value thing. I think it was that I don't care if we don't get along in a few days. It was that we have similar values and we can always fall back to that. Yeah.
It's the power of a couple long conversations.
Yeah. I mean, that phone room was great to chat in.
Yeah.
I was upset it wasn't open all season. That was a good room. Even just going in there and screaming was fantastic. I had a couple good chats in there with Josh during week 1, less so game, more personal. I told Herman I was worried about Jess picking me as house guest choice. Me and Herman were getting along really well. And that was something later on in the game I would downplay, like especially at the end game to Betty and Josh. I would tell them that like I loved using Herman's like. Okay, let me get some straight. I think Herman is so funny. I think I think if he went to the club 3-4 times a night for 5 years, for like 5 nights a week, he would be headlining stadiums. I think he's that funny. But I always like to use his humor as like a game move. I don't know why. I think it's because it was important to him. So when I was campaigning, Melina said Herman's not funny. And I ran and told him like, Melina said you're not funny. Or like at the end game with Betty and Josh, I'm like, yeah, like I really don't have any, like me and Herman spoke 10 times the entire game. And also I don't really find him funny. Like, I don't know why. It was funny to me to go to the humor thing as a game move because it's so small and ridiculous, but I just enjoyed going to that. So I think that also made him nervous that I said that, but I also said I wouldn't use the veto. That was after dark week 1 because I also just didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep week 1. I didn't eat. It was not. If you're listening to this and you're on BBCAN10, eat and sleep. Go to bed when Big Brother tells you to, because otherwise it's not good. Like day 6, the feeds come on, and I think some people thought I was doing an act. I was in bad shape after that eviction. Like I was in really, really bad shape. That was night 6 was my worst day.
Yeah.
Simply because of a lack of food and sleep.
So the initial nominations that Herman makes, did you know what was going to happen? Did you feel okay about it?
I felt okay about it. I don't think I knew who was going up at the time. I think I had an idea that it was Jess, and I was hoping it wouldn't be because we had a decent relationship week 1. And again, like I know you're hitting the block week 1. You're in unless you're me, you're done. You know?
Yeah. And then with Jess on the block, did you know that you were an option for a renom if something happened with the veto? Like, were you concerned?
I assumed. I didn't know for sure, but I assumed that I would be an option. And then, so Jess wins. Like, I felt like I might go up. And then Herman told me, he told me it was me or Helena. I know he said Helena wasn't an option, and I believe him on that. But him telling me that when I'm loyal, I'm loyal to a fault, believe it or not. I was loyal to one person. So he tells me it's me or Helena. I'm like, great. Great. I'm not doing anything right now. This was also like 5 minutes before the POV ceremony. I said, cool, let's do it. Let's go up. I know I'm going up in the first 3 weeks. Let's just get this out of the way.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, you know, to hear Herman talk about it, like you're sort of like just being cool with it definitely, I think, helps in that, especially if it's 5 minutes before the ceremony. Like, obviously, you're not going to be able to change it. And for Herman and I think a lot of the people in the house, there wasn't really any question that they were always going to be evicting Melina. But you're hitting the block week one. You will be facing a vote. You know what? Like, are you nervous? Do you feel comfortable because you feel like the votes are there? Like, what's the feeling?
Oh, I'm terrified. It's incredibly scary. Like it says first evicted on my forehead. I know that. I knew I had Herman. Like I knew he was pushing for it, and that was great because it's week one. Like nobody wants to rock the boat with the HOH. It also was a blessing in disguise in a couple of different ways. One is that it gave me a reason to open game conversation with everyone. So Betty was actually the first person to tell me that I had her vote. We hadn't really gotten into game, but she told me I barely even had to campaign. So it was interesting to hear her tell you also, like, and again, like, let's get something straight. This is not canon, this interview. We all have incredible biases. We've all been affected by postseason press and what's online. Like give me a 10 in the stock watch because I deserve it, not because of this conversation. And so Betty tells me off the bat that I have her vote, and then I was going around campaigning. I was just trying to like have basic conversations with people about how they view the game, who they're vibing with. The one thing was I got a lot of good coaching. It wasn't just game from Summer and Tanisha. I was really close with Summer, and through that I got close with T. And T also has like the best social skills I've ever seen. She knows how to. It was unbelievable because also I'm good in smaller groups, like 10 or less. I can do my thing, especially one-on-one. That's where I do really well. In a group of 16, that was not. Yes, I was downplaying the threat level, but also that went in tandem with me actually not knowing how to. How do you communicate with 16 people with the biggest personalities from across the country? So T was amazing for just giving me little pointers of how to act in week one. There was an attempted flip from Jay. Jay was very close with Steph and JC Lynn. I don't think it had a ton of legs. And I also think it made Jay a bigger target for week two because Jay was going against the house and they saw that. Herman and Moose told me that Jay was doing it. I also had a good hang with Melina in the backyard when we were both on the block. Pretty depressing for both of us. We made an alliance called the Block, just for fun because don't want to leave the house. She didn't have any alliances, so we made that. And then also she told me that the dynamics she saw in the house, which are really accurate. And then, because I'm a rat, snake, whatever, I shared it with Moose and Herman and everybody else. I didn't need to, but also it's week one. Like I'm going to do what I need to do to stay. Mm-hmm. Felt pretty good about staying. Like people had told her that they were sending her home, but you're also sitting there on eviction night and you have to wonder, it's week one. At least I know that we're all terrible at this game at this point. Like people walk in and being like, I know in a season of all newbies, we are all dumb. We don't know what we're doing. This is going to be a mess, right? Mm-hmm. So people walk in and being like, I know exactly what I'm doing coming into the game. That is terrifying that you think that. So I was wondering, sitting there, is there a flip that I don't know about? Like, is everybody in the house lying to me? Is everybody playing chess and I'm playing checkers, as Moose would say? But at the end of the day, I knew I was staying. Summer actually told me the night before. She pulls me into Expedia, and I thought this would make the show, because they want to keep the intrigue going. Taran, tell me I'm talking too much. You want to go a different direction, by the way.
This is great. You're making my job very easy.
Okay. I have prep notes. I'm not going to show up without prepping. I do my research.
Yeah.
So Summer pulls me into Expedia, and she goes, Kev, like, I got to tell you, it's not going your way. It's going to be a landslide vote. You're going home. And at the time, like, I wasn't sure yet. I'm like, oh no, that's terrible. Then she like pulls me and she's like, I'm just messing with you. You're good. And I like fell to the ground laughing. It was really funny. She got me good. And then I opened the door. So the door twist, the big door twist of the season.
Yeah, the only person to open the door.
At first, I'm upset I get 500, but like, what a blessing. You don't want that $5,000, even the 2,500. Those are just reasons to put somebody on the block. Those are reasons to make it so much easier to evict someone. I'm so happy I got door 19, $500. I love that.
It perfectly fit like your character at the time too, of just like, of course I got the 500.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just sitting there, just trying to listen and like watch the house, basically. Like, if people don't want to talk to you at that point, I'm cool with it. I'm just observing things.
Yeah. So in the vote, you end up getting the only 2 votes cast against you in the whole season. One is from Jess, one is from Jay. The Jay one, they tried to flip the vote on you, so kind of makes sense. The Jess one, Jess is going to say later, like, this was intentional. Was it? Did they tell you ahead of time, or did they tell you afterward that they did that?
So let's do Jay first. Jay told me they were voting that way. They also didn't want someone to go out on a unanimous vote in week 1. Jess went back and forth about where they wanted to go that week, which also let me know, like, I don't think I can trust Jess long term. They also had a good relationship with Melina. Jess asked me which way to go, and I said vote against me.
Okay.
So, like, I knew the votes were going that way, and I also knew it would maybe make Jess a bigger target. So I just said, I prefer it if you vote to evict me.
Yeah, if you already have 1 vote against you, like two doesn't matter, Yeah,
whatever. There are going to be 11 others. Maybe someone throws another hinky. Maybe it's 10-3, but I wanted it.
Mm-hmm. And so, and that, I think it did help. You were basically able to hide your relationship with Jess all the way until, even after they were evicted. Nobody really saw that connection. And I also,
which astounded me.
Yeah. It's considering how, I mean, they actually, I think, credit to them, here. They did a great job of like helping hide the relationship. They were very good at like, not only hiding their connection, but then also like they were trying to help you in relationships, in various conversations, especially when they were HOH. But
and especially in Marty's HOH, Jess.
Oh yeah. But I always kind of like, because Jess was very like, I imagine after week 1, Jess was very loyal to you. And you were very not loyal to Jess. Did it stem from the week 1, like they were one of the people that wasn't with you, or was it just you were doing what you had to do?
Yeah, it was the flip-flopping about whether to keep me or Melina. That was immediately just a big red flag. And then also, Jess was my shield for the pre-jury. So I also I wanted to always be okay with them going.
Yeah. All right. So we get into week 2. Marty wins the HOH. Your relationship with Marty at this point, how do you feel?
Marty kept approaching me and being like, hey, we're both married. We got to look out for each other. And I would say, yeah, and then never go deeper. And so I felt okay about it at the time. I was happy. I didn't think I would be in too much danger. I also threw Surfs up. I don't know Like, I mean, I wasn't going to win that if I was trying to win it. But I saw Helena come off and we were talking about throwing it. And I said, you know what, let me just step off earlier now rather than trying to make this into 20 minutes or something.
Okay. So Marty wins. He's got a whole game plan. He is considering you and Jess. He's hoping to target Jay. He would have loved to put up Steph, but he made a deal with Steph. And
they did make a deal, right? So I know when there were 4 of them up there with Kyle, Gino, Steph, and Marty, they all agreed not to put each other up. But it seemed like, I don't know, I guess it wouldn't have been. It seemed like when it was just Steph and Marty kept trying to make a deal with her, and they like weren't on the same page.
Yeah,
it wasn't clear.
It's hard to remember exactly how it went down, but I remember at the time it was like what that was barely even a deal. It was like it wasn't like anybody stepped off. It was just like the two of them were like let's make a deal to not put each other up. And Steph was like, I don't know, sure. And then Steph
change. I think we're wearing the same shirt, Taran.
Are we?
I don't like that. Oh, yours is short sleeve. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, there you go. See,
okay,
I think we're okay.
I love.
I'm just you're trying to work me. You're trying to wear the same shirt as me.
Yeah, this is intentional.
Yeah. So Marty, he's got this idea. Ultimately, it's going to land on Jace. I think primarily because Jace was close to Steph. Jace is somebody that nobody's really going to fight for because Gino's kind of like, whatever. And so you are still an idea in Marty's head. And Jess does a great job of taking themselves off the table as an option because Marty feels like he's got a good relationship with Jess. So this is like your real, obviously you were on the block the previous week, but like big challenge here. You could go up again as a potential renom, and that would really solidify you as the perpetual pawn.
Yeah, this scares me a lot more than going up week 1. If I go up a second time, then I mean, the people were talking about my pawn shop for like the first 5 weeks or something, but going up week 2, then my game's done. It's over, I think. So I think I'm going to fight for this no matter what. One of the things that happens here, so there are a few things. One is Marty's pretty straight up about me being a replacement nominee. So I know I need to put in the work. He's also in a position where most people in the house were doing the thing where you walk in and you offer somebody safety for a week or whatever. I'm not going to put you up. I wasn't really doing that. Again, just because I was weary to open game with too many people. One of the things that Marty was doing was that he was just going through the people that he didn't have those 3-week deals with, right? So what I needed to do, so yeah, there's the whole Mandems thing that comes up, but I just said to Marty, okay, like I'm not going to put you up till jury, even if you put me up. And I think to him that kind of blew his mind a little bit because he's like, oh, like you're not playing by the rules that everybody else is playing by. And I said, yeah, like I don't have deals, so I'm just not going to put you up till jury, right? So I think that was the start of him really wanting to work with me as well because he thought, okay, like this guy has a different approach to things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like because he also was like a person who was trying to pick up pieces, right? And so I think that probably helps get you in his mind as a person that like maybe can be picked up. So was that before the veto was won, or was it after?
I think it was after.
Okay. So
just this has nothing to do with me, but side note, great for JC Lynn to win that veto.
Oh yeah.
She would have stayed, but Master Baker was just watching that. Everybody on the bench thought it was impossible. Not only the puzzle and moving the trays over the thing because they fell so many times. So for her to win that, that's such a good early game veto win. Doesn't really harm anyone and also makes people say, okay, I'm not targeting this person for a long time.
Yeah. And I mean people kept talking about that all the way until she was evicted. because it took what, like how many hours?
I don't know. It was a long time.
Yeah, you wouldn't win that tiebreaker question. So,
No.
I
am a math, right?
yeah. We'll get there. Have you just like dumped all the knowledge out of your head at this point? Or you're like, I'm done with it? Or is it still there? The days and stuff.
The days? Give me a day.
What day was what did Betty win the veto?
Day 50.
There you go.
It was her fourth veto. It was my second. It was Josh's fifth or sixth. Gino's fourth. Summer's third. So yeah, I've done some of it. I would have been quicker at that.
You are now Jace won the veto. You're now a big option.
Yeah.
And Marty kind of tells you like, hey, I'm thinking about putting you up.
Yeah.
And so like what is the game plan here?
I just want to speak to him and get him talking because I need to just keep myself off the block, and I would much rather campaign to one person being Marty versus, however many people were in the house and voting. How many people voted that week? 12 people. Like, it's just so much easier to speak to one person versus 12. So I was going to put in the work. And then he also wanted to make sure that I stayed. I was hoping that I could get Kyle to do some work for me, and Kyle did, because I knew how much more sway Kyle had. And at that point, I saw how important of a player Kyle was to the beginning of the game. So for him to put in the work also helped a lot. I didn't really care who went up as long as it wasn't me or Helena, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kyle was more, tell me if I'm wrong, I think Kyle was more the person who was pushing for Betty. I just said, I don't really care who it is, because Marty also thought his deals with Betty and Josh were kind of tenuous at that point.
Yeah. It's so yeah. You have the conversation with Marty, where you're kind of like, hey, they could flip on me. Marty's kind of like I'm not sure about Moose. Yeah, but I think everyone else. And then you go to Kyle. And you're like, hey, I think Marty might put me up, but I think they might flip on me. Like, what about Moose? And Kyle's like, what about Moose? See, do you know what his degree is? And so Kyle goes to Marty, and they discuss potentially not putting you on the block and instead putting Betty up because she's working with Jay. And Betty has already been having conversations about potentially flipping the vote on Jace prior to Jace winning the veto to save Jay and to take Jace out. So that kind of tracks.
And there was also this thing that Kyle mentioned to me. He's like, yeah, I don't know if like Betty deserves to be here right now. And to me, that was that was the first huge red flag with Kyle. I'm like, okay, you're overlooking people. That first of all, like, that's great for me, because I'm going to keep doing this I'm your like lapdog thing.
Your axe.
That was also that
you're going to sharpen.
Is that what he said?
Instead of going to sharpen your axe.
So I was trying to work with, because I knew who he was, I felt like that was a huge advantage. And that was largely why I was trying to work with him off the bat. Like, so I kept proposing this just 2-person alliance to him. And he pushed it off for a while until week 2 or 3 when he was finally like, okay. And that was also a big red flag, because it took me so long to break through to him. So that was another thing where I was like, okay, I can't work with this guy long term.
Yeah. Well, he is very very valuable to you here in the first portion of the game. And
oh my God, he breaks the game for me. He creates the ladder of chaos that I climb.
Yeah, very much so.
It's amazing. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, everyone was so mad at him.
Yeah, I was like, this is unbelievable. I don't know I still don't understand. Like, I need to go. That's something I might go back and watch just for my own I just need. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, I'll try to walk you through it when we get there. So you then go back to Marty. This is when you pitched like there's a big alliance in the house potentially, and you kind of use the Mandam's alliance information a little bit. You basically just I think just throwing anything against the wall to be like, because it seemed like the thing that was hitting the hardest was if you put me up, you're risking things not going your way because the vote might flip on me. And here's why your understanding of the house might not be a complete one. And here's why, it might backfire.
And it could have. I think I would probably stay by a close margin against Jay, but it would not have been simple at all. Like, I think the Savage 7 would keep me, and there were 7 of them voting that week. Mm-hmm. Right. So, but I think it would be a little bit tight. And also me clocking the Savage 7 minus Josh was also just like sitting there and just looking at who's hanging out with who and seeing people leave a room together. That's just from being quiet. That's just from shutting my mouth and just watching what's going on in the house. I also thought there was something going on with Herman, Moose, Steph, JC, Lynn, Kyle, and Gino. So that was the retreat plus Moose, basically. And then I thought they had a master plan where I didn't really think this, but I liked the idea that, I was Kyle's pawn, Marty was Gino's pawn, Helena was somewhere with Steph and Jace, Tanisha was Moose's pawn, and Summer was Herman's. And that also helped the next week to flip Marty a little bit. Yeah,
and so like that was where the because it was talked about like the cookout structure of like having like a 6-person alliance and having like a person that each of one of those people had as a pawn that sort of like it was like what was a Kyle, Gino, Tanisha. I don't remember the 6 people in the alliance, but that was something that was being theorized.
Yeah, well, I also thought I was going into the season. I thought that people would try and do like a 6 or 5-person alliance and try and do that. That was one of the things I was worried about. But really it was just Kyle with like a bunch of different pawns. Yeah. Like it was just Kyle trying to play everyone. It wasn't a unified strategy. It was just Kyle trying to have pawns. Mm-hmm. The meditation sessions would happen. I was having trouble building a relationship with Gino early on. But that felt like, first of all, just good for my brain to do, but also a way to connect without really chatting too much. Like later me and G would become like good friends, but week 2 still was having trouble like breaking through to him. So doing those meditation sessions with him and Kyle also helped to just have some time and sort of just be physically present in the same room as well.
Mm-hmm. So once Marty has been convinced to not put you up, he's now thinking he's going to put Betty up. This is when the relationship between the two of you seems to develop more. He starts talking more game with you. He tells you, if I ever get HOH again, I'm probably going to put Betty and Josh up. He didn't even know how true that was multiple times.
I wish it wasn't so true. It took a lot of work.
But he talks to you about something that was very prevalent early on, which is that at this time, so he's got a good relationship with Helena. You have got a good relationship with Helena, and you're both kind of playing coy about. He's much less coy about it. He's like, I think I've got Helena. But so Helena is doing a similar thing to what you're doing, a similar thing to what Jess is doing right now. Just building individual relationships, maintaining that level of safety for the time being. Josh, the other like main person in your game, is included in the big alliance. But one of the reasons why it's difficult to clock him in it is because he never talks to them. He is not talking game with anyone. And there are a lot of people in the game, including people from the alliance, who are like, Josh sketches me out. He's not talking game with me. I go to talk game with him. He never reciprocates. So what is your relationship with Josh at this point in week 2?
we're friends. Game wise, I sort of see what he's doing, not entirely yet, but I assumed he was deeper with people. So I thought that he, based on what people were saying, I thought him and Betty were way closer than they were in week 2. I misread that. I thought they were like really ride or die from day one, and they were close. Tell me if I'm wrong, but they weren't that deep.
Yeah.
So I wanted to work with him, but I was also weary. We had a conversation, I think it was week 2, it might have been week 3 at the table, where I was trying to understand where he was coming from. And he goes, well, I think you need a ride or die in this game. I have one. And I think you have one too. And I was like, whoa, I don't know what that means, but I'm into it. I need to dig into this. I think he was talking about Betty. So maybe it was week 3. I don't know. I think he maybe thought Kyle was my ride or die. I'm not sure. He had no idea about Helena.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it feels like he didn't know about Helena until like Betty won HOH in week 10 or whatever. But that's,
I mean, some of it he didn't know till
right.
Like my speech.
So you don't go on the block. Betty goes on the block after being told to kick her feet up, and she's pretty mad.
I do hate you.
At you.
Yeah. I'm excited about this. I was looking, as a Kevin, I was looking for my Karen, and I wanted it to be her. I didn't tell her about that, which was a mistake. But it ended up being like this beautiful, fun rivalry where I watched a clip where Jay's like, why would you vote for Betty when she has it out for you? And in my head, I'm like, I love that Betty has it out for me. I love that. Like, this is fun for me. I'm enjoying this. So, and Betty, what was cool and also maybe bad for me was that she's one of the people that I really didn't always get to. Like, she had a really good Kevin radar from the beginning, right? And that was fun for me. Like, it's like you're probably not going to win the game. I'm speaking of myself. You're probably not going to win the game if you're playing this. Who people are lying if they say they're excited to see it's a 16-person season. Season 9 is 14 people, right? You walk in with 60 people. It's like, cool. I'm on the block week 1. Let's just have fun with this. And let's just see what happens. And I see Betty, and Betty's like so mad at me, and like I always really liked Betty, like always. Even when she hated me, I was like, I like this person so much, which was hard to convey to her because I also in Betty's mind that doesn't make any sense. Like, I should hate her. I should dislike her. So yeah, when she's like, I do hate so pretend like you hate me to get ahead of ourselves. That was me knowing I wanted to help flip it to save Josh, but I couldn't play charades with Betty.
Yeah.
You told me I was a terrible person.
Yeah, and I meant that.
She meant it. Many interactions with Betty throughout the season, but I think it's this first one where you are gonna kind of go to like Summer and Tanisha and be like, yeah, so remember when you said to like be nice to Betty? I think I messed that one up, and you kind of go around. The way that I saw it, you were using the situation to sort of like build, like be like, hey, look, I'm in a conflict, and man, Betty really hates me now, and just kind of like use that strategically to help further bonds.
Yeah, I think there was some thought of maybe Betty isn't that good at comps. If people think she's coming for me, that's kind of a good person where they'll say, okay, Betty's just going to go for Kevin if I'm ever a target. Yeah, Betty's going to do it. That was a part of it. There were some things that I didn't consider too much with that. Like it was not planned well, but it ended up being a cool little like frenemy.
Well, so that because then Betty starts going, is Kevin saying that I yelled at him? And Herman is like, well, no, not like yelled. It's just like that, you had a conversation. She's like, oh my God. And he's like, well, don't go yell at him again. And she's mad at you.
And then And then we had a good talk about it after as well.
Yeah.
She shared some things with me, and we had a really good chat. That sort of set. I don't know if that was that on the feeds.
Well, I know that. Well, it depends on which conversation you're talking about, because there was a conversation a little bit later, because she's campaigning, and she ends up sort of like reconciling with you, and then the week after as well, she thinks she's going on the block. She pre-campaigns, and so there were a couple of good conversations that happened prior to then the terrible person when Josh goes up.
Right. Okay. So we actually had a really good chat after that, where like, without going into it too much, we like found some common ground, and then me and Betty were friends until Josh went up.
So you continue to kind of play up. You have a conversation with Helena where you're just like, how funny is it that so many people want like us to win HOH essentially, because like Kyle's like, oh yeah, this is when he says he's sharpening your axe, and like Marty's excited for you to win, and she's like, oh, that's funny because Josh told me that he wants me to win HOH, and you guys are just like, this is funny, and you say to her, you think Josh is the best player in the house.
Yeah, like it felt like Josh was just really well connected without being really well connected. Like he wasn't giving up a ton of information to people, which I know was a red flag. So my understanding of the Savage 7 is also it was the Savage 6, and then they pulled in Josh. I
mean, I think that even if that wasn't how it like actually went, because I'm not sure exactly the timeline of it, but that's like, that was the structure of it. Like Josh never felt included. He was talking to Jay about like, I'm working with these guys, but like, I don't really like them. Like, they don't really talk to me. And he never really felt like he was in it.
Yeah. Anything else? Week 2, I tried to open the door with Moose a little bit, and then Tanisha tells me, be careful who you start talking game to at this point. And then I knew I couldn't really work with Moose from then on. And then I also heard, I don't remember what it was. Betty said something to me, whether that week or the next week, that was like, I heard you said this. And it was something I said to Tanisha. And that also was when I started doubting Tanisha a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like the hearing through things through people let me know. Like you plant a little seed, and then if it comes back to you, you can't trust that person.
Yeah. So Jay leaves, and that's probably a pretty easy decision for you. You had a conversation with Jay about it as well. Jay was one of the people, even more so than Betty, that was like very like one of the more anti-Kevin people in the house.
Yeah.
So it made sense.
And having people early on who were like Jay and Kyle, who when they were on the block were campaigning heavily as like, I'm coming for Kevin. And I think it also worked in my favor in a way, because it's like, oh, like, why are you coming for Kevin? Like, Kevin's so nice,
And yeah, like also the fact that they were campaigning that way and then left, they were evicted, was sort of like proof to the house that that's not a valuable thing. Like you going for Kevin doesn't do anything for us. So
what happened to the fashion show? I thought the fashion show, Jay was going to get the two groups and make a good pitch, and then the pitch was like, well, everybody's here. See me if I'm good for your game. I was so fired up. That was a
little strategically disappointing, because
the fashion show.
The episodes just hate the fashion shows though. They're not into them. They never show them.
Well, I think Josh's thing made it. That's it. Which was the best part. Josh's walk in the fashion show.
Oh,
with the green thing.
So Jay is evicted.
Yeah.
And Kyle wins the next HOH. Kyle had just had, a thing with Jay. He kind of had a thing with Betty.
Yeah.
And Betty's coming for the guys, as one of the few people outside of the power structure. I'm sure you've heard me say this, but like like the podcast where we found out where we saw that Kyle won that HOH, we're just like, oh, there goes the season. Like this is such an easy HOH. So this is going to be very straightforward.
No,
it's a very easy.
I could see how it would seem like that.
Yeah, he was at the center of he had the retreat.
Yeah.
He had Savage 7. He had good relationships with all of the outsiders. And very easy week. Take Betty out of the game. Solidify everything. Create a persona of being reliable in the house. Like, oh man, what? That's unfortunate.
Thankfully that didn't happen.
Little did we know.
He told me to kick my feet up.
He did. And so here's the thing. He also did. He had been talking about Jess because Jess had been doing a good job, but Kyle had started to sort of catch on. He had heard from Marty that Jess was saying things to Marty about wanting to work with Marty, and some of the interactions with Jess, like Jess was saying things like don't talk to Gino about me, like let me talk to Gino. And he was getting a little sketched out. Like, is Jess trying to play is Jess saying the same thing to everyone? And so he was considering targeting Jess. He was considering targeting Betty. And he was also skeptical of Moose at this point for a multitude of reasons that we will get into. But he does talk to you, and I mentioned this in your game recap. He talks to you about potentially targeting Jess, and he mentions his doubts about Jess to you. And it does seem like you are a huge reason why he turns away from that option. So walk me through this conversation.
Yeah, I don't remember the conversation too well, but I think it's just a bit early for me to say goodbye to Jess at this point. Mm-hmm. And also just knowing that Kyle liked to use, like I knew he was doing a similar thing with Helena as he was doing with me. So I knew that, and he wanted to sort of control people in that way. So if I remember right, I wanted to paint Jess as somebody who really didn't have anybody who Kyle could then bring under his wing, because that felt like the best way to appease to the things that he wanted.
Yeah.
Like, why are you going to get somebody out who has nobody, especially if, you want to be a legend or whatever? Like,
yes.
Go after someone better.
Yeah, and sort of the pitch is like because Jess is somebody that you could bring in and use, like, why put them up and then they'd probably win veto. That's what they did last time, and now you've burnt that bridge. Yeah. Now you won't be able to do it. Yeah.
Painting Jess is better for a backdoor target also.
Mm-hmm.
Especially knowing that, like, we had a feeling that the veto was going to be used every week. Like, after it happened that the veto was going to be won by a nominee every week. After it happened the first 2 weeks, it started to just be like, it's just the season now.
I mean, that's what Kyle should have assumed, but
yeah.
So Kyle comes back to you and he says, look, it's not going to be Jess. Instead, I've got an idea. I made an alliance early on that I think is going to have to be dismantled. What is your reaction to him telling you this?
So when he's telling me, and he's talking about the retreat at this point, or the Savage
Yes,
7?
He's talking about the retreat at this point because he's thinking about putting Steph up.
I love this. I love this so much. I'm like, perfect. I know there are all these things going on in the house. I need these, even if I don't have an exact idea of who's in every single one, I need these to break so that I can eventually pit two sides of the house against each other. Steph was a very interesting one to me because in week one, when I'm campaigning, I could tell who were the people that I could influence, right? And Steph, I could not break. She's a really, really good communicator. I think a lot of it's due to like her job. She deals with a lot of tough situations. And I could tell very early on that she wasn't someone that could be easily influenced. That also was in some ways her downfall, because half the house thought that they were Steph's target.
Mm-hmm.
That I thought I was, Marty thought he was, Summer thought she was. Like, people were afraid of Steph, and then plus Steph was saying like, Kayla's my favorite player. Like that's also like, you know, that's a scary thing to say. So when Kyle says, yeah, I'm thinking about putting up Steph, I'm like, I love this so much. Tell me more, Mr. Moore.
Yes. Did like when you were trying to convince Kyle to not put Jess, did you have any inclination that like maybe he will do something wild, or did you feel like you know, hopefully it's not Jess, hopefully it is somebody like you know, like Betty, or who did you have an idea of like who you ideally would have targeted there?
I knew that there was something going on. Like, you could just tell that Kyle wanted to do something, or wanted to make like I was a little bit worried about him going after Josh, which would happen, because I knew Marty wanted Josh up as well, and at that point, me and Marty were talking. But as again, like early on, as long as it's not me or Helena on the block, I don't really care. And great, let me keep Jess safe as well. I know Marty's safe.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's not, I would rather. I mean, at that point, I'm still also really close with Summer and Tanisha, even though Tanisha's like kind of onto me. But outside of that group, like whatever.
Mm-hmm. So his initial plan is that he's going to put Steph up because so some of the things that were happening within the Savage Seven were that Moose was like, you know, kind of playing both sides between Herman and Kyle. And he's telling Kyle, like, we got to take the shot at Herman. And he meant it. He had a relationship with Kyle. Yeah. He felt like Herman was a huge threat, and he's right. But Kyle feels like this guy's playing me. This guy's trying to pretend like he's not close with Herman, but he's really he's really with Herman. And so Kyle feels wary about that, and Moose has also told Kyle, hey, the girls, Jason and Steph, have talked about taking a shot at the guys. And they had a conversation. It was one of those conversations, we actually talked about it at the time, where it was like, Jace was talking about Gino and how she's obviously not going to, you know, go to the end, but she's going to turn on Gino eventually. And Steph was like, yeah, we're not going to play these guys' games. We're talking about the retreat. Right. But they were in the alliance. Like they were going to be loyal for a while. And it was like, will they actually turn? Maybe long down the line. But Moose starts talking about it. Moose is just kind of like throwing in some random information. This is his chaotic phase of the game. And he starts throwing out the idea of like, hey, I think they're working. I think the girls are working together. And he tells that to Jason and Steph. He's like, I heard that the girls are working together. Like, where did you hear that? He's like, I don't know. I just made it up. And so Kyle's very worried about Moose at this point. But he feels also now from that information that like, okay, Steph and Jace, we can't trust them. They're going to turn on the guys. He felt his number one was Gino so much. Like he was so loyal to Gino, and he felt like taking out maybe some of these like Steph or something along those lines, I think in his mind was like, okay, I'm preventing the Steph and Jace revolution at some point, locking in that power base, which obviously made no sense. They weren't going to turn, and this was the key to Kyle's position in the game, was the retreat. But
by the way, this is like, at this point, this is 2 months of me waiting to understand this. So
right.
I'm really enjoying this. Please go on.
So that's his idea, and he's also like, when he goes through other options, he goes to Jess. Well, I wouldn't want to do Jess. They might win the veto, and I don't want to burn that bridge. I don't want to do Kevin. I've got Kevin. I don't want to do Helena. I've got Helena. I don't want to do Betty. It's a waste. I'm not making a big enough move to do that. He thinks about Josh. Marty's pushing Josh, but he has a good conversation with Josh, and Josh is in the Savage Seven, so on and so forth. And people might be mad if he does Josh. He doesn't want to make people mad. He could do like Tanisha, but then, you know, obviously Savage Seven, be very upset with him. And so like he's going through all the options, all the different people that like people will be mad if I do this, people will be mad if I do this. And the thing that I said a lot was like, he ultimately lands on Steph one of the reasons being that nobody will be mad at him for nominating Steph, because the only person that should be mad at him for doing that is himself. And so, right, like nobody will be mad at me because it's my ally. So I'm not nominating anybody's allies.
What's the JC Lynn Steph relationship at this point? They're tight, right?
They were seemingly very tight. And we thought that like when Jace finds this out, she's going to be like, whoa, what the hell? But similar to like Gino's reaction when Marty was like, hey, I'm going to put Jace up, and Gino was like, chill. When they tell Jace, she's like, great, I love it. And she ends up campaigning against Steph for a while, wanting Steph out. And we were very surprised. We're like, where did this come from? I
heard that. I thought it was fake.
It wasn't fake.
I thought it was like, yeah, people associate us together. We're not. I thought that was a lie.
That's what. So Kyle pitches to her, I'm putting Steph up, and here's why. And he gives her the pitch of like, you know, people are associating the two of you together. It's ruining your game. This is going to be better for your game. And at the time, and I'll ask Jace when I talk to her, I didn't know if she was just like, yeah, Kyle, sure. We see in the episodes that she is like, I hope he's not playing me for a fool. But it did seem like for a time she was genuinely like, yeah, I want to take Steph out here over Betty, because she did have a good relationship with Betty too. And so she was talking to Betty about it. She was talking to Gino about it.
Right.
But then, you know, things shifted over the course of the week, and she ends up back on Steph's side. But it seemed like that, and this was like the proof too, that like the Steph Jace relationship was never one to be super threatened by. She was very willing to drop Steph. So she was willing to. Gino was very much willing to. Gino was also a little bit concerned about like Steph and Jace together, and I'm sure he felt like it would be. And he also like there was a weird situation where like Steph had been flirting with him, and he was like ready to like sort of let Steph go. So nobody would be mad. Nobody would be mad for Steph to leave. Jace and Gino both on board. And Herman was another person that he was worried about. And he has a very awkward conversation with Herman the night he wins HOH, where he was this on the episode? He opens up with, I talked to Herman about it, where he opens up with like, so first of all, do you think I'm an idiot? Herman's like,
yeah.
What do you mean? Do you think I was in fact born yesterday? No. And then the rest of the conversation is super awkward. And I'm like, these two, this Savage 7 thing, like these two are going to take shots at each other at some point. But Herman is good, and he is eventually able to sort of like be like, dude, bro, I'm with you. And so he kind of leans off of that too.
There's so many good quotes I've heard from that week, like Kyle talking to Betty and looking at the doors and saying, "You see those letters? Those mean something to me." Like
he truly was the chosen one. He was meant to be on this show. It was fantastic. So
is he a huge fan, Kyle, or it was just last year he just got
he had no idea what the show was until last year. But then he became a big fan, and he watched some seasons back, but you know, never was, I think, engaged enough. I mean, when season 9 is like your only season of like knowing what was really happening on the live feeds, like you know, that was a wild season. So
what did you think when you saw him in the cast?
I did a Twitch stream where I went back and I watched the videos of us playing Among Us, and I clipped it together, and I in a very polite way I tried to be like, I'm not sure about this guy's like reads. Like I basically said, like, this could be a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. But he is not going to be very like, he has his own ideas of what he wants to do, and he's just going to do it. Because he was like very adamantly wrong a lot in Among Us. And so I was like that, like sometimes that's good because he's not easily like, you know, manipulated, but it could also mean that he goes off in a completely like wild direction. But fantastic television though, really
So
great.
good.
But a lot of people were very excited about Kyle, and
I can see why.
yeah, they felt like he would be very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he tells Betty that she's going up.
Yeah.
And she immediately starts campaigning. You have a good conversation with her.
Yeah. Yeah. And me and Betty are bonded at this point by just being like, people who are just easy names.
Yeah.
Like we have a lot of good / sad times in the money room, just lying there, just be like, well,
Yes. So in the meantime, Kyle so the target is Steph, but he tells Jace. Jace puts up no fight. In fact, Jace is like, go for it. I love it. And he tells Herman, and Herman is like,
send help, somebody.
but yeah, bro, great move. I love it. Oh, you're brilliant. He's like, I can't. We're demolishing the retreat. What are we gonna do about the retreat? And he's like, I guess we're just gonna have to tell the Savage Seven about it. And he's like, really? Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. And so he is. I think because obviously this is terrible for Herman's game. But if he pushes back, he's absolutely the target for Kyle.
Yeah,
So it's a rough spot for him.
Herman got screwed.
He really did.
He was in such a good position.
I think that if I were to, because I think he got very unlucky. But if I were to say something that I think he could have done better, one of the things that I was looking at for Herman's game early on is that I didn't see him doing enough like team building, like bonding, making sure that the two sides of his alliance were cool with each other. He was a little
like
bit
when you bring in like your hockey team and you make them all pick gummy bears to bring them together.
Exactly. Yeah. You need to do gummy bear exercises. He was a little too passive, and like 9 times out of 10, never going to matter. Like the alliance is going to hold because there's no Kyle. But in this particular instance, it did not work out super well. So Kyle, the last person Kyle needs to talk to is Steph. He keeps putting it off because he doesn't want to do it. He brings in Steph. I'm sure you saw this conversation on the episode. It was a lot longer on the feeds, obviously. He tells Steph he's putting her up. But he's really reluctant to do this. He knows that it's like a shitty thing to do. And that she's like, I trust it. What are you doing? Why? And so she does it. Yeah. And she does a great job here too, of like the reaction is very easy to read, of just like pure, like, what? It makes no sense because I genuinely never even considered turning on you. And I think Kyle is able to read some of that. And he's like, what am I doing? Hold on. But he's talking with her, and she then he starts, she's like, why are you doing this? Well, I heard that you were saying things. I heard that you were saying you were going to target me. And she's, who said that? And Moose did it. And she goes,
Where's Moose?
And she's also saying,
That's wild. That's wild.
many times. So she goes and she grabs Moose, and Moose comes up, and he starts spinning it, and I talked to Herman about it. He's doing this for the sake, like he's like, oh, somehow like this got out. Kyle must have messed up. He accidentally said my name. Like I need to fix this for Kyle. So he's trying to smooth it over. Like, of course I didn't say that. Like this, who do you think might have said that? He's trying to throw like Herman under the bus. He's trying to throw other, like, there are people that you're probably close to that you think are with you, but they're really not. And he's trying to get the blame onto other people. And he's also cool with this move. It wouldn't have necessarily been the move he made. He was actually pushing for Herman, but he's cool with it too. So he's just trying to like smooth things over for Kyle, and he's doing his moose thing where he's like talking a mile a minute. And
this is for Kyle. He's helping Kyle.
And so
I'm gonna sit down. This is a lot. Just give me 1 sec. I'm gonna sit down. Oh my god, this is fantastic.
All right, get ready. So
let's continue.
So Moose does a great job of de-escalating the situation. Steph is feeling like okay, she keeps asking Kyle like, so am I the target? And he's like, well, I don't know. We'll see. And she's like, so I'm the target? And Moose is like, well, let's calm down. Like, it's okay. And so Moose is able to like kind of get things back on track. He leaves, and Kyle immediately is just like, wow. Well, he's a really good liar, huh? And like this isn't my fault. It's still his fault. And this is when we get in the episode.
Oh my gosh. What Moose is doing, this is an award-winning performance.
For you, to help you, Kyle. But
I thought it was a fake fight. I was like, I don't understand. I thought Kyle was close with Steph and Moose. I'm sitting on, I think I'm in the main room, and I just hear them fighting the HOH, and people are going to listen. I'm just like, I know this is a fake fight because this doesn't make any sense. And Moose and Steph had done like some fake fighting a couple days earlier, so that was how I rationalized whatever was going on.
Yeah. So now Kyle is thinking, Moose just gave an award-winning performance, and Steph just made it very clear that like, what the hell are you doing? Why would you put me up? But at this point, Kyle has already told all of the Savage Seven pretty much about the retreat. Before he talked to Steph, he prepped everyone, because he was talking to Herman, he was like, we're going to have to tell the Savage Seven about the retreat. And Herman was like, okay, well, let's reconvene about the best way to do that. And then Kyle immediately went to Josh and was like, so Josh, there was an alliance that was made. It was like a backup thing. And Josh is like, oh, wow, that's great. So you're going to, okay, yeah, cool. So he's gone around, he's already blown up the retreat. But now he's like, maybe Steph shouldn't be the target. And you've got Marty in his ear again, like, Josh, you should be nominating Josh. And Kyle's still thinking like, I'm worried about Moose and Herman. I think the two of them are secretly working together. I think that like, I'm worried about that. I'm thinking maybe that's the shot. And so he says, maybe what if we did, like, what if we backdoored like Moose or Herman? And Marty's like, sure, that's fine too. Whatever. So the idea is potentially Moose or Herman now. For a second there, it looked like Herman might be the shot. He talks to Herman, and Herman again does a very good job of I'm with you, like whatever you want. Oh, you already ratted out the Retreat Alliance. That's great. You did a great job. I'm so impressed. And Kyle ends up just complaining about Moose, and the target firmly falls onto Moose at that point. So now the plan is Steph and Betty with a Moose backdoor, right? Which makes a little bit of sense. Like, not a lot of sense, but in terms of like where Kyle has already gone, like in terms of targeting Moose, it makes some amount of sense, right? So
You're
then
having so much fun this week.
yes. Yeah. Streaming on Twitch multiple days. So then he has another conversation. He's like, wait a minute. If my target isn't Steph anymore, why am I putting Steph on the block? That doesn't make any sense. Why am I burning that bridge? What if I don't put Steph on the block and I say, look, the plan the whole time was to backdoor Moose, and you were just, so I'm not actually against you. And it's like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's not put Steph on the block. He's like, okay, so it's Betty and Moose. That's the plan, right?
But
So
then
it's
he needs Steph to play in the veto, right?
Yes.
So he puts up Steph, but then it's like, if you want her to win the veto, then why don't you just backdoor him, right?
exactly.
That's okay.
So that's how,
I got it.
that's the path. Where and it's just like, it's a great example of just like how sometimes in this game, you can just get so lost in the tunnel of like decision making where you just keep taking turns and you forget where you started. So he can't have Moose versus Betty because Moose will win that veto. So we need Steph in the veto competition. But at that point, yes, why not just go back to the original plan of backdooring him where he doesn't have any chance of playing in the veto? So at this point, Betty still thinks she's going up on the block. Moose is like comforting her, neither of them having any idea that the opposite of what they expect is going to happen. And so he ends up putting Moose up, blindsiding Betty, who doesn't go up on the block. And Moose is devastated. Moose is just like, what the hell? I'm working. I know this guy. I've been working with him. I'm loyal to him. This doesn't make any sense.
It's the single biggest advantage you could possibly have in the house.
Mm-hmm.
How do you throw that out? How do you throw that out?
Absolutely.
I don't understand.
We hear this from Moose.
You're absolutely destroying one of the strongest relationships that you had in this game. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
And there's no reasoning to the reasoning either.
There was no reasoning in the reasoning.
So
Thank you for clarifying that. I think I have a good idea of the rest of the week. Although and this is me being a fan asshole. Like, this is not a backdoor. Josh plays in the veto. Let's grow up. Let's stop calling this a backdoor. Okay.
All right. Well, so then obviously Moose wins the veto. He's got a great celebration. Check to Kyle. And then Marty's in Kyle's ear about like Josh.
And Marty's upset. Marty's mad that Kyle didn't tell him about Moose.
Yes.
This is the start. This gives me a little thread that just.
Yes. So all while this is happening, like chaos is reigning, and this is your element. So so like what is your place in all of this up until Moose wins the veto?
I'm just agreeing with Kyle, everything Kyle's telling me, and then I start to see things breaking down a little bit, and then And then this is my attempt to like really work with her mom. This is the do or die with her mom. Mm-hmm. So Kyle starts the bargain bin / the clearance rack, which I believe consists of me, Marty, Gino, Jace, Herman, and him. Okay.
He had so many. I don't know if you know how many variations of Kyle's alliances that he made that week. It was ridiculous. At least there had to have been at least 4. Like Village Voice, the one you're talking about. He still had the 4-person thing with Marty that initially included Moose and then included Herman. And I don't think they ever named that. No, they tried. The Pretty Boys 2.0 was an option. They're a lot.
So no, I don't even. Okay, so that comes together. I'm like, okay, this is fine. I'm talking to Jace and somebody else, I think Kyle, in the pantry when they're considering putting up Josh, and Jace goes, yeah, like this is such a good group of people. We have us, we have Steph, and then Kyle looks at her and she's like, oh, I mean like Gino Mercer. I'm like, okay, this is clearly whatever this is. I am not into it because you don't even know who's in this alliance because she drops the Steph. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. At the same time, finally, after everything, Summer's proposing the Rebel Rejects. I love the Rebel Rejects. I want to do the Rebel Rejects. I am into it, but I'm like, you need to work on Herman. And Herman just gave the big X on it. I would have loved to work with the Rebel Rejects. Like that. So it's me, Summer, T, Helena, Josh, Herman. Is that right?
Yep.
Great group. Let's do it. Let's ride this thing out. You know. But Herman's not into it. But I'm trying to build with Herman because I'm like, oh, does Herman know that we're in 2 alliances right now with pretty much most of the house? So then that was when I think about like trying to make the comedians, it was almost worth just. I tried to show him my cards a little bit there, but I didn't do it enough. It would have been too dangerous if the 2 of us were in the 2 different alliances. It eventually would have led to. But if he was into it, I think between the 2 of us, we might have been able to play that, and that would have been really fun. It would have been really fun.
Yeah, I mean, like he essentially was in the position to be the probably a more dangerous version of Josh, right? Like where you 2 are kind of like secretly playing the field, and it's a fascinating hinge point in the game because it's the closest the 2 of you ever come to like working together, and you are such opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of like how you're playing the game at this point.
Yeah.
So it felt like you had been pushing for, like you had been talking to Summer and being like bring me into a group. Like it felt like this was like, you knew that this was the time as things were crumbling to rebuild something, and that you wanted to make sure you were in on it.
Yeah, and that was true. That was real. I wanted to do something with Summer, and it was very clear. Like whether that was Summer's army that she made up and didn't want to build, or whether it was something else. Like this was the time to put in something like that. And I think Summer wanted a bit more of me, and I said, yeah, like I'm ready. Like I'll rock with this group, but it just didn't work.
Yeah. So you approach Herman with the comedians, and it's like it comes close, but I think probably similar to Moose, like once he's put you on the block, even though you're as, like, yeah, I'm down as can be, there's probably something in the back of his head that's like, I have wronged this guy. And so he's always just been a little bit wary. And he also knows that you're close to Kyle because he's close to Kyle, and Kyle's always talking about how he's got you. And on your end, like, that Kyle's always talking about like Herman's my boy, and Herman's saying, yeah, Kyle's my boy, because he doesn't want to reveal to anybody else that he's not in with Kyle, especially if Kyle has them. And so there's just this barrier that you 2 kind of like butt up against, and you're not able to breach it.
I was completely fine that Herman put me on the block. I didn't really care. What I did care about was, which is again, like, this is like, if I trust someone, I'm viciously locked in. What I cared about was that it wasn't true, apparently, that he was going to put Helena up. Like when he was throwing out Helena's name to me week 1, I was like, cool, I'm coming for you. But I didn't mind that I won.
Yeah, and that was the thing too, is that like the relationship with Helena was also a little bit like at this point Helena is because Josh is now up on the block, and Helena is kind of publicly wavering a bit.
And gonna get so much heat after this.
Yeah, and so Herman was already kind of like what is Helena doing? Like, pick a side already. And so that's an issue as well. And so it largely because of this situation with Herman, the Rebel Rejects never really takes off. And then you and Herman, I know, right? I talked to Summer about it. It's like, man, if Herman hadn't been name dropped in that alliance probably sticks.
If it's the 5, if it's Summer, T, me, Josh, Helena, for sure.
Exactly, yeah. And then you probably work on Josh, and you probably try to ride that as far as you, between Josh and Summer, like you're still positioned fine there. You don't have to deal with Marty and Chino.
And then like the next week, like Jet, that alliance does well, I think.
Yeah. So then after the comedians is proposed and it's clear, and you knew in the moment that like, because Herman eventually says like, yeah, we're cool, we're down, but you knew.
Yeah, it was very clear.
Yeah.
When I proposed that he's like, I don't know, he's like, you're full of shit.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. And I was genuine, but I understand. I was like, okay, like but it wasn't. I think he thought it was because of the bargain bin.
Yeah.
Kyle's like, yeah, it's called the bargain bin because all of us, like, you know, we've been thrown out. I'm like, you, Marty, Gino, everyone in this alliance other than me is like viewed as a pretty strong player. I mean, that name doesn't even make sense. But the reason Herman thought because of the bargain bin, I wanted to work for them, but it was because we were supposed to be in two different alliances. Does he know about the Rebel Rejects at this point?
I don't think he does, actually.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
So he's worried about that. And I think so. You know that he's not into it. He, I think, knows that you know that he's not into it. And he goes back to Summer, and this is when she finally this Rebel Rejects lines. He's like, I don't know about Kevin though. I don't know if we can trust Kevin. And you go back to Summer and you're like, listen, about Rebel Rejects, I don't know about Herman. And ultimately you sort of like win that battle a bit. She I think is going to kind of like side more on the side of like, well, Herman's the problem. And Herman, in the meantime, is trying to put together something that excludes you, which is called the True Few, or True Fuse, whatever it was.
Right.
And that never really takes off either. Like Herman from this point forward is gonna like just continue to try to rebuild what he had, and at every step, it's just gonna get cut out from under it.
I mean, I even think like Herman potentially, if we're working together at that point, he potentially becomes like a fourth crash test dummy.
Yeah.
If he's willing to play that game,
especially because he was working with Josh too, right? Like, it would have been really interesting. Like if either Herman hadn't been included in the Rebel Rejects and that alliance just moves forward, or if maybe even if he's just told earlier, whatever, if for whatever reason that the comedians are able to, even because like the thing is, even if he didn't trust it immediately, like if he had enough interest, or like if he didn't have a reason to publicly turn it down, essentially, because he basically turned it down. Even though he said yes to it, he basically turned it down. And I think he felt like he had to, because he like normally in that situation, you would just say absolutely yes, no problem. But he knew that if he said that would get back to Kyle, it would get back to the other people.
I'm Kyle's puppet.
Exactly. So if he had any reason to believe that like it's worth it to even just say yes in the moment, and then it has time to like grow legs and actually become genuine later, like that's another situation that could have branched out from that too. So very interesting branches from the timeline here. So
what a week.
Yeah. And this is when Betty calls you a terrible person.
You told me I was a terrible person.
Yeah, and I meant that.
She's mad at you because Josh went up on the blog. She asks you, did you know?
I didn't. I always like, I should have just said no.
Yeah, because so you responded with like, hey, can I, like, I don't want to talk about it right now. My assumption was you responded that way because in the moment you were like, crap, I didn't think about, should I have known? What should I tell Betty? I don't know what I need to say right now.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of me misinterpreting the way that Betty plays, which would happen again later on, like at the final five, where she's like, are you working with Josh? I'm like, yeah, of course I'm working with Josh. Like, don't you see this? Like, which if I just said, no, I'm not, she would be like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize at the time, but I just assumed that Betty was like also, trying to play 5D chess or whatever.
Yeah.
But the best thing with Betty is just being either straight up or lying directly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The idea, and it's funny because I feel like that was something that the first Kevin, the Kevin Robert Martin, that was something that he always had an issue with, was like, you know, he would like talk to Ica from the perspective of like of Kevin, of like you know, this is the strategic game, and I could be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's one of the things that I did well with other people, but not with Betty, was understanding their perception. And that's where a lot of people, like in the game, I think struggled in some ways, thinking that everybody thought like them, when in fact, especially with this group of people, you have 16 people who think completely differently, and you have to be able to understand their point of view. And Betty was one of the people who I really had trouble understanding where she was coming from.
Mm-hmm. So that puts another wrinkle in the relationship for a little bit.
I'm so sad I couldn't take her to final two. It would have been so fun.
It would have been amazing. I mean, the way that things went down was also amazing. I think, you know,
cool.
if you take Betty, we don't get the massive blindside there. But it would have been an iconic final two for sure.
Yeah. We'd just be so cute. We'd look so cute there, just like Kevin, Betty, the BK comeback. You know, just saying the fun. Listen, I'm not upset about the way things turned out. It was great, but also part of me is like, we would have been so cute, the two of us.
Yeah, I mean, the sound clips would have had even more relevance for the rest of time. So at this point, you're doing a lot of work elsewhere in the house. Jess actually is like starting to get a little worried about you because you're not giving them a lot of time, and they bring that up to you.
Yeah, I just think Jess is on borrowed time at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jess is everybody's target. Everybody's throwing out Jess's name as just an easy person to put up. So I do need to do a little bit of work here just to make sure that Jess is good. But yeah, I mean, I don't anticipate Jess being anywhere close to the end game at this point. So I'm doing just enough to keep them close, but not enough to like really lay the groundwork for a deep run.
Mm-hmm. And you're also doing some work, as you mentioned, with Marty, which ties into some work that you're doing with Josh. Because this feels like, you know, obviously you had a relationship with Josh to this point, but it feels like the start of your strategic relationship with Josh, where you are working on helping make sure he has the votes. Because even though he very much has the votes, there's so much uncertainty happening. And for whatever reason, you know, the way that you are talking to Josh about the votes is making him feel the most comfortable. And he says that to Helena. He's like, Kev is the person I'm most comfortable with right now, in terms of this vote. And you're talking to him about like, I think I can get Marty, and all of that stuff. So, tell me about that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know at this point that Herman and Moose are voting to keep Josh.
Mm-hmm.
I know that T, Summer, Jess, Helena, Betty will. So that's 5. I'm pretty sure I can flip Marty. And it's like, if I'm keeping Josh, I want to make sure that I'm building something here. And I know we have a good personal relationship to start with. So just being like, yeah, I'm going to do it. Like I'm going to do it. Let me see if I can get these people, like trying to take a little bit more credit than maybe I was for the move then like, I think it was probably like Tanisha leading it. And then I was probably like the number 2 in the flip. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tanisha is like, Tanisha and Summer together, because Summer was really more of the like strategic head of the two of them, but Tanisha was definitely the drive. Like, she really was upset when Josh went up, and the two of them very much wanted to flip the vote, and like everyone was on board. And then you are obviously key to making sure Helena goes that way, and then ultimately, right, for sure, Marty. So. I don't think that like the flip goes through, I think, without you, assuming that you don't work on flipping people over the other way. but you were definitely like the next biggest proponent of the vote.
And Herman throws a vote. Herman is voting that way,
Mm-hmm.
but also is up in the air. And then he wants to blame it on me because he thinks it's going to be a 6-5, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I catch wind of this through Helena. Later in the game when I would use that as a way to target Herman, I would say that Tanisha told me before she left, which wasn't true. That was just straight up lie. But she's out of the house, right? So it's the truth. And which by me, that also just made it way easier to make the move because it's like Herman's going to be in way more trouble than me. Jess, I'm using Jess just to throw. I'm just gonna throw Jess under the bus, which works the next week with Gino. This is a pretty easy decision. The only hard part is that I know Steph isn't coming for me, and Steph is just kind of the victim of Kyle's HOH. Like Steph, at this point, I realize that Steph is not the sort of mastermind that people have made her out to be. Steph is just like a little bit guarded and a little afraid to build deeper relationships. And then with Josh, I'm also like, this is fun, which it was. Just let's not be boring here. Let's do something fun. And then that's me starting to be the devil on his shoulder, right?
Yes.
Like I do think Betty is the angel. I think Betty is the angel on Josh's shoulder, and I'm the devil. And then we spend like a lot of the game just whispering in his ear, going different ways and trying to like, yeah. And I told him, like, if you want me to do something, like just make it chaotic. And that would later lead to, in 2 hours when we get to the throwing the Final Four HOH, there's like certain groundwork there that he's set, whether he realizes it or not, that makes me kind of believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And a part of that is me being like, just say chaotic things. I'll do it. Like I was on the block week 1. I know what my chances are here. Let's just have a good time.
Yeah. And that like that's like the style of manipulation I always talked about. It's like Dr. Will's signature style is that he'd always be the person in somebody's ear, like, let's have fun. Let's do something that like it's a little naughty. It's a little bit of a bad boy thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's what's actually best for you, and let's have fun with it.
What are you not going to have fun doing this? Like, this is a fun thing. This is not real life. You're in a simulated experience that's designed for you to not get along with people. Enjoy this. This is a good time. These are not real. Like, if you can keep it to not going to a personal place, if you can just keep it to like game evil or game fun, that's incredible. Like, let's have a good time here. Who cares? Like, 15 of us are losing. You might as well enjoy it.
Yeah. So one of the things I thought was interesting here, you're able to convince Marty. Marty is saved by Canada. You're able to use that as a way of convincing him, like, is Canada really going to save you on Kyle's HOH if you don't need it? Like, and I'm sure like, obviously, yeah. But I think it helps.
I assume the vote was before I guess they'd see the HOH on Thursday. I didn't really care what the truth was there.
Yeah. And this is really like, obviously you had a relationship with Marty, but this is where you're really able to get a hold on Marty.
Yeah.
And I would say most of the time, this is a hold that you don't have to maintain as much as you ultimately do, because once Marty betrays Kyle and Gino, most of the time, that's a barrier between them. And for Gino, it was for the most part. But for Marty, he was like desperate to get back with Gino, and you're gonna have to contend with that for the rest of the season. But if you're not able to get this, do you have the same mindset going in? Because the biggest downside to the way that this vote goes down is that you are losing Kyle. And losing Kyle means if Kyle's still in decent standing with Marty and Gino and Jace, they now all know that you snaked them. And yes, you can blame Jess, but like that's like that's not a shield that might not linger for too long, depending on who wins the next HOH. So winning Marty over is huge because now you have a much bigger buffer. But if you aren't able to get Marty, is it the same equation for you?
I think I still vote that way without Marty. It's just another person to add to Jess that like will get more heat than me. Even it's just I still go that way. I think I would probably tell Marty that I was going that way to keep the relationship. It just felt like it felt like keeping Steph was just sticking with the existing powers in the house. And that just wasn't a path that I was ready to go down. And I think I said a couple times, I'd rather be out next week and try and do this than like just go along and get 9th place or whatever. Like it just didn't make sense to stick with the existing powers. And it was very clear, like, I didn't know about the Village Voices.
Yeah, Village Voice.
I don't think I knew about that at this point. Maybe I found it like the week after or something. But just it's so boring. Like, just can we do something different? Like, I don't want to just stick with this. Like the Pretty Boys did this already. Why do you want to do it again? We've seen it. It was done perfectly. It was excellent execution. Like, just why? So yeah, I would have still voted to evict Steph.
So another thing that you're doing here this week is that you are a big proponent of the blind side, of don't tell anybody that we're doing this. And this is obviously a recurring theme in your game.
Yeah. So there are a couple things. One is it's more fun.
Mm-hmm.
2 is it creates more of that chaos, and it also gives me the chance. I feel like I have good skills at repairing relationships, and it puts other people at a disadvantage. So by making, generally with the blind sides, like, but also it's pre-jury, like who cares, right? That was a part of it also. It's just why telling people they're going home? It's pre-jury. Like, whatever. Like, let's destabilize the shit. Like, it's so yeah. That was basically it. I felt like I had a better position to repair relationships than other people.
Yeah, and I think that's completely the right call, because people find out ahead of time. Now conversations are being had. Why is this happening? Well, because of this, and those relationships get repaired more ahead of time, and like that's coming from the people who it's more understandable why they'd be flipping, versus you who's like Kyle's like, I thought I had you. Like, that's a much tougher sell for you before rather than after. And then there's also, like, in the chaos of the blind side, some people will get complacent about the explanation, because like the other person's blindsided, like everyone flipped on them. It's like, they're mad at everyone. I don't need to like necessarily have like a one-on-one conversation with them to explain what happened. Like, everybody did it. And it leaves the door open for the people that do go and have those conversations.
Right. And so there are a couple of things that happened after that. One is right after Hermone talks to Kyle, like I heard this wasn't on the feeds, and I guess it was before the HOH, so it wouldn't be. Right after Hermone talks to Kyle, I go in, I have a conversation with Kyle. I just own it. I was like, yeah, I felt like you were playing me. By the way, this does not go over well with Kyle. Like, he hates this. He felt like I was just layering it on. What does go better is minutes after, I don't have much with Gino at this point, right? Like, me and Gino don't have a game relationship. I said, yeah, I lied. And that actually opened the door with Gino. I think he liked that I just owned it, because I was also hesitant with any lie to go a layer deeper. So to lie about the lie. Mm-hmm. So it just wouldn't, to go to Kyle and then try and figure out some creative other layer about it just was too much. And then how do you keep that going? Like, how do you keep that story? So I'd rather just go one layer deep when I can. Kyle, I'm voting to keep Steph. Don't do it. Tell him the truth. And then work from there. And that's where the sort of negotiation techniques, the tough conversations, obviously I butchered it with Kyle, but that's where that comes into play, because I'd rather just have the tough conversation than lie about the lie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the plan to sort of like place some of the blame on Jess also goes over pretty well, especially again with Gino, who is gonna feel like it was Jess's fault than anything else.
Yeah, it's just easy because people place their own narratives on things, and when they have this idea about Jess and what Jess is doing in the game, it's just easy to just feed that narrative and continue with the story. Like, yeah, like Jess told me everybody was going that way, and I didn't want to be alone. Like, I don't really have that many people in the game, right? Like, it's just an easy story to tell, and it's believable.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, they feel better about that. Like, if it's Jess's fault and it's Jess that was driving it and Jess is by themselves, that's easier to swallow than the whole house hated you and that's why it happened.
Yeah.
So the blind side though, when it happens, this is the first like big blind side of the season. Most seasons, this is the only blind side. Most seasons, this is like the moment of the season.
Not on most seasons.
Yeah. But it must have been exciting in the moment to be able to live this in person.
I thought it was going to be 7-4-8-3. So to hear 9-2, I was like, oh, wow, that's wild. And then this is probably the moment where I lost trust in Tanisha. Because in my head, and it sounds like this wasn't just her based on what you said, but in my head I was like, oh, T got Moose and her. I knew her mom was throwing the vote my way, but I was like, T got Moose as well. Like, she is good. Like, she swung this, and that was scary to me that she could make that happen. True or not, whether it was her.
Well, yeah, that was the thing. So there's a big perception of Tanisha as like a power player. And obviously, I think the perception that she was the glue that held a lot of the Savage Seven together is true, in the sense that like she did have a lot of great bonds. But it really was Summer that was more of the strategic side of things. And Tanisha was more of just kind of like the relationship building side of things.
And it says something about how good Summer is that people saw Tanisha as the threat there.
That's why we were so high on Summer for so long, is that like she was doing the moves and Tanisha was getting all the heat. So that good stuff there. We also after the blind side, one of my favorite moments of the season, Jace confronts Kyle.
You really suck at lying.
And says that. And also says,
Do you know what's going on right now?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know where you are right now?
No.
He didn't know where he was.
He didn't. She thinks that he's in on it. She thinks that Gino flipped. Gino thinks that she flipped. It's a mess.
Okay, and then oh my God. Marty, okay, so I'm gonna raise my hand and say I flipped, right? And Marty's gonna lie about it, just in case it's a double or whatever. But then when it's a 9-2, I don't get to Marty fast enough, and Marty's already lying about the vote. And in my head, I'm like, no, this is so obviously Gino and Jace. Like, you can't, like, this is not a good lie to tell right now. But he goes for it. He doesn't make that connection. He goes for it anyway. And I was like, like he's in trouble now. Which I was in. I was down for Marty to get in trouble, but it was. You need at least 3 votes. It needs to be 8-3 or more for Steph for that lie to be at all effective.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, there's just no way it holds. Like, even though they did initially suspect each other.
And by the way, last thing on Kyle's HOH week, I don't think you saw it, but there's a moment where like we're all in the HOH, and Moose this probably wasn't on the feeds. Moose tells everyone that him and Kyle know each other, and everyone's like, okay, like the entire house at once.
Yeah, because we you already had that conversation.
My degree is not in English. It is in sport media.
Yeah.
So Gino wins the next HOH. That's not ideal. You've now, you just turned on Gino. I think you've already had a decent conversation with him, but it's still like that shot could go anywhere at this point, right?
Yeah, it could go anywhere in the entire house. I feel okay about it just because it was 9-2. But at this point I'm getting comfortable. And then also, one of the things so we know I'm a bit of a weirdo. But again, a lot of my strategy is just knowing myself and using it. So with the suit thing, I was looking just for ways to, I don't think anything made the show of me talking about the brain, but like we think we're logical people, right? You've heard me talk this nonsense on the feeds. We don't think like our neocortex, the front of the brain, the logical side. That's not how we make decisions. We make decisions with our emotional brain. So me just putting on the suit, trying to make Gino laugh is like, great. Let's access the emotional brain and then the limbic, and then let me get him to rationalize it with the rest of his brain. The other thing is, which worked well with Gino, is creating cognitive dissonance, where like things don't line up with your expectations. So throwing Jess under the bus, it lines up with people's expectations, right? But then me putting on the suit as like this guy who's been completely quiet and weird for the first 3 weeks doesn't line up. And then what we do as humans is we start to rationalize this with our own stories or ideas or logic. That's the front of the brain rationalizing what's going on in the emotional. So the suit thing, like, yeah, it was funny, but there's also like psychology that goes into that.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like if this was intended also, but like, it was also huge for the rest of the house. Like, obviously it was directed at Gino, but for the last few weeks, as you've been getting closer to people and you've been getting more involved in game, people in the house are saying like, because remember at first it was like, you're vanilla in group settings and, oh, we wish Kevin would come out of his shell. But like, oh, he's adorable or whatever. It got to a point where people were like, he's putting himself down too much. Like, we want Kevin to really like come out and start like being a player and like, being more confident in himself. And you had started that process the week before, but it's the Andrew bit, it's the lawyer bit that like really makes, like, there are conversations that people have that are like, oh man, it's so good to see Kevin like finally feeling comfortable in the house. And like, just like emerging from that like perception of being the vanilla like shy guy into like, now you are a full-fledged player. Yeah.
And that's half game, half just reality. Like it's not easy going in there and getting used to everything and the lights and the air. And like, I didn't anticipate how physically difficult it would be, but by that point I'm sleeping properly. Like I figured that out. Things, I mean, the Gino divorce goes on, garbage love, whatever. Like that's all a part of it. And then by doing that, it's like, okay, I'm comfortable, I'm having fun. And it's a part of also I'm here for the experience.
Mm-hmm.
That nonsense. I am. Don't get me wrong. If I'm gone day 6 or day 69, I'm going to enjoy the experience, but also I want to win. Like I want to play the game. And it's just one of those lines I would just drop. I just want to make it to day 70. I just want to make it to day 70. Like, I don't really care what happens. And that helps. I mean, that helps me all the way. Because it's just, I'm just here to have a good time. I'm not a threat. I haven't studied how the brain works for the last 2 years, it's like, right.
Yeah. And it's like, it's also
Taran, look at your arm, look at your biceps. You're working out, eh?
You can't schmooze me, Kevin. I see what you're doing.
Wow. I'm That's the beautiful thing about a lot of these. I'm not doing any kind of that nonsense on you right now. But a lot of these skills, like even if somebody knows them, like you can. Not the line manipulation side, but the like tough conversation and the leading with empathy side of things. Even if somebody knows you're doing that, it's actually totally reasonable. Like somebody could use these. I would love someone to use the same skills on me because it just leads to better conversations.
Yeah, for sure. And that's sort of what I was getting at too, where it's like, you saying I'm here for the experience. Like I'm going to lose to you, Josh. Like I just want to be there day 70. Like I think a lot of people don't say those things because for some people it wouldn't work. Like their overall demeanor would be like, right. Why are you insulting my intelligence? But for most people, it's like you're gonna approach that statement with skepticism. Like really, like you don't want to win. Like come on. But if there's just enough like reason to maybe consider it. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's like a part of what they're thinking. That like you say it enough, it gets in people's heads, and it occupies space, and that's space that they're not thinking about you as somebody who's trying to win, as somebody that's like trying to do things. And I think for you in particular, the way that you played the game so fearlessly, so like willing to take risks and in doing things for the experience really lines up with what you're saying. Because I think a lot of people might think like, yeah, I'll go in and I'll say, I'm not here to win. But it's more than just saying it. It's the way that you lived it, and it's the way that you stayed true to that entire persona for so long.
Yeah, like I'd rather play for first than second place.
Mm-hmm.
That was why, like, for me, the Gino vote was really hard because I truly felt like in a final five of the five, Helena was the losing finalist in a lot of different scenarios, and that broke my heart that we were making this move that felt like one of us might end up winning the game by it, but she's potentially missed, which she did. She missed out on $20,000. Mm-hmm. Like I mean, it's hard to say like if she's in the finals, but I felt like she had a really good chance of being the losing finalist at that point.
Yeah. I think she probably, I mean, who knows, right? Like, you are able to talk your way into the final two in the scenario where it's Josh and Betty. And so maybe you're able to do the same thing with, I mean, the things you pulled off with Marty and Gino and Jace throughout were pretty impressive. So maybe you talk your way there, but I think they would have been inclined to take Helena over you.
Yeah. I also think if Gino's in the final five, like he's got a really, really, really good chance of winning the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, if Gino and Jace are both in the final five, like lock them in for final two. Like Gino's not losing any of those comps that Josh lost or Josh won.
Yeah.
So Gino's the HOH, and he is looking at Jess. He is talking about putting Marty up for optics. And he's really looking to potentially target at this point either Betty or Tanisha. And how are you feeling about everything?
I feel like I'm safe. I mean, this is the last week where I really don't have a ton of agency about the noms. Yeah, I mean, it's almost just a position where it's like I've reached that middle game. No one's really going to put me up. I kind of start building with the showmance because also I just wanted to third wheel a showmance because who doesn't? At this point, I'm already kind of close with Jace. And with Gino, I also, like I say to him, I think it's an episode, like you really can't trust anyone but Jace and Kyle, it's true. Which is part of why I was so surprised that he actually ended up backdooring Kyle.
I was too.
Yeah. And then end up being a good move, I think. Yeah, maybe. You don't think so?
I didn't think so at the time. And I mean, I think that things kind of play out for him okay, but like he very nearly goes out in that double eviction. He's got people like Betty saying like, so glad he's doing this for us, but he's still the target. So, I mean, I think that like if Kyle's still in the game, let's say Tanisha goes, let's say Betty goes, Jess wins the next HOH. Like, are you encouraging Jess to put up Kyle and Gino?
Probably Kyle and Herman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to keep Kyle at this point because it's just everyone in
yeah,
the
you
house
said that.
hates him. Why would you not want this person here? That's incredible. That's unbelievable. Even if he says he's targeting me, like the chance of him winning HOH isn't that high.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, the guy is smart. Like, he would have been good at trivia comps. But how do you not want him there? The other thing is with Gino, which I was nervous about for a while, was I kind of told him like, hey, if you're doing the showman's thing, you got to do it. Like, you two got to take different people. So Jace should be working with me, Helena, Jess. You got to start working Herman, Moose, Josh. Like, I almost regretted that later because they were doing a good job of running the showman strategy. Like, that was concerning to me, but I was just being straight up with him, and I was telling him, hey, like, this is what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think like in my eyes, the only people Gino really wins back over by doing the Kyle move is Marty, and like we saw how that played out, and maybe Summer. But like, she never wins a comp. And like maybe
great work from Summer this week.
Oh yeah. I mean, fantastic from Summer. Maybe you could say like Herman, granted that never plays out either, but like maybe because of that move, he could have made something work with Herman. But I think Herman
wants it too. It's just,
I think Herman probably wants to go that direction anyway. If somebody else takes out Kyle first, I think Herman still makes the move in on Gino because Herman doesn't care if Gino was associated with Kyle or not. He just wants to work with whoever makes the most sense.
Yeah. Gino's also asking, I really like his question. Like, who don't you want to see on the block?
Mm-hmm.
That's a really tough question to answer. I went with Summer and Tanisha, who are probably my somewhere between my 2 and 5 at the time. Probably like my number 3 and 4, just enough that I'm happy to publicly say I'm working with the two of them, but also enough that like if he was using it as a trap and Summer or T are on the block, like it's okay with me.
You didn't think the question about being naked in the bathroom and no toilet paper was the best one?
That was also a really good one. I don't remember what I said to it.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you brought up, or no, Moose mentioned a bidet. Did you bring up the bidet? I don't remember.
I might have said that at home. I have like I don't want to say the name of the brand, but I've got the thing you put your feet on. I got the
squatty. Yeah.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, I think I told him about that, and then I said winter vacation, which was one of the worst things you could possibly say to Gino. Yeah,
he was. Look, he's all about summer. And you're just a winter baby.
I'm a winter baby in the winter.
I didn't remember half of these songs. Like I saw clips. Like I saw there was like somebody had like a Machine Gun Kevin video where I'm singing about the hot tub being dirty. This is a weird. Things are weird on the outside.
Well, I mean, did you remember this?
How much is that? How much is that? How much is this? How much is that? How much is this? How much is that? How much is this? How much is that?
Jillian has receipts of this is the worst part. One of the worst parts of coming back. She has receipts of me saying like I'm gonna worship the ground you walk on, like I'm gonna help out around the place so much. She's whipped them out a couple times. It's really good.
That's fantastic. Oh man. Okay.
And that's like it's just why not? Like why not speak in weird voices and say like you're in the house, you can do whatever you want. There's no schedule, there's no agenda, there's no Betty told me once, like very early, she's like, you're somebody who in your real life, you like control, you schedule everything, you like to have your day organized. I'm like, yeah, like Betty really, really understood me like on some levels, like quite deeply early, but in the house, you have no schedule, you have no agenda. It's just, let's live, let's enjoy this. Let's point at things and say, how much is this? How much is that, Taran? How much is this?
I don't know. Man, that wall really kept you guys busy with the prices.
It was too bad there wasn't a second shopper showcase comp.
I know. I was like, after you had the first one, I was like, these guys are still studying this like the most.
Because it's the Marty influence also. If Marty like got the whole house studying on a level that really people would not have been going that hard if Marty wasn't there and just so public about it. Like, it just made things so much more difficult. The milk is 18%, or the cream was 18% fat. Like he had, because you can't say brand names, right? So he like would get in trouble saying the brand names of the cars because he was studying the little cars because he was studying them so hard. And then once he starts memorizing the colors behind each item, then you've got Jason Gino memorizing the colors behind each item. And I think Josh was the only person who was sensible enough to be like, I'm not doing that. Like, that's just not.
Well, he does tell you that if he wanted to, he could memorize the whole wall in what, 15 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
That came back to haunt him, or almost did. You tell the showmans, I love the showmans, I want to work with you guys. Gino's doing his own thing. You, like me, were like, it's a waste of time to try to get Kyle on the block this week. Obviously, Gino is not that dumb. So in part, this happens because Helena has a conversation with Gino where she kind of lays out the idea that like, hey, you know, Herman, she's I haven't talked to Helena yet, but in my eyes, I think she's trying to be anti-Herman in this conversation because there's a thing happening between the two of them where she tried to blame him. He found out that she tried to blame him. So now he's like extra upset with her and she's extra upset with him. And so she's trying to tell Gino, like, Herman is not your friend, because Herman put in excellent work with Gino to convince him, like, hey, I'm still your boy. And in doing so, she says, like, Herman has said things about you. He's working with Summer and Tanisha and them. They're not with you. They will flip a vote. They are not with you. And this really puts the fear into Gino, like, oh man, am I not on the right side of things right now? And then Summer comes in and she's like, you'd better do this. I've got numbers. If you don't want all the women in the house hating your guts, you'd better do this. And he does it. He's like, okay. And he lets you know, yeah, Kyle's going up.
And I was like, okay, sure. If that's what you want to do, great. I'm ecstatic. Like, listen, like I would take another week of Kyle hanging around, but Kyle was just, there was no rebuilding. You know, like Kyle's campaign to me that week was, I'm coming for Jess, which doesn't make sense because they're on the block together. I'm coming for Marty, I'm coming for you, and I'm coming for Moose. I was like, this is not a good, you're telling me you're kind of like, this doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. And you continued to work on Josh. So Josh stayed the previous week and you developed a good relationship with him. You tell him on day 25, like, are we building an alliance or what? We doing this?
Yeah, this is when I'm starting to see that me, him, and Helena are all kind of playing similar games with the one-on-one relationships. And I do see us getting caught very soon unless we can figure something out together. I know from Helena that she's getting closer to Josh. To him, I play dumb about that, and that, you know, but obviously they're quite close. So just planting the seeds here, and then obviously, like in Jess's HOH, things happen where it works out perfectly.
Mm-hmm. And you also start talking to Jace about potentially putting a group together. And you actually mentioned like maybe there's 5 people we could throw together. And you talk about Helena as well. So like seems like I don't know if you were intending that exact group that comes together in the following week, but definitely seems like this is the seeds of that as well.
Yeah, I think it's that group, potentially plus Jess, just because it's like
right, because you're talking to Jess about like we should do this, and Jess is like, nah.
Yeah, because there's big hesitancy around building any alliance because people are like, they don't work. This isn't that kind of game. We decide what kind of game it is. It doesn't have its own mind. Like we are the people who imprint our ideas and thoughts onto this. So that's why like the five never had a name. Like every time I tried to name it, like, oh no, don't call it the curtain. And then I guess we're almost at week 5, but the spaghetti happens. That's an absolute nightmare. It's funny. It's funny for 30 seconds. And then I was happy to see it was played for comedy. It's funny for 30 seconds. And then it's just Jess laughing and everybody feeling bad for me. We've been up for like 20 hours at this point. And then we're on we have cold showers at the same time. And the showers became freezing. So I'm fine with cold showers, but they were so cold. And then I need to spend half an hour in there. Just got a brain freeze every time I step in. In some ways, it was good for me because it was just another example of like people feeling really bad for me, which they should, because that was not. It was funny for a little bit. It was funny for a minute, and then it was not funny at all.
You should listen to the podcast about that one because it was basically because the feeds were down for it. And so the feeds come back up
Good.
and good. And we just hear like, people are just like, man, that was dark. That was really dark. Like even like Moose is like, man, that was a lot. And it's like, what happened? And then we see it in the episode and it's funny in the episode. I was like, and in the podcast after, I was like, okay, I see how it was funny for like 5 seconds. But I think Kevin was doing that for like 10 minutes. Like, like maybe for the first 5 seconds, you're like, this is funny. But if you're watching Kevin, scrub himself with spaghetti for 10 minutes, it's going to get dark. It's going to get dark.
It got real, and especially just after they after everyone found out that I knew about it the entire time while I was doing like the Mr. Delicious nonsense, it just became like it was a lot. It was a lot. Like Tanisha and Moose had to like they came over to the bath and they like wiped me down and like had to help me get upstairs, and I had to change right. It was bad. It
was portrayed very strangely on the show where like you'd expect them to like make a little bit more of a meal out of it, and like no pun intended, and like, oh, you got to make a bunch of spaghetti, and it's like, oh yay, we'll make a bunch of spaghetti, and then like drop the bomb of like, now bathe in it. But it was like, make a bunch of spaghetti, and you were like, oh no. And then it basically like immediately cuts to you bathing in the spaghetti. It's like, how did this come about?
It was something. That was a really fun day with the phone ringing. So that's also the day where Betty answers. They tell her to be quiet, and then everybody thinks Betty has a secret power until like a few weeks later. Until she's been nominated like 2 times after, and people are like, okay.
I don't think they had that in the episodes, and I think I forgot to ask Betty about it too. But she is intentionally playing up that she has a power.
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
She said so. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was like, she told, I think maybe it was Summer. I don't remember now who she told, but she was like, hey, so people think I have a power, and like when they ask me about it, I've been like intentionally acting like sketchy, and but we were just like, Betty, it's not a good thing. They're gonna nominate you.
Well, that's part of the reason why Marty. That's part of the reason why she's Marty's target, I think. One of
the reasons why she ends up on the block initially, for that first week, right. Because he was thinking about nominating Moose, but we'll get there. So Kyle goes. This is, once he's up on the block, it's one of the more straightforward weeks of the season. And then Jess wins the next HOH, and as you said, this is really when things start to fall into place for you, and you really start to take control. This is when your stock watch rating skyrockets. And
my dad got really into the stock watch. My parents, I was interested to find out that they came back, and they were excited about it.
Oh, that's fun.
Because I made them watch a couple episodes of BBCAN last year, but they really didn't know what this was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jess's HOH, what's the game plan here?
I mean, Herman and Moose, easy noms. Like, I think the best noms for Jess are probably Herman and Gino. Just Gino's easy. It's like, he put me up, I'm gonna put him up. So, and that's pretty easy to get Jess to do. Like, this is not a hard swing. I'm fine with either one leaving. Obviously, I want Herman to leave because I know he's on to me. Herman wins the veto, and then give me a second before I go on a real tangent. Okay. Now we can put in the place for like me to just cruise, right? So this group starts to build. Interestingly enough, when after T is on the block, Moose tells me I need you, Helena, Marty, Jason, Gino. He's already picked out that group because it's people who like Jason, Gino are kind of on their own. Marty's a big target. There isn't a ton of structure in the rest of the house, and then me and Helena are seen as whatever people interpret their definition of floaters to be. Floating is cool, and I see this as a great opportunity to join forces with Josh to create that 3 in the middle, and then by making it a 5, I know that when Jess puts up Tanisha, Jess is done. People are just going to be so mad. Jess is going to go home. Like, the best move for Jess is to put up Helena. And then what I think is like almost a pièce de résistance of Helena's game is I do my thing to keep Helena off the block. I know this is on feeds. Jace does her thing. Marty goes off on Jess. Like, Helena's got 3 different people trying to keep her off the block. It's unbelievable. I actually didn't care that much who went up. At the time, I didn't see Summer's game as well, and I truly thought T was like leading everything. So I like the idea of T going up. I like the idea of T going home and this being a big vote, because for people to turn on Tanisha was a massive deal. Like, they really felt personally connected. And I know, it's a numbers game, blah, blah, blah. It's not a numbers game. It's a people game. It is a game about people. And if there's somebody who people will simply not evict because they love her so much, that person just needs to go. Okay. So with the structure of the 5-4, it's not actually 5 versus 4, because Jess is like a shield for the 5. Then Moose, after this, if Moose wins HOH the next week, I actually think he's nominating. I haven't checked this with him. I think he's nominating Summer and Betty.
Well, that's what he was saying, right?
Yeah, that's and I buy it. So it's actually 7 versus 4, right? And then to make Josh think that this was an even split was also great, because this can go a couple of different ways. Somebody from the non-existent group of 4 can win HOH, and Josh can advise them not to put one of us up. I think if Herman won, I think we'd be able to get one of me and Helena up. I think one of me or Helena goes up anyway, but I think we'd be able to finesse it so that it's not 2 of us together, and we'd be able to survive. If Summer or Betty win, like, no chance me or Helena are going up, very likely. So it's actually like a misbalanced structure. Misbalanced. It's an unbalanced structure, right? Because within that group of 5, which is really 7, because Jess is in it and Moose is like sort of kind of in it, because he can't go back. He'll go back to Herman, but like he sees that people have helped him over here. So in most scenarios, Helena and I are safe after that. unless Herman wins HOH.
Mm-hmm.
So by creating that structure, we're just kind of rolling out the runway for basically like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks after that. What I didn't want to happen was for the 5 to stay together for too long, because that's boring for me. And then it worked out well, the timing with Gino going on. But that's the theory about it. I know Jess loses the game by putting up Tanisha. That's just, it's done. It's done for Jess, but Tanisha needs to go. Also at this point, my facial hair is coming in too much, and people are telling me that I'm like good looking. I need to start shaving every day. I need to go back. I need to get out of this. I can't be too handsome. Like I need to revert back to the like nerdy, clean shaven look. That's like a huge red flag for me. And I do, like, what's interesting to me about the 5 also is that no one liked it, but except Marty, but everybody was working with everybody in it. It was just that we didn't like the structure of it. Like Gino didn't want an alliance. He never wanted to name it, but I just kept going. Like I just kept pushing it because I wanted to be the one to break it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to control when that happens. So by doing it this week, it's like it just everything worked out where the numbers would be stacked on Helena and my side versus Josh's side. But by partnering with Josh, we always have that. Now, this time we also say, okay, we need to cut Josh at 7, 6, or 5. That comes into play later. But yeah, that's sort of the theory about that. I didn't care that much who went up as long as it wasn't Helena. Like, I just needed to make sure that Helena was protected. Because, again, like, beside you don't want to be beside Moose on the block. It's not, he's very charismatic, you know?
Mm-hmm. So what was it that had Jess, because like when like the feeds are like one they end for the day basically, and the plan is Tanisha, and then like the next thing we hear like Tanisha's on the block, but it was almost Helena, and we don't even know why things flipped one way, let alone why they flipped back.
My understanding is a couple of things. So I was a bit more passive. Not passive, just not directly. Like, I'm not somebody who's usually directly like, oh, don't put up Lena, don't put up Lena, right? I listen, I got them talk, whatever. I got them talking. Jess and Helena at this point have exchanged, they've told each other about the Mandems and the siblings. So to them, it's like, okay, Betty, T, and Summer are playing us both.
Mm-hmm.
So they share that information. They're ready to break it up. Somehow Betty has gotten in really tight with Jess. So Betty isn't really an option here. Summer was an option at the beginning of the week as the replacement, but when Jess picks Summer to go for Wendy's, that all goes out the window. So the options are T and Helena. I think Jess claims that they were just saying Helena was an option to test people. I don't buy that. I think Helena was a real option and actually probably a decent game move for Jess as well. I say it's throwing everything out that you have with Helena. I don't know what the JC Lynn conversation is. I know that Marty like doesn't sleep that night. Him and Jess are talking like well past lights out for like 2 hours. Marty's in there until Jess agrees. So between me and Jace and Marty, that's where Jess is like, I can't put up Helena. Helena is everyone's going to be upset with me. So I think it was like a 3-pronged attack that way. I also think where T and Summer messed up a little bit was their pitch went from me to Helena. I think they needed to focus it up a bit.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know that Jess and I were working closely together, but if they just went all in on Helena, I think that might have helped.
Yeah. Yeah, probably, especially considering how close they got. So you start to talk to Gino about and Jace about like, you know, bringing 5 people together. And Gino's kind of like, yeah, and we can talk to Herman about, you know, we can include Herman. And you're like, oh yeah. But oh man, Herman and Summer though, we don't want another showmance, getting in the way of your airtime.
Room for one showmance.
Yeah.
Josh believed, rightfully so, that he would be able to pull her in either direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so because Josh was into the plan, I think Josh was able to keep Herman on that, because Herman would have voted. Like, I think Herman would have voted T out if we pushed hard enough.
Yep.
But the optics of the 5-4 are what I needed to create that structure.
Mm-hmm. So this is, of course, this is the night of the crash test dummies formation, not the name, but the formation of it. And this is a fantastic night of feeds. You sort of start it with your soliloquy about weapons. What was underrated? You said some weapon was underrated. You talked about like bows and arrows and like the mace and
I'm like standing on the bed or something. Yeah.
Because you had been talking, you'd been talking to somebody about game, and then like Gino and Jace interrupted, and you like turned it into a soliloquy about underrated weapons.
Yeah.
And then like I think you were like still riding high on that energy. You go downstairs, you have Helena like wrapping your fake injury.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know. I tore my biceps putting the thing on the hot tub, and then I just milked it. So yeah.
Fun. And she's still a little bit wary of like the idea that the plan of voting Tanisha out. She's worried about burning her ties with Summer and them. Yeah. Which was a very reasonable concern, because it really does. It not only tanks her in the short term with them, it puts a barrier between them for a long time, and it's, I think, one of the things that tanks her with them in terms of like just how they view her as a player and how they're going to view her as a potential person in the final two.
100%. Like that was another area where like I thought I'd get a lot of crap and she would also get a lot of crap, but it's one of the things where like Helena just people. So let's talk about the good things. So I'm a well-rounded, complex person, but I'm also an archetype, right? In the Big Brother house, you judge people based on certain things. With me, one of the advantages of my archetype is that, and this is weird to talk about this, it's like, okay, you walk in, Kevin's a villain, great. And then Kevin's not a villain, and then Kevin turns out to be a villain. It's like, okay, like I get it. Like people aren't too upset. And that also helped me after a flip or after with the jury, something like that. It was a lot tougher with Helena, because Helena was more of like, no one really expected her to be doing these things. Same thing with Josh. Josh had these emotional connections that when he turned on them hurt a lot more than me. And people are like, oh, that's just, of course, that's Kevin, right? So I think that's part of what was difficult for Helena. And then plus she's doing the thing, not at this point, but later in the game where she's saying, oh, like I'll go with Kevin or whatever, trying to like put the blame on me, which also makes it hurt more from her and gives me more of the credit.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like, yeah. So, I mean, I know she's turning on the Mandems, right?
Yeah.
And I know that she's going to be in trouble. That's clear.
Yeah. And you say like, look, we can blame Jess, which you do, and it's successful. And then Josh comes in, and you give him the smile.
How you doing, Kevin?
And this is a great conversation. You pitch the crash test dummies. No, so this is something that I talked about. And I'm curious to know, because you mentioned it, like you were like, I thought that like we were going to get caught soon. This is something that you say directly to Josh and Helena. And it's something that, it seemed to be a pattern to me, not this specific line, but this method of talking to people where you would, somebody asked me the other day on Twitch, like said that you were very good at the carrot and the stick approach. And for me, like, that's what I've always talked about is like the primary motivations that people use to manipulate others in Big Brother, especially, greed and fear. And you were very good at, creating a fear response in people, like, hey, you're going to get caught soon. And then providing the solution to that, the safety of, so the solution is do my plan, work with me. And then you were also very good later, appealing to Josh's sort of like greed instinct of like, you take me, you win, you know that, be blinded to everything, see the money, see me in the money. Don't think about other options, right? So how intentional is this with you when you're talking about like we're gonna get caught soon? Are you trying to make them feel less secure in their own game so that they were more susceptible, or was that just like a genuine statement?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both. Like I think it's both that I need the motivator for them to do it, right? It can't just be we have the numbers. Like that's not, I just don't think that's a very compelling case when somebody comes up to you and they say, okay, I have this person, this person, this person. That's the way most people do their campaigning. I find that incredibly, like, it's just, that's not interesting. But if somebody thinks their game is on the line, then yeah, you might be able to motivate them to do something else. So yeah, I'd say it's deliberate. Maybe I'm not necessarily thinking like in those exact terms, but for sure. Yeah. Yeah, like negative emotions are good motivators. It's like the word yes is it's really easy. Not easy. How do I say this? I ask a lot of questions that are no oriented. Like you'll often hear me phrase things weird where I'm like, is it out of the question if I do this? Is it out of the question if we talk right now? Which gives somebody the chance to say no. A lot of people are afraid of the word no, but I want to make people feel like they have control. So if you like have that fear in them that their game's threatened, and then also you feel like you can give them a bit of control, then it helps to get them to do certain things. Yeah.
And you've talked about Anthony being kind of an inspiration for some of your, I think you mentioned one of your interviews, like the like sitting down, like approaching people from a lower vantage point was one of those things. And one of the things I talked to Anthony about, which was sort of one of his signatures, was trying to prevent people from lying to him, like not giving them the opening to lie to him. So that they're not creating that barrier. So like, just essentially not opening that pathway via the word choice in the conversations where they're actually straight up lying to you. And I think that like, I think that is a similarity point in your games in how you are careful with your language and careful to try to make sure that the other person is like with your words, not saying the things that you don't want them to be saying, or saying the things that you want them to be saying.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for me, a lot of that that's not so much, again, it's not lying. It's just like a leading conversations in a certain way. One thing he did, which I haven't really talked about, is like he'll script conversations for two people, right? And then they'll have that conversation. I don't know how, like that's a whole other level of this that's not possible. But like, for example, after the double, and with the Expedia situation, I think I did a little bit of that with getting Josh to go talk to Marty, which made Betty the target, because I didn't want Josh to be the target. So I was like, okay, like you need to hit on these talking points. And then, I'd say to Marty, I don't know if Josh was as into it as Betty, like that kind of thing. Yeah. That's like just, Poutine Poppy inspired.
It's very effective. So you really see this like devil on the shoulder motivation kind of thing in this conversation. Josh is getting very excited about like oh man, like this is exciting. He says that you're hot, you're beautiful. And so things are in motion, and you kind of get Josh and Helena to confirm. Josh and Helena never, like, even though they did have a relationship, they never really connect on the same wavelength. They have a few conversations that are like, we're so glad that Kevin brought us together. We're so glad that we have this. This is such a good thing for our games. It makes us feel so safe. We're so glad we have each other. But they never really like talk strategy without you there. Is that something that you tried to instill, or was it just kind of like a byproduct of the relationships that you had?
I wanted them to talk a little bit more than they did, just not as much as they did with me. So, but that was also a part of Josh, like being close with people without necessarily going so deep with them. Like after Helena gets evicted, like the day after, I never told Josh Josh thought he was my number one until the speeches in the finale. So after Helena gets evicted, I'm sitting with Josh, and Josh is like, actually, like Helena and I brought you into the crash test dummies.
No.
Yeah. He's like, we actually weren't sleeping in the morning. We weren't sleeping in. What we would do is everybody would leave the room and we'd have 15 minutes to strategize, which I like I knew that. Right. And I was like, no way. Like you played me. Like, I can't believe that. What? Like, was she your number one? He's like, no, it was you. And so it was always just, again, like making people feel like they were the ones doing the thing that you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were interesting because they were also like dancing around each other. They wouldn't show each other their cards for a bit until I was like in the room. I was like, can we just do this? Like, can you stop?
Mm-hmm.
Can you just get over it?
Yeah, and that they did. They had those conversations in the morning, and that's what I was talking about. Like they had those conversations where it was like they were saying those things like, "Oh man, like we're so glad we have each other," all this stuff. But then it would be like then you would come in, and it would be like, "Okay, let's talk game. Like let's plan out the week." Yeah.
Jess also that week wanted to start an alliance with me, Josh, and Helena,
mm-hmm.
and So Jess brings it up to Josh and me without like asking first in the HOH, right? Do you see this?
I know that they were wanting something like that. I don't remember the proposal.
Okay, so Jess proposes it to Josh and me. And then we're like, I don't know, like we're friends. We don't have a lot of game. Like this is like a couple days after we agreed.
Actually, it's starting to ring a bell actually. Cause I remember that. Yeah. Cause they, cause at the time, cause the feeds go down so often and in this week in particular. So there were a lot of conversations that Jess was having that we were missing, like post veto. So, it was definitely like a patchy portion.
Yeah. And then Jess leaves. We're like, can we have a second? Jess leaves. And then me and Josh are like, like, I don't know. And we just felt like Jess didn't have like the subtlety to play the game that we wanted to play. And so then I go out and I'm like, Jess, yeah, I just can't work with Josh. Like we're friends, like on a game level, like we just don't get along. And I felt bad about it. And that's why like at the double, it would have been good. I would have been down to keep Jess because although Jess wasn't in it, Jess was not targeting me, Josh, or Helena.
Yeah. So the only trick now is that you need to make sure that the vote stays 5-4, stays a blind side, and Herman is trying to figure out what's going on with the vote.
So this is when I start to see that like Herman's asking me, I play a little coy, right? Because I don't want to, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it seems like people are voting out Moose, like I'm in, whatever. But this is when the showman starts to scare me because I see them trying to get Herman and Josh in on the vote, knowing that they'll take less heat in a 7-2 vote. Mm-hmm. And that was also a red flag for me. I'm like, okay, like Jason, Gino are thinking on a really deep level about things. And that was scary. But Josh played a big role in getting Herman to stay with the 4 votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, and Herman had also talked to Jace, who was like pushing for him to flip essentially. But because he felt like he had the votes, he was like, I'm okay to push back on this and not let them get their way, to take out Tanisha. And of course that ends up, not playing out super well. But I mean, again, Herman never going to be put down too much. He's going to come back to Jason Gino afterward and try to get working with him. And he's also pitching to them at this point, like, hey, let's make an alliance with Tanisha, like a new, because he's already starting to feel like Summer and Betty, they're not bringing anything to the table. I want to work with competitors. But it's not going to work out. The blind side goes through. Another blind side. How you feeling?
Feel great. Love that 5-4.
Yeah. But then it's a double eviction.
I feel bad. I really like Tanisha. I just,
yeah.
It is what it is.
It's a double eviction. And
I wanted some time for the 5-4 to settle in. Now,
it really does kind of like mess up the plan a little bit here. It like, obviously it still works, but it takes away some of the shine, because not only is it a double eviction, but it's a safety chain, and not great for your game. This kind of structure for a double eviction.
Right. I like to work. I like my time.
Yeah.
But so, okay, this happens. Moose is about to pick me for the safety chain. He's like moving his head in a way, like he wants me to pick Herman. I couldn't quite tell what he was going for, because I'm the first person to tell Moose, like, hey, I want to keep you. So Moose is trying to build on that. He's about to pick me, but I'm like, I don't know. He like, as Arissa's talking, he's like trying to, whatever. But I couldn't tell what he was saying. So I kept being like, I don't know. And then he picks Herman, right? But he wanted to pick me and me to pick Herman. He was trying to, you couldn't really communicate like that, right? Like there were rules to the safety shit, like maybe when it came to me, I could have been like, Marty, I'm going to pick you if you pick Helena, but that ruins the point, right? It gets to summer. And I think everybody is working pretty straight up. I'm not surprised Josh picks Betty. Like, he can make the case to us that it's for optics. He can make the case to her that she's number one. It gets to summer. And then I look at who's left. I'm like, okay, Summer's going to pick me. And I just look at her like I welcome it. And that helped, because for Summer, a lot of it was just, it was me or Helena, and I was making eye contact. And she's like, okay. And then my brain's in overdrive at this point. I don't want to expose the ghost or the ghosts, as we became a plural at some point. I don't know how. And I'm like, I think there's a 90% chance that Marty's going to pick Helena. This is also a good opportunity for me to change my shield from Jess to Marty, for me and Marty to be a public duo in people's eyes. And I'm like, screw it. Like, let's go for it. I also thought, like, I haven't told her this, but I also thought that if Helena was in the safety comp, like in that 5 or 10% chance Marty doesn't pick her, that she survives against anyone on the block, which probably is maybe not. Like, I think if she's up against Gino, it's a tough thing. Anyway, I pick Marty. I take my biggest gamble of the game, or one of my biggest gambles. It pays off. He picks Helena. We are hidden. People are very confused about Marty picking Helena. And with me picking Marty, they're like, okay, that makes sense. He becomes my new shield. I also figured that either Marty or Jess are very likely the person going home in this thing, just because of the structure. And I'd rather keep Marty around. He's better at comps. And his target is slightly less than Jess's. So that happens. The balls happen. Jace wins. The ping pong balls happen. Jace wins. Great. Jason is so mad at me. Jace is like, so mad at me. I'm like, of course I'm saving G. Meanwhile, we bring that group in. It's confusing to Betty and Marty because they obviously don't know about the crash test. It's just a disaster. Like, we should have started 5 minutes earlier. We should have maybe included Summer, although Summer would have voted. It was too soon. If it was a full week, we could get Summer to save Jess, but it was too soon, especially after the T vote. It was such a fine line. But what Moose did also, which was so good, was right after the comp ends, Moose says to a bunch of people, everyone's voting to keep Gino. And it's so good psychologically, because if everybody's doing it, of course I'm going to jump off the cliff, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially in that moment where you have maybe 10 minutes. So we tried. And what's funny is that the 4 people other than Marty who were there were the final 4, even though it was a complete disaster. But it was really fun. It was really, 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 really fun. Helena would say that she only voted Gino out to blame it on Betty, which I know wasn't. It was because she thought the vote was going through, because she whispers in Marty's ear. I don't think it's in the show, but she says she whispers in Marty's ear, yeah, do it. And then me, Josh, and Betty bail. Yeah. Betty thought she was evicted after her gutter ball also, which I thought was really funny. We knew you weren't getting evicted if you didn't do well, but like the way it was phrased, like, this is a safety comp, we didn't know what was happening.
Right.
There was a small thought of like, you get a gutter ball, you're out. So Betty's like, goodbye.
So having to, even though you do successfully avoid exposing the crash test dummies or the ghost, do you prefer ghost over ghosts?
I've been converted to ghosts.
Okay.
It was the ghost for a while, but I've been converted to plural.
We are 2 people.
Yeah.
So,
lions.
So you do successfully hide your alliances, but there is still a lot of damage done, as you mentioned, with Jason Gino. Never fully gets repaired. I mean, you really had them snowed, thinking that like they had you. And when you don't pick them, Jace is like, so what happened to that love the showmance thing? Like, this Kevin guy. Obviously you get them back, but there's always that like underlying level of skepticism now that like the smallest hint of something going wrong, they're going to be like, oh, we knew it.
Yeah. And this is also the start of like, they're not going to be into the 5. That's why they're going to make this final 4 with Betty and Josh that week. It's the chain of safety isn't great for me.
Yeah. But yes, now it's Jess and Gino. Obviously fantastic for your game if this flip goes down and Gino leaves. And Jess stays as a huge target. You probably would have had to explain it to like people like Herman, who you said you were going after Jess, but Herman was after you anyway. And like Summer might have been a little weirded out, but Betty went along with it too. So it's not like it's not like it was just you.
Yeah. I think I would have to do damage control with Summer and Jace, but like, who's Jace going to go to at this point?
Yeah. It comes close, but Betty backs out. The 3 of you don't vote. And now things are tricky because Gino wants to know, where did those votes come from? And you all get into a room. This was not on feeds, but we saw it on the episode. So, because obviously, big danger point. This could unravel everything that you've done. You need to not only escape blame yourself, but there's basically only one person in that room with Marty who eventually becoming the HOH that you can actually safely put blame on.
But isn't that exciting? Isn't this the most fun of all time?
Yeah.
Like, this is unreal. So right before that room, Gino does one-on-ones with all of us. And this is before me, Helena, and Josh have a chance to get on the same page. Mm-hmm. So we're like scrambling to get time and figure out our story. Anyway, we're in that room. I'm pulling the Anthony. I'm sitting on the floor. That's very deliberate. Helena starts, I don't even remember what happened. Betty accuses Helena of lying. I just jump in. She's not lying. Like, just to provide the support there. I'm having a lot of fun. Eventually, Gino, like, nothing's resolved. Gino tells me, is after Marty wins HOH, like, I know who one of the votes is. I'm like, what? Like, you do? Okay. And it's very easy to assume it was me. Like, it's just an easiest, again, like, it's the archetype, like, it's just easy to assume it's me. So I'm trying to figure it out. I'm pretty sure it's not Betty or Josh. And then Helena tells me, and I'm like, cool, like take this to your grave. But yeah, that was fun. I think Helena, this is where Helena, there is a Helena miss. Don't deny the Helena miss. Helena like makes, I play a big role also, but like Helena makes Marty believe that Betty is there with her thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
And Marty's also like, this is the most intense night for him. The safety chain is so difficult for him to comprehend. And although I knew he was going to pick Helena, in his mind, that was the toughest decision of the game. Like he's struggling after. And then the audacity of Betty to create this elaborate plan to take advantage of him in that state. Like, I can't believe she would do such a thing. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But why not? Why not come up with that little conspiracy theory?
Mm-hmm.
Because he bought it. Right?
Yep. Yeah. And so
the guns. Oh my god. Put those down. Put those down.
Oh man. See, this is what you're trying to put a target on my back. You're trying to say I'm a physical threat.
Yeah, I love Summer talking about me noticing her game, and she's like, "No, stop."
Yeah.
Like in some ways, being a fan is terrible because you can't tell the truth about it. It's like, you want to talk about these things, and others, it's very helpful. Like just looking out for who hasn't touched the ball. Yeah. Right. Something simple like that is not that obvious to someone who's only seen a season or two.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So there's a lot of work to do with Marty as the HOH.
Yeah. Although he did tell me to kick my feet up after he won.
It's dangerous.
Which, yeah, let's do it. It was a safe kick my feet up. I did. And by I did, I mean, no, I went to complete work this week.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Josh and Betty. You can't talk to him. You like cannot convince him otherwise.
Revenge.
Yeah. I think the feeds go out after he's yelling after me and him are hanging, but it was just like me and him are, he's comfortable with me. So he's going to express things like that. People thought in the house that we got into a huge argument, but more so it was just him yelling at the ether.
Yeah.
Really good for me not to play a veto until this point of the game. Just for my game, it's good. It's less like, it just adds a little bit of mystery, like especially the vetoes. I'm decent at puzzles, like especially with the vetoes, there are puzzles like I'm probably not throwing most of them. I would only throw an HOH. I'm probably never throwing a veto. So then, and this one provided an interesting challenge because you had to select people to play in each game, right? Mm-hmm. So outwardly, I have to vote with Gino. So the first game, I figure like he's probably going to go for Betty. And I like that. I like sending Betty in because Betty probably has a small chance of winning. I would rather Summer win and take her Josh off, or Josh win. So we voted Betty. I go in, I beat her at the first game. Second game, I feel like Gino's going to vote for Josh. So I vote for Summer because visually, like the perception is, okay, we're going after them. But I did that so that hopefully they vote in Gino, which Summer and Josh do vote in Gino. Gino calls down Josh. Summer then wants me to win. In the next round, I have to vote Summer in, but Summer calls down Gino. So like that provided, even just picking people to go into the comp was quite complicated.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's your one win of the season if you don't count like part one, right? Yeah. And I would say like most of it comes from the same way that you won the whole game, which is like the social engineering and then like a little bit of luck at the end, right?
Yeah, nominize, baby.
Nominize.
So I was pretty sure I would use it on Josh. Not 100% sure, but I was pretty sure I'd use it on him after. I just needed to get Marty to that place. So Helena comes in fiery and you got to put up Herman. He's like, no, that's not a good way with Marty. Like his whole thing, one of the reasons why he turned up Moose is because Moose came up to him right after winning HOH and goes, Jess and Kevin. Like that was the story I heard 25 times. So I needed to get Marty to that place. So by getting him talking, he eventually arrives at this idea that he's going to tell Gino he's putting up Herman and see the reaction. Either Gino is mad about it and he knows they're working together, or Gino's cool with it and he could do it. I'm like, great, this is perfect. We're on the same page here. He does that. Herman goes up. Betty, I'm like, I don't know. Like, even Betty didn't know before the ceremony. For me, Marty took the opportunity to tell her. Again, great for me. Like, Marty's telling her, he's telling Josh, it's his move. I love that. I look again, like, Marty told me to use it. That's perfect. And then Summer, I told like 3 minutes before the veto ceremony, just so she knew as well, and for the relationship as well.
Yeah, and so because you had a conversation with Summer beforehand, you encouraged her not to talk to Marty about trying to get Gino up. Obviously, you're trying to get Herman
impossible.
up.
How could you ever get Gino up on the block in Marty's HOH? That will never happen.
Yeah, it's
Ideally, we want Gino out of the house, but that's virtually impossible.
virtually
with Marty.
impossible.
But you can dream.
You can dream for a gummy bear. But you had talked with her, and you had played up the well, I wouldn't want to use it if you were in danger. She ends up like telling Herman later in the week, I convinced Kevin to use the veto. I got him to do that. And Herman's like, man, you're so good at this, which is one of the reasons why like Herman comes out of the game like Kevin doesn't know what he's doing. He's not playing the game.
Yeah. And then Herman comes to, chat with me and be like, hey, like, just want to check that like you're not going to use it. And then I'm like, cool. Let me take this little piece of info and let me just sprinkle this on a little bit of Josh,
Yes, because Herman had made a final two with Josh, which Josh told you about because that's what Josh does.
So I'm spilling the tea to Kevin.
He spills the tea to Kevin.
Yeah.
And this really because he didn't tell you right away. He did wait a little bit. But once you find out, you're obviously going to be able to completely sever the tie. Josh had agreed already to take Herman out, but he was a little bit reluctant. He was like, I'm doing it for you guys. And now he feels like, okay, Herman really was playing me.
And Josh was loyal to Helena and me until the final five. He really was.
Yeah. The veto is used. Herman goes up. This is huge. You also Herman had been really like working on Gino and Jace, and like they were close to solidifying something. Like they were talking about solidifying something with Herman. And then you had a conversation with both Gino and Jace prior to Marty talking to Gino about the move. And I think this conversation kind of greased the wheels for Gino to not push back on the Marty conversation. Because like, I feel like if Gino had pushed back, even though it was a test, let's see what Gino says. I feel like Marty then says like, okay, now we know, but I'm not going to go against Gino. Right? Like that would be his instinct. I mean,
very likely.
And like, I don't know if they really showed it in the episodes, but like Marty is like, he has the conversation with Helena. He has a conversation with you. He is saying to the cameras after these conversations, like, there is no way I will ever not take out Betty this week. I'm not putting Herman on the block. Never, never, never. And then it happens.
The Betty perception's so funny to me because to most of the house, they're like, Betty isn't a big threat. And then to Marty, it's like, it's like this deep, like
revenge.
Yeah. You just can't, I don't understand how people can underestimate someone in this game. I really don't understand it. Like you're on this show for a reason. Someone has put you in here and said, if you are one of the last three people, I believe you can carry this television show, right? Because that's a part of it. Like a part of, without talking too much about it, a part of casting is you want to make sure that no matter which way the game unfolds, the show is still good, and that means that this person has something that makes them valuable to the show. So for anyone to look at someone and be like, oh, they don't deserve to be here, like, what is wrong? Like, how can you possibly think that? It blows my mind.
Yeah. And that's something that that we noted throughout the season, is that you always had that perspective. Like, you would talk to Marty a few weeks prior to this, like every person in this game is valuable. Nobody should be underestimated. Like, everybody has the potential to ruin your game or make your game. Like everybody, every piece here is a valuable person.
I think part of where Marty maybe messed up was that he underestimated Helena. The reason, like, he wanted to go to the end with Helena because, maybe she wouldn't have gone. I mean, Marty probably beats a lot of people at the end, depending on a couple things. But like, you can't, and that ended up burning him. That's, if we want to jump ahead to the triple. I think a lot of people probably thought that for me the better move would have been to keep Summer. I don't think so. The reason why I wanted Betty to stay over, and by the way, like, when we're in the pantry, you probably don't see it. Jace is like, let's keep Summer. Yeah. Helena says to me, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I think Summer could be dragged to the end by somebody because they view her as a goat. I want to keep Betty. The reality for me is that Summer's social game was so good, and knowing Big Brother, like, Summer could get taken to the end and potentially win. Plus, for me, if I'm trying to position myself as the GOAT to people, as the losing finalist, Summer gets in the way of that. It's a lot easier for me to make that case to a group of Betty, Josh, Helena, and Jace. If Summer's there, then I probably become, like, in their view, the fourth biggest threat, and Summer's the fifth. What's the reality? I'm not sure. I don't care, but I know that Summer's taking that valuable spot for me, so I need Summer gone.
Yeah, that's the Suri play. You got to take out the GOAT so that you can be the GOAT.
Yeah.
All right, so you get Herman on the block. This is huge. Finally on the block. Can't win a veto. And then he flips the vote.
Yeah.
The first night, he gets Summer. Gino and Jace are on board. Herman is staying. You're told at the end of the night by Josh, like, hey, I think the vote is looking a little weird. You're like, don't worry, we got this. We'll work on it in the morning. And so you guys get to work. You do a good job. Josh does a very good job. Betty does a very good job, better job than I think you would have wanted, and goes ahead and makes this Final Four deal with Jace and Gino.
Yeah, I was like, Betty, go work on Jace and Gino. It's a good opportunity for you. And then she, like, again, like, Betty's very good at just being like, Kev, I did it. Like, I went and spoke to them. Whereas the ceasefire nonsense, whatever. What a ridiculous lie. But like, great move by her, making that Final Four. Really good move.
Yeah. And at this point, Jace and Gino are still kind of reeling from the betrayal in the safety chain.
Yeah.
And they're kind of feeling like, we can make this work. And it's not until the next week that they start kind of coming back to the idea of you and Helena. So Herman leaves. That's huge. But now
I noticed them hanging out a lot when Betty is campaigning. And in my head, I'm like, they must be building something, because what else are they talking about? Like, Jason and Betty don't even get along. Like, what are they doing?
There's a
they're gaming, obviously.
There's a very funny moment where Betty has pitched the alliance. Jace and Gino are down. Josh isn't involved yet, though. And so they're like, okay, let's set up a meeting with the four of us. And so they go out into the backyard, and they're like, we'll tell Josh will come. We told Josh to come out here. So they're in the backyard, the hot tub. And they're waiting for Josh to show up, and they're talking about the alliance, and they're like, we're getting ready to solidify this. And 15 minutes goes by. It's like, man, Josh is he's taking his time, but okay, we'll still keep talking about. Can't wait to get to the end together. Another half hour goes by. Josh never shows up. It's like he never shows up to solidify the alliance, and because I think he was busy. I think he might have been talking to you or something, and so he never showed up to the official formation.
I love that.
Yeah. So and so part of it too is that he has not told you yet about this. He also was the next week comes along, Herman leaves, big jury started. This is actually, I wanted to ask you about this. Jury starts earlier than anybody expects, because who starts a jury at 8, right? Yeah. So everyone's thinking this is the final chance to get somebody out pre-jury. And my thought was, at this time, okay, Kevin has basically taken control of the game, but the next step to winning is he's done such a good job of hiding his game. Will people see it once they get there? Jury management starts now. Big part of that's going to be goodbye messages and knowing that people are going to the jury. Herman, perhaps Kevin's biggest competition, the foreperson of the jury, might leave having no idea that Kevin ever was his opposition, and he doesn't even know that he needs to say something in the goodbye message, but you do end up saying most of what you need to. Maybe if you knew for sure, you could have made it better, but like, did you have an idea? Was it like just in case he's on the jury, or was it just like that was what you wanted to say?
I had no idea. I thought it was a 7-person jury. Who makes an 8-person jury? Well, okay. So I had no idea. The goodbye message, I wanted to own it a little bit. I would have changed the tone a little bit if I knew that he was going to jury, but it was also just being like real. Hey, you were a big threat to my game, and that's why I needed you out. And then also, he mentioned when he was talking to you, I said goodbye in the pantry. I was like, yeah, this, I wanted to do this for Dame. Like, he's like, yeah, you're actually a good dude. Unlike Marty or whatever. Obviously, they made up. But that was scary to me, and I wasn't sure if I nailed the goodbye message, because after that, like, obviously I was thinking very carefully about the words I chose in every one. Figured it was probably a Canada's vote for the 9th. People had final 3 theories that didn't feel like Big Brother to me. The other one, which I was terrified about, was that I'd get Parhard. I was like, I don't want that to happen.
You made a lot of deals about not voting each other out.
Don't you dare. Yeah, so like I think we were at the 5 or something. And I was like, we're not doing that, right? And Betty's like, I'll do what I want.
Yeah.
Everyone agreed to Betty's like, I'll do what I want. I don't want to be there the entire time, not of a jury vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think definitely this comes in clutch, like the genuine respect you had for the other players, for Herman. It just it happened to also be very good jury management, even though you weren't trying to be jury managing. But still, it took Herman a second, because Herman comes out. I talked to Herman in the jury interview, and I was like, when did the goodbye messages, change your perception of anything? He was like, not really. And I asked him, like how he was feeling about people's games. He ranked you last of likely people to vote for. He was basically 0% chance Kevin gets my vote. And we were like, granted, I have a lot of experience of people ranking last on people's lists and then they vote for that person. So I was not that concerned.
Like I think there's a lot of that with Tashawn and Melissa, right?
It's Tashawn, Paris, like it happens a lot.
The problem with my game, not the problem, but the thing I was wondering about, and part of why I thought I would lose to Josh in the last second, was because it wasn't visible.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have people go and like leak in information, and I did. Well, so skipping ahead to Moose going to jury was also really good for me. Yeah, because he caught on to me doing the thing with like leading the T vote. He caught on to me and Helena a little bit, like he was trying to work with us, or maybe he was just saying that, I don't know. So that also worked out well.
Yeah, and Moose was a very different story. When I talked to Moose, he was like, I think Kevin is one of the better players in that house. I think people really underestimate Kevin. And so I think pretty quickly Moose goes into the jury house and he's telling Herman like, hey, Kevin was really doing a lot. And at that point, Herman starts to remember, wait a minute, that goodbye message, and things start to click.
Yeah.
So Herman's out. Gino wins the HOH after the failed buzzkill competition, which major bummer. I imagine it was a bummer for you guys standing out there for hours as well. But we were pretty bummed about it. We were very excited for the buzzkills competition.
Yeah, it would have been fun. It was fun while I was there.
But Gino wins, and he wants Marty
Before or
gone.
after is a good cop, though. It's a good trivia.
Yeah. You know, it's. I just feel like maybe too many quiz comps, especially when you had to sub one in.
Yeah.
But this is the start of, or I guess not the start of. It was really like Jess's HOH was like you taking power and you holding power, and then like every subsequent week was like something went wrong and you have to work your way out of it, right? The safety chain comes close, goes back and forth. Then Marty wins HOH, which would have been great except for the safety chain events, and now you have to deal with Josh and Betty being targeted. But you managed to get out, you get Herman out of the game. Now you got Herman out of the game, but Gino's the HOH. He's got a secret deal with Josh and Betty that you don't know about yet, and he's looking to backdoor Marty, and he's not telling you about it because he's worried that you're too close to Marty, and he's looking at working more closely with Josh and Betty. And so it's, again, like the week is starting out in not the best place. You're not the worst. It's not like you're going to lose the game in 1 week, but control seems to be slipping.
Yeah. So Josh tells me, I think it's before Noms, about the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, cool, I clearly have him. At that point, like, I know I've got Josh. I go talk to Gino. I'm wearing the outfit again, the lawyer thing. At this point in the game, I've stopped thinking in like absolutes, and I got into this weird like percentage thinking. So I just wanted to put a percentage on the chance that he's actually wanting to backdoor Marty and not do something else. I had it at like a 70, 75. Which I think might have been like, I think he was probably at like a 90% wanting to backdoor, like he really wanted Marty out. And I'm okay with this because the noms of Moose and Summer didn't make sense if Gino was loyal to the 5. Reason being, you put up Moose and Josh and then you get out a so-called competitor or whatever, or you put up Summer and Betty and then backdoor one of Moose or Josh, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just, Summer and Moose together was just so fishy, which is why like I felt like Gino and Jace were really into the Betty and Josh deal, which I think they were.
Yep.
Or they were into the Betty and Josh deal on one side and then me and Helena on the other. And again, like I'm just watching them work and I really like what the showmance is doing. Like it's really impressive. I wish I saw Jace doing the veto puzzle because that's just another example of how good she is under pressure. Like, I don't know if it was actually like down to like 5 seconds or whatever, but she is so good at that stuff. Helena wins the veto. Great. We know she probably saves Marty at this point. She doesn't use it. And then it's just an easy decision to send Moose just because Moose was a little unpredictable, was telling everybody what they wanted to hear. Super charismatic, decent at comps. Like, obviously, like it's like, the summer campaign is bad, right? But it's actually good because it's so bad that it's good. The Moose campaign is good and it's so good that it's bad. Because everybody leaves the Moose conversation being like, oh, like maybe we should keep him. And everybody leaves the summer conversation being like, can we get more? Like, so that's what happens. There, we also convinced, I actually think it was better for Gino to keep Marty around. I really think if that 5 is the final 5, and that's why I had to get away from it, Gino's got a really, really high chance of winning. He just needs Marty not to comp out, which if he's there, Marty's not going to comp out, and then he can cut Marty at some point. Gino wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, barring a red gummy bear, like, it works out. Like, but
at this point, Betty loves Gino. At this point, it's like, okay, there's no chance if he's at the end, he's not getting every single vote.
Yeah, and so they, Jason, Gino, they were initially like all in on Josh and Betty, and then sort of like when Gino wins HOH, and you talk with Gino, and you make a very good impression at the beginning of the week of like, I'm not with Marty. I know Marty needs to go eventually. Not yet, but eventually. And I really want to be in the end with you. Jace is sort of back on the side of like, okay, Kevin's really good for us. And they start going, okay, well, we've got both. We've got Josh and Betty on one side. We've got Kevin and Helena on the other side. And then when you find out about the alliance, the Josh and Betty deal, you start pushing even harder. And you push also for Marty to not be backdoored now that you know that's an option. And granted, you had been doing that before as well, but you sort of, I think you knew more of like the motivation behind it to be able to get at the core of it. And that's at that point they start going, you know what, we would rather be in the end with Kevin and Helena than Josh and Betty. And
you still keep the option with Josh and Betty. It's just one of Moose or Summer is going home.
Exactly. And that was sort of the plan. But it's at this point, though, that they have neglected the relationship with Josh and Betty because now they're back in with you and Helena more. Yeah. And Betty is now pitching to Josh, like, next week we're turning on this. Obviously, Gino and Jace need to have a shot taken at them. And it should be us that we should do it. So that's sort of like,
and then we're gonna poison that the next week.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So I think the big thing this week, though, is that, you know, obviously Helena wins the veto, prevents the backdoor from happening, but Jace gets that secret veto. They have a second opportunity, a second chance to make the backdoor happen. They don't go through with it, and I think I have credited your argument here. That you didn't even know you needed to make. Similar to the Herman goodbye stuff, right? You didn't realize that it was going to be necessary to prevent this from happening. But I think the motivation from you in giving it was, like, even after Helena had the veto, was just like, don't be mad at Helena for not using it. This is the right move, right?
Yeah.
And so
I truly thought it was.
Yeah.
For Gino, not really Jace.
Yeah, and so in the case is that if you take out Marty, then you're the next target, which, as you said, is true. Betty and Josh, or Betty at least, was going to take that shot at Gino.
I also know at this point how many comps Josh has thrown. Only me and Helena know that. And it's like, this guy can win anything if he wants to.
Yeah, including, and so that's another part of it. You need to also convince Josh to get on board with this plan. Very much not in Josh's interest to keep Marty around.
Yeah, I don't know how I did that.
I still need to ask Josh about the veto throw here because he tells you that he throws it to Helena. It's not in the episode, and he never really talks about it again. And it makes no sense for him to throw this, but, you know, I don't know why he would lie to you about it.
Maybe he was setting up that Final Four lie. For me, like, I think the Josh playbook is fight in the veto, be in the last two people, and then see who's going to win. And like, that's the thrill of the find, right? He's literally on the last item, sees Herman's about to win, would rather just Herman win. And then he knows Jess isn't putting him up, and then throw it on the last item. On the Philip Sonic Air POV, he sees Helena's winning. She's close. He's like, all right, I'm going to stop trying on this. I don't think it's like a full throw. I think it's fight, see who's winning, and then throw it.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily good for optics of throwing it because you're always second.
Yeah. Well, you do eventually turn him around. He comes around to the idea of, okay, I think there is a case for Marty to stay, which for Josh, not really, but he does come around. So you've got Josh. You managed to unintentionally prevent the secret veto from being used with those arguments, and the week it has been saved. Moose makes some good, points in his campaign. Helena at one point is like, should we keep Moose? You're like, no. Betty wants to keep Moose. You're like, I don't think so. And things stay in place. Moose leaves.
Yeah. Hey, if you're still with us, hello. Thank you so much. Have a snack. Have a coffee.
Yeah, we've taken a break at this point. You can as well.
So we get Mount HOH.
Mount HOH.
And sorry, Moose going to jury is really good for me.
Yes.
It's just, he sees my game. He's seen the influence I have. It's a really positive thing.
Mm-hmm. So Marty wins this one over Betty. She's devastated. And yet again, Marty will be nominating Betty for the third time. And it's again going to be Josh up next to Betty. And again, it's like, okay, well, I guess we lose Betty here. That was what you said in the beginning of the week. But considering the fact that you did consider the option, and at this point you're getting around to where you said you might cut Josh. If Betty doesn't win this veto, say Nam say the same, do you think you're going to consider taking Josh out over Betty?
Yeah, I think so. Got to make obviously Marty feel like it's his move, but I think at this point it's just if Josh is on the block beside Betty, like probably going to go that route. Maybe we take out Betty, but I think I'd prefer to. I think I could get Gino and Jace on board to take out Josh here, and then Gino would convince Marty.
Yeah, I think the biggest hurdle is obviously Gino and Jace are the biggest threat remaining, right? Like, and Marty's still there, and obviously Marty is supposed to be the check to them, but that's a tricky proposition. And so without Josh, like you might be worried that like Gino and Jace together, maybe even plus Marty, could run the table. But at the same time, it's a tough one.
I actually don't know who I might keep Josh in that scenario. Mm-hmm. I know for sure if Summer goes up instead of Betty, Josh goes home.
Yeah.
Like we're not taking out Summer at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a no-brainer. Now in HOH, super easy comp.
That one was rough.
I got a shoulder spasm just getting on there. You can see Gino has to help me like get onto the wall. It's and then my shirt's just right. I listen, I know the wall comp isn't for me, but I didn't want to be the first one off. I wanted to be the second or third. But it was tough out there.
I mean, even like a US version of the wall comp would have been fine, I think, for a little while. Like it wouldn't have been like that devastatingly hard, right?
Well, yeah, like if there was something to put your feet on,
yeah,
it would have been a lot better for me. Just that position was not conducive to my body.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and Marty's also at this point like I'm trying to get him to like talk to Josh, but he keeps thinking Josh and Betty are one person, and it's really hard for him to separate them. And I'm like, no, like you need to, but it's so difficult. Okay. So then Betty wins. So I planned the implosion project, right?
Well, so I think first we have to talk about Marty, because we didn't really see this play out, and even in the conversation where you're explaining it, the feed's cut for your explanation. But Marty has caught you and Josh in a conversation. Yeah. And is worried, wait a minute, I think they might be secretly working together.
Yeah.
So what was the conversation that he caught you in, and how did you explain it? Because both of those things we missed.
Something was bothering me and Josh. Like not game wise. How do I say this properly? I actually don't know how to properly comment on this.
So there's a reason the feeds were down for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't a game conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Something was bothering both of us. I don't know if I want to get into it, but it was a bad decision by me to walk in front of Marty to have that conversation with Josh,
mm-hmm.
Because just the perception was bad. Now his gut, Marty, trust your gut, right? Like I used to use that to him all the time. Like trust your gut. Kevin Martin says trust your gut. Your letter says trust your gut. Dane says right. But Marty sees that happen. He's like, okay, Kevin and Josh are tight. If it was a game conversation, I wouldn't have walked in front of Marty, but it was just like, you're so stressed out in there and there are so many different factors going on. And just the fact that like, it was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah. So the feeds are cut for a reason, I guess. But it was just stupid of me, I guess, to have that conversation while Marty was sitting there like overlooking his kingdom.
Yeah. So in part because of that, in part because of the fact that Marty refuses to turn on Gino, again, the week starts out in not the best place. And he's already telling Gino, like, if the noms change, because Summer's safe, if the noms change, it's going to have to be Kevin that goes up to make sure that the vote doesn't flip. And that's going to be something that you're going to have to work very hard to overcome, especially because in addition to Marty feeling like I've betrayed Gino like 4 times, I can't do it a 5th.
Yeah.
Jace also has this information that she's able to drop on Marty. I had the secret power veto. I didn't use it. This is proof that anybody trying to get in your head about the idea that we might have backdoored you, they're lying to you, because clearly we could have and we didn't.
Never mind that a couple days later, I got a task from Marsha the Moose to lie my face off. That might have cratered my game.
Right. We could talk about that too. So yeah, a lot of things not going super well for you. And then, of course, Betty wins the veto, which is kind of worst case scenario, because now you don't really have the option between Betty and Josh, who you'd want to leave. It's either got to be Josh because you or Helena go up, or you can pull Gummy Bear out of a hat and get Jace or Gino up. And that is not seeming super likely at this time. But then on top of all of that, you get a task to convince everyone yourself.
What terrible timing, like. But you know what? I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna do it. Like, again, I might as well enjoy it. That said, Josh bawling his eyes out is just so bad for me at that point. It is so bad.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm also thinking at the same time, if I get evicted because of a Marshall the Moose task, that's just really funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a funny thing to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that. So that happens. We sleep in the Expedia room that night with me, Helena, Betty, Summer, Josh, and we're talking. There's I don't remember if there's a brief conversation where like we would really like this final 5. Like that's actually a really good group. Mm-hmm. Middle of the night, me and Josh wake up and we go in and strategize in the red room about like just ways that, because nobody's sleeping there that night. Gino and Jace are in the money room, Marty's in HOH. So middle of the night, me and Josh just can't sleep. We go talk in the red room. We're chatting like what do we do? What do we do right now? Josh says he's going to tell Marty about the final 4. He ends up not doing it. I say do it. We're just going back and forth. And then I guess right before that, right, because I'm in my bathrobe because it's the pajama night, mm-hmm. I swear on my marriage. I tell him, I'm going to do this. So he has his one-on-one meetings with everybody. And then because Helena and I are playing it more passive and just trying not to go up, and Jace is throwing me out there, like that creates enough doubt for Marty to go nuclear.
Yeah. We had
Kevin.
Josh bawling his eyes out. And I don't know if this made the episode either, but when you are talking to Marty about self-evicting, and you have to trick him into not blocking your way out the door, which is fantastic. Literally, like after you left, Marty, I think in the episode you see him go up to the camera and then it cuts away. He goes up to the camera and says, "Well, that made my decision a lot easier." He is he is already thinking he's putting you on the block, and after that he's like, well, that's easy. I don't have to feel guilty about it either anymore. It just really it took away all of the burden. I was like, it's gonna make it even harder, because even once he finds out it was fake, it's like you've already experienced the relief of the decision is made, right? You're not gonna want to go back on that. So you had an even bigger hill to climb there.
More fun playing from the bottom.
It is, for us at least. Glad it was for you too.
Oh man. So the next morning Marty comes down, says to me and Gino, I'm still undecided. This is an hour before the ceremony. Come to the room. I'm like, what is this? So we go in there. And then, I mean, the rest is BBCAN history, right? Like,
Truly.
I know I'm bad at math. I know that. I did believe my 75% math, but I also thought there was a good chance it wasn't right. But I didn't care because I loved the narrative of like Marty planned this whole thing. Like that was very helpful to me.
It was like it was like no like seeing you so excited about it. Just to set it up for anyone that wasn't following. So Marty has everyone draw gummy bears. He gets Gino to put in a fourth gummy bear. And so Gino's the last to draw, and so you had the mathematical theory that Gino was more likely to draw the red gummy bear because the other ones had already been chosen. And you were very excited. You were like, this has reinvigorated my love for math. This is so exciting.
Yeah.
You were using it strategically in the game. And it was like being on the outside, knowing that you were very wrong about this was like I'm like at some point somebody's going to have to tell him that Santa's not real. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's going to be devastating.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad's really good at math. I got to talk it to. So somebody in one of my exit reviews, somebody said there are diagrams out there. They were messing with me.
I think it was Katie. Yeah.
I gotta talk to her about that. Good. I love it. So, and then in the triple, like you don't see this obviously. As Marty's pitching to Jason Helena in the pantry, I'm like, Marty, the math was wrong.
Yeah. We didn't see it, but we heard about it afterward. We heard that you got into an argument with Marty about the math.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
So was he saying like, no, you're out of your mind? It was an equal chance.
He's like, no. So, okay, we're skipping ahead, but so the Jace wins the veto in the triple. I'm talking to Marty in the money room and I'm like, Marty, like, why don't you go campaign? And he's like, okay, can I get your vote? And I'm like, And then he goes down to the pantry. I come into the pantry. Jason and Helena are talking. And he's like, the four of us can work together. Like, we can do this. Like, it'll be us versus Josh. And then I'm like, Marty, the math was wrong. And he goes, look at him. He's working with the other side. That was his response. Which, by the way, like, there is no other side. There is no other side, which is part why it's so funny to me. Like there was no other side of the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was just a group of five that didn't want to work with each other other than Marty. And then the rest of the house, which is so funny. Anyway.
Yes.
Immediately Gino pulls it and I'm like, okay, I needed an hour I just went to the room and like, and I think you probably see me and Helena in the backyard for 1 second. And then just get out of there. And I said to Josh, like, don't talk to me. Do not speak to me.
Yeah, because Marty was like, don't talk to them. But yeah, like in the moment, first of all, like Marty says there's 3 gummy bears, and so you're probably at this point you're probably like, this is a lot better than before, right? Like we could get lucky, maybe Jace draws it, and then he gives Gino the option. Do you if you want, I can put the 4th gummy bear in there. I mean, did it all happen before you could even comprehend it, or were you like, oh my God, please?
So I just start laughing when he picks. Like, I think you see me fall on the floor, just laughing when he gets it. And then when he offers it to Gino, I'm like, this is too good to be true. I can't even believe this. This is so fun. And then Gino pulls it, and I can't even. I was like, oh, like miracles do happen.
The way that I described it on the update with you was that like, as soon as he pulled out the gummy bears, you could not hide the glee of like, not only is it like this is good for you, but also like this is fantastic television. Yeah. And then like when Gino puts his thing in, you're still like, oh my God, like you can't hide the smile of how happy you are about this. But then the second Gino draws his thing, you're like, I can't be too happy about this, but you're still clearly very happy, but you're like, you kind of tone it down a little bit, like, oh yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. I'm like trying to be nice. I like kiss him for some reason. Yeah. It's,
and then it's photo shoot time.
The photo. Oh my God. That DR is out of control.
I mean, genuinely, that needs to be up on the wall next to the pretty boy photo. I mean, I think it's iconic enough.
I think so too, in a weird way. Every time someone's like talking about, being a legendary alliance or something like that, I hate it. Like I hate the like calling ourselves legends. Like I just can't. I gotta get away from. Like it just does not. It makes me like Marty's like, oh, we're like the pretty boys. I'm like, Marty, the pretty boys were formed on night 1 and they completely dominated the game. We've been tenuously connected, the 5 of us, for like 3 weeks, and we barely like this. Everyone's trying to destroy this for you.
Tolerate each other.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
So this. I mean, this breaks the game wide open in so many ways that
I can win now.
I mean, this is really
this
when
is Marty or Gino's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, and heading into the triple, the upcoming triple, which you guys anticipated that there would probably be a triple. It's basically everyone against Jace, and as long as Jace doesn't win, you're fine. And even if Jace does win, you're probably okay.
Who do you think Jace nominates?
So
Marty.
That's what it seemed like. So. Which was good because it meant that Josh could use the veto on one of you if he were to win it. If any of you won it, then you're coming off. Obviously, if Marty wins it, that's bad. Marty doesn't. I don't know. I honestly have no idea how anybody did in that veto competition. It was so hard to follow.
I think everybody needed to. I might be wrong. I think everybody needed 2 more balls except for Jace.
Yeah, it seemed like Jace was just so far out ahead of everybody. Yeah. So if Jace is HOH, she's not playing in that veto, so it's probably wide open. And I think there's
no way to know who wins.
Ultimately, like worst case scenario, you, Helena, or Josh don't win the veto, and noms stay the same. I guess worst case scenario is Marty wins it, and then maybe Josh goes up as the replacement or something like that. That would be terrible because then Josh probably stays and both you and Helena leave because the votes are Betty and Summer.
To save Josh.
But outside of that, I think Josh votes to save you over Marty and Helena, and then Betty and Summer.
I'll probably get Betty to do the same.
I think
and Summer would do. Yeah.
I think you survive the triple. Helena and Marty leave.
And if I'm up against Josh in Marty's HOH or Helena's up against Josh, like we almost certainly stay, right?
For the triple or for
in the gummies.
Oh yes, yeah. So if you guys had drawn the gummy, I mean there was obviously there's always a chance that the vote flips, but the target was definitely Josh, and especially after like Gino and Jace are not the same kinds of players that you and to a degree Helena where like after all of that they would then turn their back on it and go a different way, especially if it's like why would they, like Josh is a much bigger threat, like they're not gonna,
it's a little dark,
there's a lot of emotional weight and there's not enough logical reason, right? So I don't think it flips. You never fully know, but I don't think it does.
Whereas with us, like we're just giving Gino $100,000.
Yeah, exactly. So interesting scenarios, but it works out and it puts you in a very good position moving forward.
And so triple's happening. You see me running.
Oh yes.
I'm practicing for the veto. That was the veto in season 2 and 5 in the triple. I'm right. Like I'm just practicing running my laps.
Yep.
And also having a good time. Betty comes to celebrate with me after JC Lynn wins the veto. And I was like, She's like, Marty's going home. I'm like, well, you're about to go up, Betty. Like, I'm kind of, but and so I think you know this, and this is also why like Josh's final 5 lie is so good. The night before, me and Helena agree that our noms are Josh, Marty, and Jace, because Josh is twisted like that and just wants to be saved in the tribble because he knows that me / Helena plus Betty will always vote to save him.
Right. And he was talking about putting Helena up as well a few times. And you had talked to Jace about Helena going up in the triple. And then she talked to, there was a funny conversation between her and Gino. So you talked to her about putting Helena up, obviously with the intent to save her. But and you use this a lot, you use the fact that she'd never been on the block against her a lot in the game. But Jace then brings that to Gino. She says, so Kevin and I talked about what to do in the triple, and we decided that one of us has to go up as a pawn. And Gino interrupts. He's like, all right, I'll do it. And she's like, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what we were talking about. He's like, no, it's fine. Or no, you know what? I don't think he interrupted. I think that she joked. She was like, we talked about you going up. And he was like, okay, fine.
Crazy.
He's like, no, I'm joking. He's like, no, it's cool. I'll do it. And she says, no, genuinely, we talked about Helena, because she hasn't been on the block. And he's like, okay, whatever.
Wild. So the other thing is like, if Josh, Jace, and Marty are up, and JC Lynn wins the veto, which she probably does. Like, I'm putting probably Betty up and saving Betty and getting people to save Betty, like getting Helena and Jace to save Betty. Like that's like we're sending Josh and Marty home in that scenario.
Yeah,
even though Josh wanted to go up,
and then you try and grab Summer and be like I kept you safe.
Yeah.
And try to work that.
Yeah.
So, and then the blind side too. Another blind side. I feel like the story of the season with these blind sides is that like Helena keeps wanting to tell people and you keep being like, no, we got a blind side.
Yeah. It's more fun.
It is more fun. And I want to, I don't do this often, but I want to speak for the entirety of the Big Brother community and say thank you for the blind sides.
No worries. You're welcome.
Also at the end of this week, can't forget this. The episodes kind of did, but we can't. The lie about the secret veto.
Oh yeah.
Because Betty and Jace are kind of flirting with the idea of coming back together. Jace doesn't really trust Betty right now, but Betty is kind of in on the idea. And so you need to do something to stop that. And you guys come up with the lie about the secret veto.
Yeah, I feel like this is more Helena pushing this. Like Helena convinces me this is a good idea. So it's just telling. I mean, at this point, 5 of us know about the secret veto. We may as well tell Josh. We may as well tell Josh, Betty, and Summer, because then it makes any case that they were going to backdoor Marty, which they actually were, seem like a lie because they switched before the POV ceremony. And then it just kills any trust there. And then it plays into the final 5, right? Because Betty doesn't trust JC Lynn at all at that point. JC Lynn's trying to build with her, but she doesn't know that that Betty knows. And then Betty's laughing to me. She's like, I told JC Lynn that Marty told me about her veto. Like, so this provides like a real good runway for us that when yeah, good stuff. And I wanted Helena to tell Summer and Betty because they really didn't trust her after the T vote still. Like she really had trouble rebuilding with Summer and Betty. And so I was hoping that would help them to build a little bit. I wasn't worried about either Summer or Betty getting closer to Helena than they were to me, but I felt like it would be good, especially to bring her to a 5, and also just going into the triple thinking that they might want to evict her over at JC.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it played out. Because they were talking about taking out Helena. They were saying Helena was their target. Yeah. After this, Jace is the target, and there was a little bit of skepticism, like is this true? But they're like, I mean, I'd believe Helena over Jace. And I think the key too is that like Jace isn't divulging this. Jace is feeling like doesn't recognize that because other people know, it's probably going to get out and that she should probably get ahead of it, knowing that it's a difficult thing to explain. Like, yeah, we were going to do it, but then, we changed our minds.
That didn't even sound like a lie.
Mm-hmm. So
it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So it's tough to get around, but yes, triple eviction. Josh wins. Summer and Betty are celebrating, but that's going to come to a close soon.
And like I told you, I just need Summer out at this point because for my place in the game, I feel like this sending Summer out also gives me just cushion, and especially with the final 4 and 3 decisions that were made. If Summer's there, it's Summer staying over me.
How nervous were you during the HOH competition when it's Josh versus Jace right up until the end?
Oh, I'm freaking out.
Yeah,
I'm freaking out. It's so intense.
I think my favorite moment of the triple eviction, everybody's pissed at Josh because he's put up Summer, he's putting up Betty, and you ask him a little question.
We always knew this day would come.
Let's keep playing that again.
Do you get anything? Tea, coffee, a cookie, perhaps?
Maybe a cookie, actually.
maybe a cookie, actually. Did you get him the cookie?
I got him the cookie, yeah.
Okay. So you've seen this play out, but like, man, it's brutal watching Josh talk to Betty. I know you talked about
2 times.
Yeah, I know you talked about celebrating with Betty. To watch, because man, watching this in the moment, knowing what Josh is about to do. Betty comes in. And she's like, how are you feeling? Like, why are you being, it doesn't seem like you're happy. And Josh is like, no, this is great. We're getting Marty out. And they start celebrating. And he knows what he's about to tell her. And he's celebrating with her. He drops to the floor. Like, oh, we're doing so good. And it's like, dude, no.
She's like, you're not going to put up Kevin, right? No.
So Helena. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I can put up Helena. Wait, so Kevin? No, not Kevin. You're not going to put me up. You're putting me up? Man. And then she goes over to you and Helena's in the bathroom and she looks like a ghost.
Yeah.
She's a ghost approaching the ghosts.
Yeah. And I mean, we know because we planned everything. Mm-hmm. We're just like, yeah, you're good. And that really helped me for like 36 hours just until Mom's with Betty.
Yeah. And so Marty leaves. This is also good for you because Marty leaves feeling very good about your game.
Yeah.
And that's huge because obviously, like, to that point, to the point of his HOH last week, he had been feeling, maybe not like, probably feeling similar to you as he did to Helena, like the two of you, not that impressive. But he started to get very worried about you in that week, and then you trick him, but he ultimately comes away feeling like, good job, Kevin, you tricked me, which is huge.
Yeah, and I think with Marty, the thing is that, which I was worried about also, Marty's going to forgive something like that. Marty even likes it. I think he probably wants to vote for somebody who had a hand in getting him out. What is challenging though is I was worried about our little math argument finishing on that note, and then I would also use that as a way to like talk to Josh and Betty and be like, yeah, me and Marty ended on a terrible note. Like I feel really bad about it, which I did, and like Marty was basically like my only like, not only. I just had a little bit of guilt about how it ended because he trusted me so much, and I just like completely slit his throat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a tough one, but it works out. Marty leaves. Summer leaves. Summer's always had a good relationship with you. She feels very betrayed by Josh, and that's another like great person in the jury for you.
Oh, finally, I've one guaranteed jury vote. Summer. That's the one. Like anytime I was making my case to Josh or Betty that I was a GOAT, like they would always bring up Summer and like, yeah, Summer's gonna vote for me.
Gino, though, when I talked to Gino, it seemed like one of the people lowest on your game, and was very high on Josh coming out, and obviously was very high on Jace, and was kind of like, yeah, Kevin's kind of just like a snake, and I don't know that he's played very well. He's just kind of snaky.
Yeah. So I'll talk about that as we go through Betty's HOH.
Okay. So Betty wins the HOH.
Yeah.
This is not great because it's you and Helena versus Betty and Jace. And from our perspective, right? It was like this would okay. Actually, this is a good question. So triple eviction, Josh's HOH, Jace wins the veto. Was there ever did the idea cross your mind? Maybe Josh should nominate Helena, as long as we can secure the vote to save Helena in order to maintain the secrecy of the crash test dummies so that it doesn't become Betty and Jace versus us in the HOH.
The idea came up. I'm generally not a fan of doing that. I know it's a sexy move, but there's just so much that can go wrong. I think if you're going to do it, a triple or a double is actually one of the safest times because it's just so quick.
Yeah.
But I'm not a fan of it. I really don't like nominating people in your own alliance.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just if you have absolute control, sure, do it. But it just bothered me. So I wasn't into it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it turns out to be the right call here. But
Josh's game is done after this.
Yeah, not great for Josh. I think what Helena said something about.
For me, it's great. I love it. Thank you, Josh. Pat on the back, bud. But I think you ruined your own game. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Better move for Josh would be nominating Helena.
Yes, absolutely. So from our perspective, though, Jace winning that veto is still not great because now Jace is still in the game, and you're exposed, and you have two huge competitors left in Jason and Josh, and this HOH competition is ostensibly you and Helena versus Betty and Jace because surely they will see what happened in the triple and team up against you.
So I thought as well.
Right?
Like, I have that DR where I'm like, obviously Betty sees this. How can she not?
Yes. Yeah, I played that one for Betty.
Of course Betty's on to the three of us. She's not stupid. Of course she sees it, but let's go ahead and deny and see how it goes.
And that's why I'm like, yeah, obviously I'm working with Josh because how could I not be at this point? Like, don't you see this?
Yeah.
I guess I should have just denied it.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of do at first, especially. You certainly deny that the three of you are working together. And this is huge. And the lie from the previous week comes in huge. You in particular, you're really encouraging Betty to not tell Jace that she knows about the secret veto. Because, you know, if Betty volunteers it, if Betty doesn't volunteer it, and then Jace doesn't volunteer it, then it remains a barrier between them. And even if Betty does eventually tell Jace, she now knows that Jace has continued to keep it from her, right?
Yeah.
So that's huge. And then she's very upset with Josh. And so amazingly, and this is the first time where it was like, okay, they were set up really well. They caught another bad break in the triple. But they had a chance to win the HOH. They didn't win the HOH. Okay, now they're in trouble. Wow, did they just pull a rabbit out of a hat here? Both Kevin and Helena are avoiding the block. That was like, okay, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. We didn't have to put in too much work here. This was all just the groundwork with the Jace veto lie and then Josh nominating Betty. And then I thought Betty was going to stick around and be like, yeah, obviously Josh and Jace are the biggest threats to win the game just based on comp wins. But she didn't.
Yes. So things are going well. Josh and Jace are the plan. Then you go to Wendy's.
Yeah.
And this is, I just talked to Betty. This is when Betty said that things really started to click for her. And it seemed that way from what we saw as well. Because she talks to Helena afterward and she's like, Kevin proposed a final 3 with us. And she's like, I'm down. But she's also like, he also told me that like he had a final 2 with Josh. That he's like, that Josh was his number 1. She's like, did you, and so I'm finding a lot of things out about Josh. Did you have a final 2 with Josh, Helena? And Helena's like, oh no, not me. And you can see the wheels kind of turning with Betty.
Yeah.
And then by the next morning, she's kind of clocked you a bit. And she tells Josh about it.
Yeah. I love Betty's endgame here. I love it.
Right?
It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I just could never like me and Betty were the angel and the devil, and we just kept doing this dance, and it was so fun. I almost like I should have. I thought by not accepting Betty's final 2, I was showing her, because at this point I know I don't have a ton of like virtuosity or like honesty. Like my bank, you only have so much credit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had taken out too much credit at this point, and I didn't have a ton more lies to tell, right? So I felt like if I promised a final 2 to Betty, she'd be like, that's bullshit. Helena had also told me before Wendy's that Betty wants a final 3 with us.
Mm-hmm.
So when she brought it up, or I brought it up, I was like, cool, this is great. Let's do this. We'll see what happens. But obviously by not accepting the final 2, she went to, oh, Kevin and Helena have a final 2.
Mm-hmm.
But then she still made the same noms. And I think that's because she's very decisive. And she decided as soon as she won, she was putting up Josh and Jason.
Yeah. And I think part of it too is that when she does talk to Jace is actually making a pretty decent pitch, except for the fact that she's not revealing the secret veto. And the problem is that she's just barely missing the 3 of you together. So, which is like the key. So it fails dramatically because of that. But she's making she's saying Kevin and Helena are together. Like they are each other's number 1s. They need to, like, you need to watch out for that. And I think that, planted the seed in Betty's head. Then when you turn down the final 2 and there's the final 3 situation, I think that further cements it. And then she talks to Josh, and it rings a lot of bells with Josh. And so I think that that's part of it too. The problem for Jace's pitch is that, like I said, like she was like Kevin and Helena are working together. Obviously, Kevin and Josh are working together, and Josh and Helena are working together. But she never was like, the 3 of them are working together. It's the 3 of them versus us too, which I think is what Betty really needed to hear.
Yeah. So Helena wins the veto.
Yes.
And like I agree with your point. The mistake here is indecisiveness.
Mm-hmm.
It actually doesn't matter that much to me who stays of Josh or Jace. That's why this is tough, because I want to overthink everything, right? For me, it's Josh by a slight margin for a couple reasons, but I'm fine either way. My concern was Josh clumping out, which he did. Yep. HOH veto HOH, because I thought to a jury that would look really good.
Mm-hmm.
Jace does some really good campaigning. I just couldn't buy what she was selling. I think she did want to take me to the end. It was me or Helena. She for sure wanted Betty out at the 4, but Jace has a really, like, if Jace is sitting there, her jury chances are better than Josh.
Yeah.
Like almost unanimous for her, if not unanimous in any scenario. And so it's like, okay, I'd rather go with Josh. It was also, despite whatever, the perception is, like Helena and I was a partnership. Maybe I was the more dominant personality, but like, we're going to go back and forth. We switched who we wanted to stay, like between us. We went to bed one night. I wanted Josh to stay. Then we woke up and I wanted Jace to stay, purely for the Josh clumping out reason. But the way it turned out, like, I was very good to keep Josh. Yes, he told that lie. I don't think that's the thing that actually kept him. Mm-hmm. I thought, hey, like I thought there was like a 75 or 80% chance I believed him. And that was only because during Jess's HOH, he said, I want to go up. And I said, no, don't do that. during the triple, we'd agreed that I would put him up. This was just such a stupid thing. Like, who throws the final 4 HOH? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why would you even say that? It's so dumb that I believe you. And it's so dumb that it hit my limbic brain. It went to the emotional part of my brain. I'm like, this is and like, yeah, I got greedy. I was like, things are going well. Like, I don't actually care that much which way we go. Either way is fine. This is such a ridiculous thing to say that if there's even a tiny % chance that this is true, it's fun. And if I get played, that's also fun in a weird kind of way. Mm-hmm. I know that's not, most will be like, if I get played, my game's done. That's terrible. That's the worst thing in the world. I'm like, this is a ridiculous lie. This is so stupid. So stupid. But yeah, like I'd say 80%, I believed it. Like if I'm thinking in the percentages. Also at this point, you're so gassed out. Like it's been so many days. The game is so long. I know it's, we're only 2/3 of the US game at this point, but it's like, I think the best choice here would have just been to be decisive either way. And then like you said, this, like lay the groundwork. It doesn't actually matter. And that's why like through a lot of the jury phase, I was pretty successful because the decisions about who would go home were just easy. This one, although it didn't really matter that much, was fairly difficult because it didn't matter. Yeah. So let's play out the scenarios. I do think I win the HOH at the final 4. I was pretty good at that. I think it favors having longer arms. Oh yeah. So there were 5 questions asked. Mm-hmm. I was in 4 of them. I was a day or 2 days off. Okay. Just Josh was ridiculous at that thing.
Yeah.
Like we all knew our days. It's just that thing was so hard to maneuver.
Yeah.
So I could get within 1 or 2 holes on there, but Josh would it was unbelievable.
Jace being a lot smaller probably has a harder time with it, you think?
I think having long arms is a huge advantage. Mm-hmm. And then the final 4 veto, I think Helena wins that. In the sewers, mm-hmm. we probably evict Betty. We probably flip-flop a little bit. And then it really comes down to the final HOH, which is scary. Part 1, Jace wins for sure.
Yeah.
That is JC Lynn written all over it. Yeah. Part 2, I don't know who wins between me or Helena. And then I think if it's me in part 3, I win the trivia. If it's Helena, I don't know. So again, like it's really tight.
Yeah. I think results wise, I think keeping Josh obviously was the best decision. Even if you do try to like look back, I think just knowing the comps and the jury perception, I think it still plays out in that way a little bit. Now, but at the time, it felt like Josh had been flipped back, and he was never going back because Betty goes to Josh. She says,
"I think Kevin is a much bigger problem than I thought."
And Josh says,
"I feel very played by Kevin."
And we were kind of confused about this because, Josh was like,
he knew everything.
Yeah. And he was like, I can't even look at him.
I told him Betty wanted him out.
Yeah. He was like, I can't even look at him. I can't even look at him right now. He's disgusting. Was that playing it up? Because I don't know. It's confusing.
I think it's a couple things. I think one is, I think me being buddy with Betty at that point was mm-hmm. a little obnoxious. I think that was like, I shouldn't have had like a smile on my face. I should have been, it was like a little smug. Like I can be a little smug sometimes. Although I might have lost a bit of his trust, I don't think I ever lost the jury goat narrative that I was selling. Like, I really don't think that I was an option to evict at the final 4, despite how much Betty wanted me gone. I think Josh was just taking it in. I think he was always taking me to the 3, and then we'll talk about the final 2 in a sec.
Yeah, well, so there's a brief moment when Josh first is told all of this stuff by Betty, where he says, if he gets to the end, he says he's been telling me he will lose, but he is the puppet master. If he makes it to the end, he will get every single vote. And like he has that moment of clarity, and then he loses it. And I think part of it is that you're getting in there. Part of it also, I think, is that Betty also believes that you can't win. And so like he's having conversations with Betty about how like Kevin wouldn't win. Kevin's not getting Betty's vote. And then you're in there like, you've been laying that groundwork for so long. I think he kind of walks back from that moment of revelation and goes back into where he had been.
Yeah.
Or he was just saying that to like put extra pressure with Betty.
It's a lot. I think so. First of all, us showing when Helena comes and tells me that she told Josh she was thinking about voting him out, I was like, no, that's so bad. And then I kind of showed it a little bit to him. Again, like it's just stupid. Like at that point, you kind of just have to.
And you had told Betty, and obviously Betty's gonna.
Yeah, obviously Betty and Josh are working together. That was very clear to me.
And you saw it too, yeah.
Yeah, the thing was, I just needed Josh to not tell her about the crash test dummies because that was always my ace in the hole that I could use at any time. I didn't care if he was closer to Betty. If I thought I was being evicted, I would have whipped that out. If Betty was in the final HOH, I'm telling her everything. Because like I feel like when you make the move, you need to go all in. So he was back with Betty, but he wasn't all in because he didn't tell her about that. And part of my argument to Josh was also like, you can never tell anyone until after the game about the crash test dummies. Like even if you're sitting in the finals, like it's going to go above the jury's head. Like, cause which I just liked, I think if you're in the final two, you need to own your game. You need to say what you did. And so I was also planting that seed. So like Summer asks him the question of, what happened in the triple. And he's at that point, he's lying. Because he's like, I was in the moment, I made the decision. She knows that. She's been in the jury. She's spoken to Helena. So it also allowed me to sort of take that argument and get it there. Because he needed to tell, it's the levels, right? It's the level 1 thinking, level 2 thinking, level 3. He needs to go one level deep on us and tell Betty about the crash test dummies. Yep. He's going to get that close with Betty. And that was the mistake.
Yeah. And so you go back and forth. You do say this in the diary room.
Helena can think what she wants right now, but eventually I'm going to pull her in and I'm going to get her to vote the way that I think is best for me.
That's bullshit. It's a partnership. That's like, I know that's the perception or whatever, but like I what was more important to me than Josh or Jace was also like the decision with Helena. I know that's, and people might not buy that from me, but it is the truth. Like that's my partner in the game. I'm working with you. I'm doing what's best for us. Like I'm taking her then. That is locked in. I mean, also like it would have been tough for her to win in a lot of scenarios. But if she's sitting there with 3 veto wins, because let's say she wins the final 4 and she's never touched the block, that's a pretty good argument. Even if the jury doesn't like her or whatever, like that's a good, she played a damn good game. She didn't touch the block until the final 4. That doesn't just happen, which I kind of had to tell Josh about also, because he's like, true or not about the jury perception. Because he's like, yeah, her not touching the block is not doing anything. No, her not touching the block is not a coincidence. That is her being a good game player. That doesn't just happen. Summer not touching the block till week 7 or whatever is not a coincidence. She's not coasting. She's working. Like it doesn't just happen like that. Otherwise you're going up because somebody will suggest your name and you'll be up as a pawn or you'll be up as someone's target because they don't want to bother anyone. Like, let me use my one F-bomb. Helena's fucking good at this game.
Yeah. Did you recognize though that she did tend to go with like if you made a call, like she did tend to agree. Yeah. Okay. Well, another big part of this here then is that you do make the decision to evict Jace and you let her know, and the way that you and Helena handled Jace is very different. Jace has been like kind of Helena's been stringing Jace a kind of along all week. Kind of like saying like, I want to keep you, but Kevin. And then the goodbye message, of course.
Stacey Lynn, you're a strong, independent girl. There's no doubt about that. But you focus more on love than the game. My head was always in the game since the beginning. Shut up. I know you don't respect my decision, but you're outside of this house and I'm in here.
I was telling everybody I was sending vicious goodbye messages and that they don't matter because people are out of the house, and it's just, yeah. So yeah, my bad. Well, that was because I wanted to sit a bend with Alina. So like I needed a way to yeah.
It's a good way to, maybe that's a good way to judge if your final two partners like really real with you and they're a good player, is that they're you can see that they're trying to sabotage you in the jury vote. That's how you know that they're serious about going to the end with you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think the thing is always like if she's going to say like, yeah, I'm going to go with Kevin, like it shifts the blame, but it also makes me look better. And I think the beauty of the flip-flopping also with JC Lynn was, I think she respected it a lot, that this was the day before, 2 days before, when I said like I'm leaning towards keeping Josh. I think she liked that I heard her out and that I considered it, which I did. And then even so, you heard me talk about it because I thought it was funny, but it wasn't on the show. Like when JC Lynn's like trashing me and Helena like mid triple, I think before the veto, I'm just like, yeah, like it's okay if you hate me, I love you. And she's like, I love you too, even just not here. Like it doesn't do anything to like get angry at someone in the game unless it's strategic. You just so anyway. So I send Jace to jury. She's taking all this. Yeah, she leaves being like Josh and Betty are great, but she gets to jury. She has her conversations, and I think she also helps me with the jury with Gino for sure.
That Jace leaving feeling as good as she did about you, I think, was the final straw for us feeling like Kevin's going to win if he's sitting against anybody at this point.
Yeah.
And Helena might lose sitting next to anybody at this point. And so we go into the final four. Josh wins the HOH. I think that you're being genuine when you say like, when you made the decision, you were like, if I get played, that's fun. I think also when it happened, you were like, this isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. I'm until the votes are read at the finale, I'm like, we made the wrong decision. And obviously hindsight's 2020. So I'm also extremely tired this day because how do I say this? I tried to sleep in front of the red door, but I couldn't for whatever reason. So then
it's freaking Wendy's breakfast.
I go. So I go in. Okay. So I go sleep in the red room, which I don't usually, with my shoes on. Anyway, I barely slept that night. And I don't function well on little sleep. And then that day is HOH, noms, and the veto. It's just a lot. So Josh wins the HOH. Obviously, I'm a little upset. I go talk to him. We would have kept him regardless. It's just like, why are you going to make that lie? It's just a ridiculous lie. Like, I'm okay with you winning HOH. It doesn't like, I genuinely was upset about the lie. Josh is also very conflict averse. So this is a little hard for him because I'm like pretty directly saying like, this is just a stupid lie. Like, why'd you do this? I'm laughing about it. But obviously I'm upset. Noms happen and Taran, noms matter at the final four. They do matter. They absolutely matter. I know for a fact that I want me and Helena up. That's purely because Helena's streak ends. I have less of a case to the jury if I'm nominated a second time there. But my case to Josh is like, I'm offended. Like you're going against the crash test. I don't want the three of us up. I don't want you to nominate three of us. Otherwise it's all for nothing.
The perception is also much worse, right? For you to keep Josh, for Jace to go to the jury being like they made a mistake, and then for Josh to immediately then nominate the two of you makes it like really hammers home that it was a mistake. Yeah, whereas putting Betty up, even though he eventually uses the veto on Betty, at least gives it still the perception that like it wasn't a clear misread.
Yeah, I saw that too. And then also it's like, first, we were also up late because it was the BBCAN Awards actually the night before. And then I'm just checking my notes. Okay, so I wanted me and Betty up, but it was by a thin margin. And the reason was because if Helena had her perfect record, it would be, and Betty wins the veto, or Josh, I guess in this case, and uses on Betty, it would seem like Helena has the better game. There's also like the Tashawn legacy going on.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the house had seen season 9. I think so. Maybe not Moose.
No, yeah, not Moose. I think he called Jed Jordan or something.
Okay.
Remember that Jordan guy didn't use the veto on himself?
Well, it's like, how do you not think he's a fan when he's doing it?
Everybody thought he was a fan.
Yeah. I often thought it was a season of super fans. I thought that was a twist that wouldn't be shown. So if Helena hasn't touched the block, then it's easier to evict her, right? Now, but for my jury argument, if I'm not on the block, then I've only touched it once before the final 3. So a part of me wanted Helena and Betty there together, but I was more for my finale argument. But I was more focused on surviving the rounds than on what I would say to the jury.
Yeah.
Like I always kind of felt like if I was in the final 2 seats, like I don't think you sway that many people. I really don't.
Yeah.
But I would be able to make some sort of argument. So I want it to be us. And then there's this brain fog stuff because it's a late night. We had the BBCAN Awards. I barely slept. I tried to sleep by the door. So I'm not the sharpest at this point.
But luckily the Wendy's breakfast really fueled you, right?
Yeah, it did. So veto happens. My whole abdominal wall goes into spasm during the veto. Like there's a point where I can only use my arms because I just started going way too hard, and this was what was frustrating because I knew my everything. I knew all the answers. It's just like it was almost like the Wendy's thing. It's physical, so it made it tough. Josh wins. That's dangerous. I'm pretty sure Helena's in danger at this point. We think we have an extra day. We don't. I have a pretty good idea Josh is gonna it's hard to tell, but he keeps bringing up Helena and her perfect record, but I'm fighting till the last second, right? I also start this thing of like, I don't know who I'm voting for in jury between you and Betty. Like, I know Betty told Josh she'd vote for him no matter what. Like, I can't say that. I don't want you to put me in the jury. And then this wild hour happens. Arissa shows up, and it's just like, I see it's good for my game for me to be in the final 3 with Betty and Josh. I just wanted, it's just a tough pill to swallow. And I think I could probably get him to stick with the crash test. So this is obviously hard. Betty evicts Helena. A couple funny things happen. One is afterwards, she tells me if it were like the better person, like I would have evicted you. Like she's a way better person than you. And then my favorite thing, like this didn't make the show. We're sitting on the couches. Betty's in the nom chair. I'm on one couch. Helena's on the other. Josh is in the DR. We don't know which way it's going. Like Betty and Josh, we know it's going to be one of me or Helena going. Betty and Josh discussed it. Betty looks over at me. This is one of the most intense moments of the season, and goes, "You talk a lot of shit, eh? Well, I played a better game than you." And I was like, okay. All right. She would tell me like 3 hours later that she knew she was evicting Helena and she just wanted to mess with me.
Yeah.
But I was like, whoa, that is okay, Betty.
I do hate you.
Yeah.
Yeah. People would have loved if that was all, whatever. And also by making that decision at the final 5 and by me thinking in my head, maybe this is the wrong decision, it also put me back into the underdog position, which like in some ways, I'm more comfortable playing from there. I'm more comfortable with like them being like, we're about to evict Kevin. Now give him an hour to, well, yeah, I'd prefer a week, obviously. But let's give him an hour to figure out his way through this. Okay. So Josh is making me feel really good that he only lost trust in Helena, not in me.
Mm-hmm.
And then it happens. Yeah. That's the final four.
That's the final four. So Helena's evicted, and she's heading to the jury, which is great for you, obviously. But you know, she's not going to have too much time, but should have enough time to you know, help fill in some gaps.
And Josh don't know this.
Exactly. And now it's you, Betty, and Josh. And what I asked Josh the day after the finale, I said, you know, when did you decide to take Kevin? He said that at the time that he evicted Helena, he still wasn't thinking he was going to take you to the final two. I'm sure it was, though, in his head, that like that was going to remain an option, right? But that, you know, you worked on him over the course of the rest of the week and eventually got him to flip back to taking you. So what is your...
We didn't talk after Helena got evicted. I just kept to myself for those 2 days.
So like that's it? Like you didn't really talk much?
Oh, I'm being completely sarcastic.
Okay.
Helena goes out the door. That was when, like, you see in the finale, I have this, I'm like looking at the camera and I'm like, the villain's back. So like that was just my mindset after. I'm like, and I know I like really can't work on Betty.
Mm-hmm.
I know my magic doesn't work on her. I'm like, I am spending the rest of this game studying and working on Josh. Okay. So a few things. One is I completely convinced him that I'm taking him no matter what to the final two. I'm actually surprised to hear Betty would have taken Josh, because in the house the perception was that I was the losing finalist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, but like honesty, you know, was really important to her. So I'm in full like dark mode. I'm like, I'm going to do whatever it takes at this point to make sure that I get into the final two. So the first HOH is obviously really important, but I also thought, like, if Betty is in that final HOH an hour before, I'm telling her every single thing, because I know I want to get her back into that post-triple mindset where she's lying on the couch at Expedia and she's so upset. I want to, because that I feel like was the best way to get her to potentially take me. By the way, at the final four, me saying I'm taking Josh in front of Helena, which is in the episode, that's like coordinated with Helena.
Oh yeah,
like obviously, she's like, she never told Josh we had a final two, so I kept that up because that was what he was nervous about.
Mm-hmm.
And then he started to feel bad. He's like, Helena never had a number one in this game. I feel so bad for her. Like, she always wanted it to be, I feel like it might've been me. So pulling on his heartstrings like that. Then I just didn't want to campaign to Betty. I just didn't see it. So with Josh, it started with just telling him over and over and over, we're taking each other. We did it. Like, we were talking about some comps where he gets frustrated and like kind of gives up. Like that's something that would actually happen. So after I win part one, I really leveraged that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's huge, right? Because you have to assume Josh is a huge favorite over Betty in part two. And you're able to be a lot more targeted about where you're trying to put your efforts, right?
But I mean, you actually don't know in part two, because I feel like a lot of part twos are like, you know, flip a bunch of tiles that say a day and put them on a thing. This was a more physical part two than you typically get, with the sliding down the thing, with like throwing the beanbag. That's not easy. Whereas part one was kind of interesting because it wasn't as physical as a lot of part ones typically are. This was a weird, anyway. And on the note of part one, like, I'm stacking like side by, I'm not stacking them straight, the discs. I don't know if this was a good comp hack, but it just seemed to me like it was working better than stacking them straight up. That's what worked for me. I might have hacked it. I might not. According to Josh, the physics don't make any sense because the center of gravity has to be there. But that's just what worked for me. I knew going in that was designed for you to drop over and over and over. And I was just like, I need to have the right mindset to just keep going on this because it's going to be incredibly frustrating. I got to the thing with 26 silver coins. I got to the final platform twice and dropped, which is like the most frustrating thing ever. But the whole time I'm just thinking like this is why I think if, you know, I think I would do well if I trusted more people, because Helena leaving like really lit a fire under my ass. Because with me, like I'm playing with reckless abandon. I'm not afraid of being evicted. I want to be here and I want to win, but I'm not afraid of being evicted. But I was so mad about Helena and I didn't show it. And like that was the kind of motivation that I needed to win that comp, to study the way I studied. So I feel like if I'm really trusting more people, like I might be, if I'm in a good, for me, like we talk about the control thing, right? Like what do I look like in control? If I'm in a big alliance and I actually trust it, I actually think that's the better control for me. Having control with 2 people isn't good. If I'm in a group of 6 that I'm committed to, like once Helena went, I went full out. Like I was just locked in. So I win part 1. I pull Josh in. I say, I got you. I told you if this was one of those comps where you fail, I got you. Josh wins part 2. As soon as Betty's in the room, I jump into his arms. I celebrate. One of us is winning 100,000. One of us is winning 20. Probably you with 100. Probably me with 20. Like just again pushing both narratives. And then also the thing he brought up about the jury question. He knows Betty is going to vote for him at the end. With him, I said, like, yeah, I'm going to ask Betty how much she knew about me, you, and Helena. And I think that was also scary to him, even though he hadn't fully revealed the crash test dummies. So I think that helped as well. But by the time part 2 happened, by the time I'd won part 1, I knew Josh was taking me.
Okay. And then something else that came out was that you had told Josh that you and Betty made a final 2.
Yeah. Well, like,
which okay.
She proposed it.
You're saying she proposed it?
Day.
Oh, yes.
She did. That did happen. She did. I said, yeah, Betty. I don't know if I said that we were fully in a final 2. I said, yeah, Betty wanted a final 2 with me, like, which she did. She brought it up. I might have brought it up a few times, but just planting those little seeds of doubt that maybe there was something there. And then also the other thing with Josh is we love playing out the scenario. So we would go through the votes and count them. Herman, I'm underplaying my relationship with Herman. It's been way too long. He obviously forgives you by now. Moose, my like good friend, but game wise, we're never on the same page. Probably going to vote for you as well. Probably might vote with Herman. Summer, I had no argument. Summer was always like my one vote. Jason, Gino, they're going to respect the comp wins. Same thing with Marty. Marty's going to want to vote for the person that voted him out. Helena's for sure going to vote for you. You were her real number 1. And then who am I missing?
I guess Betty versus with the 2 of you.
Oh, Betty. Yeah, Betty votes for you, and then the 8th vote, or the 9th vote, like Canada probably votes for you. And we don't know. You don't know how anything's perceived in there. But like that's just like going over the votes over and over. And then you go to Betty. Well, she knows Herman. Herman's going to vote for her for sure. Moose, unclear. Summer for sure voting for her. And then you go through the rest. It's like it just seems like he has a better chance against me.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a conversation before the feeds cut. I think it might have been the night before. I think it was the night before where Josh had initially told Betty, like, I obviously am going to keep you. And Josh was like, hey, Kevin keeps talking about jury votes too. Like, be careful about what you say to Kevin about jury votes. And Betty was like, oh, don't worry. I have been very careful about what I say to Kevin about jury votes. I've been telling Kevin that like me and Herman are not cool, but obviously Herman's my boy. And I've been telling Kevin that like, I don't think Moose will vote for me, but I think he would vote for me. And like, I think that also was like again, like just it reinforced, right? Like everything that you were saying to Josh was being reinforced in his conversations with Betty. They were both agreeing with everything that you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they both thought that they could beat you. Also, so when I talked to Betty, she said that that she didn't really talk much game with you, but that basically you were like, hey, I'm going to take you, help me study, and that she was studying with you. And I wondered if, like, you know, you used that as well. Like, if you're studying with Betty, why is Betty helping me study? Because we have a Final Two deal.
Yeah, like, I mean, I wouldn't say directly, but I definitely let Josh see me and Betty hanging out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I made it clear to him. And I let him come to that conclusion on his own. Betty, I couldn't. So Betty she was helping me study. I would have taken Betty, even though in hindsight, like, I probably would have gotten. I think it seems like I would have won, but I would have had less votes. But like, I just assumed Josh, because HOH, veto HOH, like, has that late season surge. You don't know what the jury's thinking, right? You can just assume. Helena only has a few days to talk to them. I know their perception of Helena is a little skewed. I thought best case scenario, I get 3 votes: Summer, Helena, JC Lynn. And then I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. Vote after vote. And I mean, that's when I talked to Betty, she was like, she also, even after the questioning, was like surprised at every Kevin vote that came out. Which, I mean, you know, this you did such a good job that you convinced all 3 of you, including yourself.
Yeah, I did. I thought I needed one more win. Like, oh. It was only a matter of time before those broke, before those ran out of juice. I mean, we've been here for hours. I'm going to use this thing for the rest. Is audio okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So this, what were we saying? Jury votes?
Jury votes. You convinced even yourself.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Yes, you convinced even yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Canada's voting for me. I just assume they hate me. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Did you find out the percentage of the Canada votes at all? No.
If I'm sitting with Betty, I think Betty gets Canada. I think Betty gets. I know Betty gets Herman, and then the rest are. So Betty for sure has Canada, Herman, and then the rest are like up in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Betty said that she was told. I mean, Betty said that she was told that, like, you basically win unanimously against her, and then like, you know, she feels like now that people are sort of out in the world, they're maybe like a little more, you know, 50-50. But
this isn't canon. Everything's skewed at this point. I
mean, like, given the fact that they were cheering when she walked out, like, not the best sign.
Yeah, I mean, I just really thought I needed to win the final HOH,
Mm-hmm.
and then for it to come down to the tiebreaker in trivia is amazing. Like, I was having so much fun. I was like, look, if I lost on this, it is what it is. And I think I was also over the Jace vote out once I won part 1 of the HOH, because what can you ask for other than being in part 3 with a chance to win and take someone you want to sit with at the finals? Like, that's all going into the game. What else could you possibly be hoping for? I do kind of love that it ended up the way it ended up. It's very me. Like, it's very, like, especially those last 2 weeks, I was just dead in the water, it seemed like, to people. So it's a lot of fun the way it ended. But I did think I needed to win that HOH.
Yeah, but there it is. Do you think, like, if you could pinpoint a single moment where you feel like you really locked in Josh, and you really felt like you had him, you know, if it is true that he was going to take Betty and then changed his mind at some point when the feeds were down, would you know what that moment is?
We had a long talk about Helena the day she got evicted, where he's like, yeah, I really thought you two were closer. And I just convinced him that he's been my guy since day 30, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
that would be the one where I was pretty sure. And then after winning HOH part 1, I think it was done. Other thing, Herman's idea to address every member of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
He always used to say, like, if he was ever on the block in a surprise or something, he would go one by one. So I like that. Really tough to sort of, it's such a short time.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why I wasn't that confident. Like, how am I supposed to break? Like, I know a lot of what I did didn't make the 44-minute episodes. How am I supposed to make this case in a minute? And like, if you think about, there are 2 parts. So I interned at a public speaking training company. They're amazing. They're unbelievable. Anyway, I don't know. So there are 2 parts to a good speech, to any speech, not a good speech: content and delivery. That speech is all delivery. The content is not great because it's just, you can't. The content, you just can't. So you just got to go, like, I don't know.
No, I think I see what you're saying. Like, there's not enough time to really provide the content. I mean, like, your message to Jace, Gino, and Marty was like, if you want someone from the 5 to win.
Yeah, and what I meant to say was there are a lot of things I didn't hit on that would have been good logical cases. But again, it's not about logic. It's about the emotional side of the brain. What I was trying to, if you want the alliance that none of you cared about represented in the, right? The idea was, if you want your game represented in the winner, that's me, which I didn't get across. I mean, like, I wanted to talk about, voting correctly every time I voted, or like only hitting the block technically 3 times, but 2 times, because of the final HOH. But those things didn't come out, but that's okay, because like, you only have a minute. You just gotta hit it. Yeah,
and I think for such a short period of time, you're right. Like, the delivery is so much more important. The emotion of what you're doing is much more important. And like everybody that I've talked to, like, they, like, regardless of what the content was, they loved the speech because they loved the passion there. And I assume that, like, this is directly following, Kevin Martin, Paris, like this is the meta here.
Yeah, you obviously got to think about them when you're doing that. Like, those are the speeches. Like, I don't remember really what either one said. I remember Paris saying that she won. I remember Kevin saying representing the season, and he also mentioned timing, which I think he might have stolen from Cochran and Karamoan, possibly, because it's like, nobody wants you to say you're the smartest or the most strategic or the most athletic, but if you're like, hey, I have the best timing, that's kind of an easy thing for a jury to be like, okay, like, yeah, I see that. And then Paris, I remember her saying, like, I won the 2 HOHs that matter, and I took myself, or something like that. Yeah, for sure, those play a role, because you just have to get the passion across. You can't get the words perfectly, otherwise it's going to sound too rehearsed. It's a very weird, specific scenario with the speech, and you also don't know if you're going to be making it or casting a vote for the winner. So there's a combination of, like, I don't really want to prep that much for this. I would much rather study.
Yeah, but you did it. You took it home.
We did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a wild ride. Have you seen the clip of me watching Josh cut Betty?
Yeah. It's great. It's amazing. Usually Final 4 and Final 3 are boring, but thankfully this wasn't.
Yeah.
Other things I gotta share. So let's talk about the Chantel thing.
Oh yes.
Do you want to talk about that now quickly?
So,
just
yes.
break it down.
So let me. I'm sure most people watched the finale podcast if you're listening to this 5 hours in. But on the finale podcast, which is funny because Chantel wasn't even supposed to be on that podcast. It was supposed to be me, Melissa, and Amon. But Amon ended up coming to New York. He wasn't going to, so he couldn't do it. And then I was like, well, you got to find somebody else who's like not in New York and on hotel internet, unlike myself. And so we tried to get Jacob, who lives in New York, but he was like, maybe.
Yeah.
And then Chantel had left early. And so I was like, maybe Chantel will get home in time to do this. And so we happened to be able to get Chantel. And And then of course, like she's the most like stable internet person. Like she's the person we can rely on the most in the podcast. And then so Chantel's there. All of a sudden, her camera turns off and it turns back on, and there are these two dudes just like yelling, "Ah, we live right under Chantel. Like Kevin lived here for 2 years. We've been waiting until he won because obviously he won, and he's been listening to your podcast." And we were like, "Whoa!" And then I told you about it the next day, and you were like, "What?"
I was so confused.
Chantel live what? So explain the situation for us.
Okay, so I lived there for a couple of years. I knew there was somebody named Chantel who lived above us, but you know, it's the city. Like you don't always like talk to your neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe there's a wave here or there. When did she start on the podcast?
I mean, probably like 2 years ago.
I think I had probably just moved out, and I never made the connection. But I knew there was someone named Chantel who lived there. You know, I would take out the garbage for all the apartments there. I would take it out all the time. You know, and she is a good neighbor because we were not that well behaved in that apartment. Like we had a lot of people over a lot of the time. We were very noisy, and she was always very chill about it. So I couldn't quite make the connection, but that place has sort of stayed amongst our friends. Like once I moved out, somebody else moved in. It's a 3-bedroom. Once another friend moved out, somebody else moved in, and those two who were on the podcast, they were plugged in. Like when I came back, I actually yesterday one of them gave me the download of a lot of he had full notes for me. They're like, we woke up with you at Good Morning House Guests and we went to bed with you at good night. Like they watched every single thing. They watched the podcast, and I guess they were waiting until the finale to break into the above apartment. I'm sorry to disappoint. I don't have a Jacob Jones impression. That was just that one friend. He's just fun like that, where he'll just go for it. He's someone who I think would do really, really, really well on the show. But yeah, I mean, obviously I've been listening for years to everything. So it is surreal to also like, have this conversation and actually play the game and the fact that Chantel lives there is just a weird. I'm gonna go say hello one day. It's just a very. That is like there are a lot of people who live in Toronto. That's just a wild coincidence.
Yeah. It's very wild. It's
That's wild.
Yeah, you're right, Steph. I also need to. This was from the veto competition that Betty won.
Oh, they're in my pants.
It was too much fun. 100 more minutes. It was just too much fun. I was having too good of a time. I didn't lose my count. My issue was I started counting. I felt like I was counting too fast, and I started adding Mississippis to my seconds after 20 minutes. Can't add the Mississippis. I was on. But, you're not going to beat 100 minutes in 42 seconds. Is that a record?
I feel like it must be. I don't remember, because I think there have been different times though. Like I think in season 7 they did this of the US, but I think it might have been 60 minutes that they did. I know they did it in 12, but I think for Canada at least it must be, because I don't remember anybody coming that close. But we also, things are going on your back.
Oh, they're underneath my back. They're underneath my back.
So funny. This is just wild. That's wild. This is just, I can't believe we're just having this conversation. This whole thing has been a lot. And I do think, like, especially to the people who are here after 5 hours listening to this, and a lot of people seem to have lived vicariously through me. And I'm so honored and humbled that I was able to go out and not be a complete super fan mess out there. It's incredible,
It really is, and because it's like it's not just that you are such a big fan, you go on, you find success. It's like on top of that, this is a legendary season. This is a season that fired on every cylinder all the way through. It delivered. The editing was great, something completely out of your control, but it was great. The vast majority of the fan base very pleased with the entirety of the season. I think the ratings were pretty good for these times. And you're considered like a top, like your name is in contention with Anthony Douglas, and like your record is similar to Dr. Will's in his first season, and your game is being compared to Dan, and people are talking about who's the better winner between Kevin and Dane, or it's up there. Like, that is I think so far beyond what most people would hope, knowing the realities of the show, not being like a recruit being like, obviously I'll be the best winner, but like knowing the reality of the show, that this hasn't happened in a long time, that like this has all happened for you.
It's so stupid. And that's why, like, to actually have I was very confused, Arissa. Like, I was like, I was like, oh, this actually worked. We this actually worked. I can't believe it. And then the next day, I think in my first exit press interview, someone brought up Dr. Will, and I was like, what? Like, that's one of the weirdest moments of my life. It's all, yeah, I don't know. This cocky villain is humbled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate the shout outs on the feeds. Yeah. I thought it was very, especially like when you and Jess were talking about the stock watch, that was very fun. And you were kind of pumping their tires a little bit, saying like they had a great rating on the stock watch, and they didn't at the time. But you did that week. So, that worked out.
I'm looking out for that 10, Taran. I'm looking out for that 10.
We'll see. But that's because that's another interesting thing. I talked about this on one of the Stockwatch podcasts, that like you made me think about how I would have rated Dan in season 10, because like it's very like rating in the Stockwatch is a little bit different than how you would rate a player overall, because you're paying attention to like the ins and outs, the ups and downs of the week. And like a player like Cody, who's got tons of 10s throughout the season because he was in complete control, never any real threat to his game, like easy to give him a 10 because he's in such a dominant position. Whereas, a player like Dan, who I would consider to be like a better player than Cody, faces tons of adversity, has to get out of all kinds of scrapes throughout his season. I don't know if I would have given Dan many 10s in season 10, because like, yeah, he just pulled this off, but he's still got a lot of work to do.
It shouldn't work.
Exactly.
Like, I don't blame anyone who watches or watched my bio and was like, this person is going to be home in a couple of days. That's what you should think. This shouldn't work.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of why it's also like so much like, I think you want to watch a 9 play the game. You don't want to watch a 10 in the middle of the game. After the game, you can call him a 10, but in the middle of the game, you don't want anybody to get a 10 because that's boring.
Yeah. And I think the thing also, one thing that inspired me, and this is maybe a pretty not random player that I was into, but every day I was like, how can I just have a good time because it's so contagious? So I kept thinking about Spicy V last year.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, I know how much fun I had watching Spicy V because she was just enjoying herself so much. I don't think I know I'm not as fun of a person. I'm not even close to as fun of a person as Spicy V. But that was my like fun inspo.
Mm-hmm.
Like how do you look at that, and how do you try and bring a little maybe if I could be like 10% of the fun of Spicy V, then not only would I have a good time, but also it would be contagious to the house guests and maybe the people at home. Although I didn't really care what the people at home thought. I cared about my friends and my family. That's it. Because I don't think you can, and you can't really control how people interpret things. And some people are going to love you, and some people are going to hate you no matter what.
I think that's huge too. And I think that's like the biggest fun villain characters from the show have all had that attitude, where like they're just going to have fun themselves. And if people find it fun at home, great. The people that are like trying to be fun for the show, they're usually not as fun for the audience. But
yeah.
It was very fun watching you explain the live feeds to Josh and Betty, and explain the freaks who podcast about it every day.
It's so funny when you brought that up to them. They were both like kind of like, what? So the day after, Betty was funny about it when you spoke to her.
Yeah, she was very funny.
Yeah, and like I was also so happy with. Not that I have anything to do with it. Like this cast was for me so fun to play with, like top to bottom, so stacked. Like every single person there was so interesting to me, and I love that. And I think like as much as maybe people want me to be this like cutthroat asshole, there are people I'm going to be friends with for a really really long time. Like that's just what happens in this weird environment where you're forced together.
Yeah. So. This is a conversation that we are going to have, I'm sure, for maybe years to come. But I would love to get your take on it, because it is a conversation that I think we're going to have, and it's a difficult conversation I think for you to be a part of. But I still want to get your take on it. Where do you place yourself as a winner? Like how do you view your own winning game stacked up to some of the people that we are comparing you to?
I'm going to give you an answer that you probably won't like.
The one I expect.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I won. I'm really happy about that. Like if people to even hear that I'm in the some of these conversations, some of these like GOAT conversations blows my mind. I'm going to leave that to other people. That's not my place. I'm not someone who's ever going to, and I look up to some of these people on a level that like, I don't know that I could ever see myself on that Mount Rushmore. If people want to put me there, listen, great. I love it. But it's not for me. And it's also like there are different ways to decide who that person is. Mm-hmm. So like maybe if the game is competitions and strategy, then that's a different story. If the game is how much adversity you face, that's a different story. If it's okay, like you've done it once, can you do it again? That's a different story, and that's part of the fun, and that's why I love the debate. I don't care if you think that I am the greatest or not the greatest. I care that people have an opinion, that they care about the show, and that they debate it in a healthy way. I think that's really fun. So that's my cop out.
I mean, that is the right answer, and I hope that you maintain that answer. I think I hope it never gets to your head, because I think people will be very complimentary of you for a very long time, and I do think that sometimes it can get to people's head. You're not the kind of person I think that it would get to your head. So I like that answer a lot.
Thanks. I'm going back to my job a week tomorrow. I know that's maybe a weird thing, and also something that actually a lot of people have advised me against, but that's what I want to do. That is what I want to do, and that's what I'm going to do. It took a lot of convincing by one of my friends for me to make my Instagram public last Saturday. Like that's a big deal for me to have like I think I have like 5,000 followers now. That's like that's overwhelming. That's an overwhelming number of people. I love this community. I love the Big Brother and reality TV community. For me, like just getting to be a part of it now is the biggest treat. And for these conversations about where I rank or whatever to happen, it's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous to me. It's completely surreal. Like, I'm so humbled by it. And now that I've caught up on the show, like, I need to go catch up on Survivor. We've got 2 Canadians in the end game. We had 3 on Wednesday. Like, that's exciting to me. Show me that. I don't even know them, but I know who I'm rooting. Like, it's exciting that I get to be part of this in a small way now. That's the part that fires me up.
Yeah, and I hope that you're ready to jump on these podcasts now.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Would you play Survivor?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an obvious one, Jeff. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I need a little bit of time, and also I think I need to spend some time at home. This is not. I think I've said it before. Like, it was in a deleted scene I saw online. It's a very selfish thing to, at least for me. I think it's a very selfish thing to just put everything in your life on hold and go lock yourself in a simulated dramatic house for more than 70 days, really. So, I mean, doing something like this again would be a huge decision, but it was also the most fun I ever had in my life. So, like, we'll see.
All right. Hey, anything else we need to touch on here?
No, I think we've overdone it. If you're still with us, thanks. I hope you had a good time. Maybe you were listening on 1.5 or 2x to make it through. Either way, congratulations. You made it to the end. Great job. I'm happy. Even say on the block week 1, I'm like, maybe I'll get to be on RHAP. Maybe I'll make an appearance. Tell you what, Rob didn't want me to host the So You Think You Can Podcast Shark Tank podcast. That offer's out the window.
Messed up, Rob. Yeah.
Thanks for picking me in the draft.
That was his way of trying to make it up to you, I guess.
Yeah, I forgive you. It's okay. Thanks, Taran. This was fun, and I'm sure we'll chat again sometime soon.
Yes. Well, thank you for sitting down. I don't know how long this will be because we did take a bit of a break, but we're close to 6 hours for us.
Amazing. I need to go outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
my dad's birthday. Happy birthday to my dad. Sorry I did this all day, but he's a Taran fan now, so he's probably happy.
There we go. Yeah, this is a birthday present to your dad. Yeah. Is your mom really a bigger fan of Summer than you?
I actually haven't asked them about Summer, but I know they love Summer. I need to follow up and find out. I haven't seen them that much. I really should go see my dad today.
Yeah.
63.
Do it.
63 years old.
Easy choice. All right. Thank you again, Kev.
Okay. Thanks, Taran. See you later.